Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What Ifs. So in this video, we will see, what if Izuku was summoned as Satan's heir and got ultimate breeding harem of Underworld queens? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. A quirkless nobody, a demonic somebody. The rain was a cold, indifferent confessor. It washed the grime from the city rooftops but couldn't cleanse the acid from Izuku Midoriya's soul. Each drop that struck his face felt like a tiny judgment, a physical punctuation mark to the words that echoed in his skull, a cruel and unending mantra of failure. You can't be a hero. The voice wasn't just a memory. It was a ghost that had taken up residence behind his eyes. All Might's voice. The voice of his idol, the symbol of peace, the man whose smile could save thousands. That AIM voice had just dismantled Izuku's entire existence with 5 simple, reasonable, and utterly devastating words. He had deflated, not just in body but in spirit, revealing the gaunt truth beneath the heroic facade. And that truth had condemned Izuku to the life he'd always feared, the life of a spectator. A nobody. He gripped the cool, wet metal of the safety railing, his knuckles white. The Wind whipped his drenched green-black hair across his face, cold and sharp. Below, the city was a tapestry of neon lights bleeding into wet asphalt, a world of life and potential that felt a million miles away. A world he was not, and never would be, a part of in the way he dreamed. He had tried so hard. He'd filled notebooks, studied heroes, analyzed quirks with a desperate, academic fervor. He had the heart, he had the mind, but he didn't have the power. In this world, that was the only part that mattered. The sludge villain. The suffocating, viscous horror. He had been so useless. And then Bakugo, his childhood friend. His tormentor, trapped in that same vile ooze, his explosive quirk rendered into nothing but a fireworks display of his own panic. Izuku had run. His legs had moved before. His brain could list all the reasons they shouldn't. It was instinct. It was the core of him. That screaming, undeniable need to save people. And it had accomplished nothing. He'd been a distraction, a liability. All Might had been forced to intervene, pushing his already taxed body past its limit. It was his fault, all of it. The public shaming from the pro-heroes, the praise for Bakugo's bravery, and the final private execution of his dream on this very rooftop. A sob caught in Izuku's throat, thick and painful. It was a pathetic sound, lost in the shriek of the wind. He wasn't just sad, he was hollow. He had orbited a single, brilliant star his entire life, and that star had just collapsed into a black hole, taking his universe with it. What was left now? What was the point of getting up tomorrow? To go to school and endure Bakugo's sneering pity. To see his mother's worried face and lie to her, tell her everything was okay. To fill another notebook with analyses of powers he would never possess. The despair was a physical weight, pressing down on his shoulders, his chest, his very soul. It was a suffocating pressure, a deep-sea crushing force that made it hard to breathe. For a terrifying, fleeting moment, the gap between the railing and the street below seemed less like a fall and more like an escape. He flinched back from the thought, horrified at himself. No, he couldn't. He wouldn't do that to his mom. But the thought had been there, a dark weed pushing through the cracked pavement of his spirit. That was his moment of ultimate despair. The absolute nadir of his existence. The point where the unwavering heroic soul that had defined him was closest to shattering. And it was in that precise moment that the universe, or something far older and less benevolent, reached out and took him. It did not begin with a light or a sound. It began with a wrongness. The rain suddenly hung suspended in the air, a million tiny crystals of arrested motion. The wind died, replaced by a profound, tomb-like silence that swallowed the city's hum. The air grew thick, heavy as mercury, and a pressure built around him, not from the outside, but from within, as if every atom in his body was being individually squeezed. A low hum vibrated up through the soles of his shoes, a bass note so deep it felt like the planet itself was groaning. Izuku's eyes widened, his prayers, onal misery forgotten in the face of this impossible phenomenon. A scent filled the air, acrid and ancient, like ozone, brimstone, and old blood. Cracks of jagged, crimson light began to fissure the air around him. They weren't lines of light. They were tears in reality itself, through which he could see not the city, but a swirling, violent chaos of color and shadow. Panic, cold and absolute, seized him. This wasn't a quirk. This was something else. Something primal. The hum escalated into a deafening roar, a symphony of grinding stone and tearing fabric. The crimson fissures converged on him, weaving a cage of violent energy. He tried to scream, but the pressure stole the air from his lungs. His body felt like it was being pulled apart and reassembled simultaneously. The world dissolved into an agonizing vortex of sensation, the feeling of falling at infinite speed, of being burned and frozen at the same time, of his very consciousness being stretched thin like heated glass. And then, as suddenly as it began, it ended. The pressure vanished. The sound cut to silence. Izuku collapsed onto a cold, hard surface, his body convulsing as his senses struggled to reboot. He gasped, sucking in air that tasted of dust and decay. He was on his hands and knees, trembling uncontrollably, the rough, crystalline floor digging into his palms. The world swam back into focus, a blurry, distorted mess that slowly resolved into a scene of impossible, crumbling grandeur. He was in a room. Or, more accurately, a cavernous hull that dwarfed any building he had ever seen. The ceiling was lost in an oppressive, starless darkness far above. Colossal columns, thick as ancient redwoods and carved from some kind of polished, bone-like stone, held the oppressive weight of the unseen roof. The walls were obsidian, shot through with veins of what looked like cooling lava, which pulsed with a faint, sickly red light, providing the only illumination. Strange, unsettling tapestries depicting epic battles between monstrous creatures and beings of blinding light hung in tatters, their colors faded by eons of neglect. The scale of it all was inhuman, designed for giants and gods. It was a throne room. A throne room for a dead empire. And on the throne, there was a king. The throne itself was a monstrosity of fused obsidian and crimson metal, shaped into a terrifying sculpture of grasping claws and snarling beasts. All culminating in a high, spiked back. Seated upon it was a figure that commanded attention even in his obvious state of decay. He was humanoid, but far too tall, his long limbs draped in robes the color of dried blood and nightfall. His skin was the color of pale ash, stretched taut over a frame that was once powerful but now looked brittle. Two immense, curving horns, like those of a ram but made of pitted blackened iron, grew from his temples, and his long, white hair cascaded over his shoulders like a frozen waterfall. His face was a mask of regal weariness, iant and etched with the lines of a million sorrows and a billion cruelties. But his eyes burned with a dying, stellar fire, pupils like vertical slits in twin pools of molten gold. They were fixed on Izuku. Izuku scrambled backward, his mind a screaming mess of disbelief and terror. Where am I? Who are you? Is this a villain's quirk? A sound like grinding tombstones echoed in the hall. The being was laughing, a dry, humorless rasp. When he spoke, his voice was not just a sound, but a presence that pressed in on Izuku, resonant with ages of command. A villain's quirk, the being repeated, a flicker of amusement in his golden eyes. Child, the most powerful of your worlds, villains, would be but a gnat in this realm. You are in the Underworld, the capital city of Pandemonium. And I am Asmodeus, the ninth of my line to hold the title you might understand as Satan. The king of this forsaken kingdom. Izuku's brain simply stopped. Satan, the Underworld. It was the stuff of myth, of religion, of fantasy. It couldn't be real. This had to be a dream. A hallucination brought on by emotional trauma and a bump on the head he didn't remember getting. He pinched his arm, hard. The pain was sharp, real. He was here. This was happening. Why am I here? Izuku stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Because I brought you here, Asmodeus said, his voice weakening slightly. A fine latticework of cracks, like those on sun-baked earth, appeared on his ashen skin, and a faint gray dust trickled from them onto his robes. He was literally crumbling away. My time is at its end. The satanic line, the very force that gives this realm stability, is fading with me. The power of the throne must be passed on, or the underworld will consume itself. He gestured with a long, elegant hand to the vast, empty hall. You see this decay. This is but a reflection of the whole. My lords and dukes carve out their own fiefdoms. The three queens barely acknowledge my rule. Civil war brews like a poison in our veins. And from above, he looked up towards the crushing darkness. The celestial host senses our weakness. They gather at our borders, eager for a final, glorious purge. This realm needs a king. A true king. A new Satan. But me. Izuku's voice cracked with incomprehension. I'm nobody. I'm quirkless. I'm weak. I couldn't even save one person. Why me? Precisely. Asmodeus said, leaning forward, his burning eyes locking onto Izuku's with an intensity that seemed to strip him bare. For 10,000 years, this throne has been held by the strongest, the most ruthless, the most ambitious of Demonkind. And for 10,000 years, we have spiraled into this glorious, self-devouring rot. Power begets ambition. Ambition begets betrayal. It is an endless cycle. I sought a different solution. An antithesis. The dying king's form shuddered, more dust falling away. My last act of power was not to search this realm for another brute, but to cast a summoning across the infinite veil of realities. A ritual to find not the strongest will, but the purest. Not a soul hungry for power, but one who would wield it only to protect. A soul of unbreakable, almost foolish, heroic conviction. A soul that could anchor the chaotic, destructive energy of this throne and stabilize it, rather than be consumed by it. The ritual found you, Izuku Midoriya. In your moment of absolute despair, when your spirit should have broken, it did not. It held. It is that quality, that pure, unwavering heroic heart, that this kingdom desperately needs to survive. The words struck Izuku harder than any physical blow. His defining feature, the very thing that made him a failure in his own world, was supposedly the key to saving this one. It was a cruel, cosmic joke. Before he could even begin to form a response, a new voice boomed through the hall, dripping with contempt and raw power. This is your solution, old man. A fleshy, sniveling human whelp. The shadows at the entrance of the throne room coalesced, and a new figure strode into the dim, pulsing light. This demon was the physical embodiment of brutality. He was easily 10 feet tall, with the powerfully built torso of a man and the head of a furious bull, complete with a brass ring piercing his septum. His skin was the color of cooling bronze, and he was clad in ornate, jagged armor of the same material, which smoked with faint embers. He carried no weapon, but his massive, stone-like fists looked capable of pulverizing granite. This was Lord Moloch, Duke of the Brass Forges. He stomped forward, each footstep an echoing impact, and glared down at Izuku with eyes like burning coals. Izuku instinctively flinched away from the sheer, radiating malevolence. You would pass the throne, the power of Satan. To this, Moloch roared, his voice like a furnace blast. It is an insult to our bloodline. An insult to our very nature. The throne requires strength. It NDS a will of iron forged in the fires of ambition. This child will be devoured by it before the next cycle of the blood moon. Asmodeus sighed, a sound like rustling dead leaves. Your vision is limited, Moloch. You see only the strength of the fist. I seek the strength of the soul. The soul of a mortal is a fragile, fleeting thing. Moloch spat. I will not bow to him. I, Lord Moloch, challenge this succession. By the old laws, by the right of provenance, I declare this human unfit to rule. The hall, which Izuku had thought empty, suddenly seemed less so. From the deep shadows between the columns, other figures stirred. There were whispers, hisses, and low growls of agreement. The air grew thick with tension, a predatory anticipation. Asmodeus's cracked lips pulled back in a grimace. The old laws, so be it. You would force a trial by combat. I would, Moloch confirmed, a cruel grin splitting his bovine face. Let the whelp prove his unbreakable spirit in the circle of judgment. Let us see if his heroic heart can withstand being torn from his chest. No, Izuku shouted, finding his voice, though it trembled. I don't want to fight. I don't want a throne. Just send me back, please. It is too late for that, Asmodeus said, his tone laced with a final, undeniable sorrow. The summoning was a one-way passage, forged with the last of my life force. Your world is lost to you, boy. This is your reality now. And to survive it, you must accept the claim. If you refuse the trial, Malek's challenge stands, and he will kill you where you kneel to claim the throne for himself. Izuku's blood ran cold. There was no escape. He was trapped. Fight and almost certainly die, or refuse and definitely die. His gaze darted around the throne room, searching for any exit, any hope. It was then that he noticed another figure, one who had been standing silently near the base of the throne, observing the entire exchange with an unnerving stillness. She was tall and regal, her posture one of coiled, serpentine grace. From the waist up, she was a woman of breathtaking, lethal beauty, with skin the color of polished obsidian and hair like spun silver that cascaded down her back. A delicate tracery of crimson lines, like cooling lava, ran along her arms and high cheekbones. Her eyes were a piercing, reptilian gold, slitted and utterly devoid of warmth. Below the waist, her human form gave way to the thick, powerful body of a gigantic snake, her scales the same shimmering black as her skin, shifting with a faint, oily iridescence in the dim light. She wore a minimalist harness of dark, jagged metal that did little to conceal her formidable physique. This was Serafina, the Ashen Queen of Muspelheim, ruler of the volcanic plains. And she was looking at Izuku with an expression of profound, unadulterated disgust. Asmodeus's gaze shifted to her. Serafina, you were witness to this. Her voice was like the hiss of cooling steel, sharp and cutting. I am, and I find it as pathetic as he does. Your final act is one of madness, Asmodeus. It is one of faith, the king countered weakly. The boy must fight. He must secure his claim. Malek let out a booming laugh. He will not fight me, of course. That would be a mockery. He will face my champion. A fitting welcome for our new king. Two of Malek's brutish, heavily armored guards stomped forward. They grabbed Izuku by his arms, their grip like iron vices. Izuku struggled, but it was like a mouse trying to fight off a pair of bears. They were impossibly strong. Please, stop. I can't do this, he pleaded, his heart hammering against his ribs. Asmodeus's voice was the last thing he heard as they dragged him from the throne room, his feet scraping against the crystalline floor. You must, boy, for all our sakes, find the strength I know you possess. The throne will demand it. They dragged him down a long, dark corridor, the walls carved with leering, demonic faces. The air grew hotter, thick with the smell of sweat, blood, and something metallic. The sounds of a crowd reached him, a guttural, inhuman roar of thousands of voices chanting and baying for violence. They emerged into a coliseum. It was a vast, circular arena carved from black volcanic rock. The stands were packed with a horrifying menagerie of demunkant, hulking brutes, lithe and shadowy figures, creatures with too many limbs or eyes. All roaring with a singular, bloodthirsty voice. The arena floor was covered in coarse, black sand, and dotted with jagged spires of bone that jutted up like broken teeth. In the center of it all, waiting, was Malek's champion. It was a monster, a Golgoth. It stood at least 15 feet tall, a bipedal mountain of muscle and gray, stone-like hide. It had 4 massive arms, 2 ending in crushing, sledgehammer-like fists, and 2 in long, wicked bone scythes. Its head was small and disproportionate, a brutish, eyeless face with a cavernous maw filled with shattered, rock-like teeth. It let out a low, rumbling growl, the sound of an impending avalanche. The guards threw Izuku forward, and he stumbled, falling to his knees in the black sand. A massive, iron-barred gate slammed shut behind him. He was trapped. The roar of the crowd was a physical force, pressing in on him. He looked up at the Golgoth, which took a ponderous step forward, its scythe arms raping against the sand with a sound that set his teeth on edge. This was it. This was how he was going to die. Not in a heroic blaze of glory, not protecting someone, but here, in a nightmarish hellscape, as entertainment for monsters. The despair from the rooftop returned, 100 times stronger. It was a black tide, pulling him under. He was going to die a quirkless, useless nobody, thousands of light years from home. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. He thought of his mother. He thought of All Might's disappointed face. He thought of Bakugo, who would probably just call him a weakling for getting himself killed. No, a tiny spark ignited in the suffocating darkness of his soul. It was small, stubborn, and utterly defiant. He wasn't going to just lie down and die. He was Izuku Midoriya. He had wanted to be a hero his entire life. Heroes didn't give up, even when it was hopeless. Even when they were scared. They stood up. He pushed himself to his feet, trembling. His small frame looking utterly pathetic before the towering behemoth. He had no power, no weapon, nothing but his wits and a suicidal brand of courage. It wouldn't be enough, but he had to try. As if in response to that flicker of defiance, he felt it. A strange resonance, a thrum of power echoing from the direction of the throne room. It was a call, a beckoning. The dying king's words came back to him. The throne will demand it. The Golgoth roared, a deafening blast of sound, and charged. The ground shook with its footsteps. Izuku's mind went into overdrive, the familiar, frantic analytical process kicking in. Too big, too strong. Direct confrontation is suicide. Its hide looks like stone, probably too thick to damage. Joints. Maybe the joints. Its head is small, a small target. It's eyeless. Does it see with sound? Scent. Some other sense. 4 arms, wide swinging arcs, need to stay inside its reach, but that's too close to its fists. It's fast for its size, but its turning radius must be terrible. He dodged to the side as the Golgoth's side arm cleaved the air where he'd been standing. The wind from the blow alone nearly knocked him over. He was out of his depth. So hopelessly, pathetically out of his depth. The Golgoth swung again, a hammering fist this time, aimed at turning him into a red paste on the black sand. Izuku threw himself backward, landing hard. He fist impacted the ground with the force of a car crash, sending a shockwave through the sand. Desperation clawed at his throat. He was just dodging, delaying the inevitable. He needed something. And the throne answered. He felt the power not as a request, but as a tidal wave. It surged from the distant throne room, a torrent of raw, untamed energy, and slammed into him. It was agonizing. It felt like being filled with liquid fire, his veins burning, his bones creaking under an immense, internal pressure. A scream was ripped from his lungs, raw and inhuman. He fell to his knees, his body convulsing. A brilliant, verdant light erupted from him, an aura of raw, emerald-hued power that pushed back the shadows. The crowd's roar faltered, replaced by a collective gasp of shock and confusion. Even the Golgoth paused in its assault, tilting its eyeless head as if sensing this new, impossible energy. Izuku looked at his hands. They were glowing with the same green light, veins of power pulsing just beneath his skin. He felt strong, impossibly strong. He could feel the energy of the arena, the collective life force of the roaring crowd, the heat from the distant lava rivers, all of it feeding into him. His senses were on fire. He could smell the Golgoth's rank, stony scent. He could hear the frantic beat of its twin hearts. He could feel the vibrations in the ground with perfect clarity. It was overwhelming. But beneath the pain and the sensory overload, there was a core of command. A feeling of authority, a sense that this power was his to wield. The Golgoth, recovering from its surprise, let out another roar, this one tinged with fury, and charged again, all 4 arms swinging in a whirlwind of destruction. This time, Izuku didn't just dodge. As the scythe arms swept towards him, he dropped low. The emerald aura flaring around him. The power surged down his arm. He didn't think. He acted. He drove his fist upward, not at the flat of the blade, but at the joint of the creature's wrist. His analysis had been correct. The joints were a weakness. There was a sickening crunch of bone and chitin. His fist, wreathed in green demonic energy, shattered Golgoth's wrist joint as if it were glass. The monster bellowed in pain and shock, its scythe arm hanging limp and useless. The crowd went silent. Izuku stared at his hand, then at the wounded behemoth. He had done that. He had just crippled a monster that could have crushed him like an insect. The power was real. The Golgoth, enraged, swung its other scythe arm. Izuku was faster now. He ducked under the swing. The sharp bone blade whistling inches over his head. He was inside its guard. He drove his glowing fist into the creature's knee. Another wet, cracking sound echoed through the arena, and the Golgoth's leg buckled. It stumbled, crashing to one knee with a thunderous impact that shook the whole arena. This was it, his chance. He used the creature's kneeling form as a ramp, his feet glowing with power as he ran up its massive back. The Golgoth flailed, its hammer fists trying to swat him off, but he was too small, too fast. He reached its shoulders, leapt into the air, and brought both of his hands, clasped together and glowing with an almost blinding emerald light, down on the back of the monster's thick neck. The impact was like a thunderclap. The Golgoth's body went rigid, a choked gurgle escaping its maw. Izuku felt the creature's spine snap under the force of the blow. The behemoth pitched forward, its head hitting the sand with a wet, heavy thud. It didn't move again. Silence. A profound, absolute silence descended upon the tens of thousands of demons in the stands. They stared, mouths agape, at the impossible sight, the small, human whelp standing victorious over the corpse of Malek's champion, his body still wreathed in a terrifying, verdant aura of pure demonic power. Izuku stood there, panting, his chest heaving. The green energy receded, flowing back into him, leaving him feeling drained, sore, and strangely empty. The brutality of it hit him. He had just killed. He'd broken bones, shattered a spine. It was a brutal, decisive, and ruthless victory. A small, horrified part of his mind recoiled from it. But a larger, more pragmatic part, the part that was still high on the impossible power and the sheer relief of survival, knew it had been necessary. Then, the silence was broken. A single demon began to cheer. Then another, and another. Within seconds, the entire Colosseum erupted into a deafening, chaotic roar, a sound 100 times louder than their earlier bloodlust. It wasn't a call for violence now. It was a roar of approval, of awe. The iron gate creaked open. Izuku turned, his legs shaky, and walked out of the arena, leaving the dead monster behind. The guards who had dragged him in now looked at him with a mixture of fear and reverence, keeping a wide berth. He was escorted back to the throne room. The scene was much as he had left it, but the atmosphere was entirely different. The whispering nobles in the shadows were silent now, their eyes wide with shock. Lord Malek stood frozen, his bronze face a mask of disbelief and incandescent rage. Serafina, the Ashen Queen, had not moved, but her expression had changed. The pure disgust was gone, replaced by a complex look of grudging astonishment and intense, analytical curiosity. She was looking at him not as a pathetic whelp, but as a genuine, and deeply unsettling, anomaly. Izuku walked to the center of the room and fell to one knee, the adrenaline finally leaving him. He was exhausted, his body screaming in protest from the sudden influx of power. King Asmodeus gave another one of his dry, rasping chuckles. A large crack split across his cheek, and his golden eyes seemed dimmer now. It seems my faith was not misplaced. The throne has accepted you, Izuku Midoriya. It has awakened your latent potential and fused it with the power of the satanic line. He looked past Izuku, his gaze falling on the furious Lord Malek. The trial is concluded. The claim is secure. Do you still challenge the succession, Duke of the Brass Forges? Malek's fists clenched and unclenched, his armor groaning with the tension in his frame. He looked from the fading king to the kneeling boy, and the rage in his eyes was slowly overshadowed by a grudging, resentful acceptance of the law. He snorted, a plume of smoke jetting from his nostrils. The trial is concluded, he growled, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. The human has proven his claim, by the old laws. He turned and stomped out of the throne room without another word, his armored footfalls echoing his defeat. A wave of relief washed over Izuku, so potent it almost made him pass out. It was over. He had survived. Rise, boy, Asmodeus commanded, his voice now little more than a whisper of sand and wind. Izuku struggled back to his feet. Your first challenge is past, the king continued, his form beginning to dissolve more rapidly, dust pouring from his robes. But many more will come. You are a king without a court, a commander without an army, a human ruling over demons. You will not survive alone. His gaze shifted to the silent Lamia queen. Serafina. She met his gaze, her golden eyes narrowing. Old man, my final decree, Asmodeus said, his voice gaining a sliver of its former power. An undeniable weight of command that made the very air vibrate. You, Queen Serafina of Muspelheim, will serve as the new king's guardian. You will guide him. You will protect him. You will be his first consort, the foundation of his new court. You are bound to him until he releases you from your oath or a true dynasty is secured. Serafina's composure finally shattered. Her eyes widened in fury, and her serpentine tail coiled and tightened, the scales scraping audibly against the stone floor. A low, dangerous hiss escaped her lips. You would shackle me to this thing. She spat, her voice venomous. I, a queen, bound to a human child who stumbled into power by a fluke of your dying ritual. It is the greatest insult you could have possibly devised. Quote, it is the greatest service you can render this realm, Asmodeus corrected, his body now turning translucent, the throne visible through his dissipating form. His soul is the anchor, but your strength is the shield he will need. His mind is sharp, but your knowledge of our world's treacheries is essential. Do this, Serafina, not for him, not for me, but for the survival of the underworld. Serafina stared at the king. Her jaw clenched. The magic in his final decree was palpable, a tangible weight settling over her. She was bound. Her glare shifted to Izuku, and the sheer hatred in her eyes made him physically recoil. It was a look that promised pain, condescension, and a relationship forged in the deepest fires of resentment. Asmodeus gave a final, contented sigh. The last of his form dissolved into a swirling cloud of fine gray dust. His robes collapsed, empty, and the ancient, pitted iron crown he wore clattered onto the seat of the obsidian throne. The dust settled. The king was gone. Silence reigned in the vast, crumbling hall. The few remaining lords and courtiers slowly, silently retreated back into the shadows, leaving Izuku alone in the center of the room with the furious Lamia queen. The pulsing red light from the walls seemed to cast longer, more menacing shadows. He was Izuku Midoriya. He was the new Satan. The Emerald King of a Crimson Throne. He stood in a dead king's court, with a powerful queen who despised him, holding a title he didn't understand and a power that terrified him, the ruler of a kingdom on the verge of tearing itself apart. He had survived, yes. But his ordeal, he knew with a chilling certainty, had only just begun. Chapter 2. The Queen of Whispers and the Game of Knives. The silence that followed King Asmodeus's dissolution was heavier than any tombstone. Izuku Midoriya stood on the dais, the cold of the Crimson Throne seeping through the tattered remains of his school uniform, a stark black against the blood-colored stone. The air, thick with the scent of ozone and ancient dust, crackled with the residual energy of the summoning and the brutal trial. His knuckles were split and bleeding, a throbbing testament to the reality of his situation. He had defeated a monster, a hulking brute of a demon, not with a quirk he never had, but with a terrifying, foreign power that felt like emerald fire singing under his skin. He was the new Satan. The thought was so absurd, so monumentally insane, that a hysterical laugh almost bubbled up from his chest, but it died in his throat, choked by fear and exhaustion. Before him, the assembled demon lords and ladies, a gallery of nightmares rendered in flesh, horn, and shadow, were slowly picking themselves up from where they had been forced to kneel by Asmodeus's final display of power. Their gazes, a mixture of shock, fury, and calculating curiosity, were fixed on him. He was a piece of meat on a butcher's block, and they were all holding knives. One knife was sharper and closer than all the others. Serafina, the Ashen Queen, rose with the fluid grace of a striking serpent. Her Lamia form, a breathtaking fusion of humanoid torso and a massive, obsidian-scaled serpentine body, coiled with barely suppressed violence. Magma-like patterns pulsed with orange light beneath her scales, and her golden eyes, slitted like a cat's, held an expression of pure, unadulterated disgust. She had been named his guardian, his first consort. The words were a brand on her pride, and she looked at him as if he were something she had scraped from the bottom of her heel. "Well, Your Majesty," she hissed, the title dripping with a venom that could curdle blood. "Are you going to stand there gawking until one of these sycophants decides your spine would look better adorning their mantelpiece? Or are we going to begin the impossible task of keeping you alive?" Izuku flinched. The raw hostility in her voice was a physical blow. He had faced Kachan's explosive anger his entire life, but this was different. This wasn't the fury of a rival, it was the contempt of a superior being for an insect. Still, her words, however barbed, were a call to action. He couldn't just stand here. What do we do?" he managed, his voice a hoarse whisper. It sounded pathetically small in the cavernous throne room. Serafina let out a sound somewhere between a scoff and a growl. "We consolidate. A king with a throne but no court is just a well-dressed target. Your predecessor, in his dying sentimentality, has left you with a fractured realm on the brink of civil war. The brute you just put down, Moloch's champion, was only the most blatant of your challengers. The rest are far more subtle, and far more dangerous. She gestured with a perfectly manicured, claw-tipped hand towards the whispering nobles. They will smile at you, bow to you, and slide a poisoned dagger between your ribs the moment you turn your back. To rule the underworld, you need more than the throne's brute force. You need fangs, spies, and secrets, and for that, we need to visit my sister queen. Her golden eyes narrowed. We are going to the city of Dis. We are going to treat with the Whisper Queen, Lilith. The journey to Dis was a descent into another layer of reality. Serafina procured a transport that defied all of Izuku's understanding of physics. It was a skeletal barge crafted from he polished bones of some colossal leviathan, propelled not by oar or sail, but by a silent, unseen current along a river of pure, liquid shadow. The river flowed through a vast, subterranean expanse. The ceiling so high that it was lost in a perpetual twilight, dotted with clusters of phosphorescent fungi that pulsed like distant, cold stars. Izuku sat stiffly on a bench carved from a single rib bone, trying desperately to process the deluge of new information. His mind, usually a whirlwind of analysis and frantic note-taking, felt sluggish, bludgeoned into submission by the sheer unreality of it all. He was in the underworld. He was a demon king. All Might's face, etched with pity and regret, swam in his memory. You can't be a hero. Was this some cosmic joke? A punishment for daring to dream? Serafina was coiled at the prow of the barge, a silent, smoldering statue of contempt. She hadn't spoken a word to him since they'd left the crumbling capital, and the oppressive silence was giving Izuku too much time to think. He had to know more. He had to understand. Serafina-san, he started, his voice tentative. Her head snapped around, her slitted pupils constricting. You will address me as Queen Serafina. Human. We are not friends. We are not equals. I am your political necessity, and you are my sacred burden. Do not forget it. Izuku swallowed hard, his throat dry. Queen Serafina, he corrected himself, forcing his voice to remain steady. You said we need Lilith. Who is she? What is dislike? For a long moment, she just stared at him, as if weighing whether he was even worth the breath to answer. Finally, with a sigh that sounded like grinding stone, she relented. Lilith is a name whispered in fear and reverence. She is the first succubus, the matriarch of her kind, and the absolute ruler of Dis. Where my power is in the forge and the volcano, in the strength of arms and the purity of combat, hers is in the shadow and the secret. Her domain is a metropolis built on lies, fueled by souls, and held together by a web of information so intricate that she knows when a lowly imp in the farthest gutter has a treasonous thought. She uncoiled slightly, her massive tail scraping against the bone deck. Dis is not like my Muspelheim, where strength is displayed openly and challenges are met with steel. Dis is a city of masks. A sharp tongue is a more revalued weapon than the sharpest sword. Information is the only currency that matters. Alliances shift like smoke, and betrayal is an art form. It is a place where you will be utterly, hopelessly out of your depth. Her words were meant to intimidate, to make him feel small and useless. And they worked. Every description she gave was a new dimension of terror for him. He was a socially awkward, earnest boy who tended to mumble and over-explain. How could he possibly navigate a city of master manipulators? Then, why am I going? He asked, the question genuine. Wouldn't it be better if you went alone? You know her. You understand this world. A cruel smirk touched her lips. An excellent question. Perhaps there is a flicker of a brain in that soft human skull after all. I could go alone, but the decree of a dying king binds all the great houses. Lilith must acknowledge you as her sovereign. She needs to see the new Satan for herself. She will test you, boy. She will peel back your skin, layer by layer, looking for the pathetic, whimpering child underneath. And when she finds it, she will either dismiss you as an irrelevance or decide you are a puppet worth controlling. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a low, menacing hiss. Her breath smelled of sulfur and hot stone. Here is my advice to you, human king. When we arrive in Dis, you will stand behind me. You will keep your mouth shut. You will try to look as imposing as that scrawny frame of yours will allow, and you will let me handle everything. Your victory in the arena was a fluke, a surge of borrowed power. In Dis, that power means nothing. One wrong word from you could doom us. Do you understand? Izuku nodded, his heart sinking into his stomach. He understood perfectly. She saw him as a liability, a simple-minded brute who had gotten lucky once. And perhaps she was right. What did he know of politics or intrigue? His greatest social challenge to date was trying to eat lunch without Kachan blowing up his tray. But as the skeletal barge drifted on, a tiny spark of defiance ignited in the pit of his stomach. It was the same stubborn, illogical spark that had made him rush towards the sludge V. Elaine to save a boy who had only ever tormented him. He was out of his depth, yes. He was terrified, absolutely. But he was not useless. His mind, the analytical brain that had filled 13 notebooks with detailed hero analysis, was the only thing that had ever been truly his. He had deconstructed quirks, predicted attack patterns, and formulated strategies on the fly. Maybe, just maybe, this game of knives was just another system to be analyzed. He wouldn't be a liability. He refused to be. The first sight of Dis was enough to shatter that fragile confidence. The river of shadow widened, emptying into a vast, subterranean sea of perpetual twilight. And rising from that sea, a forest of impossible towers clawed at the cavernous roof. The city was a masterpiece of Gothic and futuristic architecture, a fusion of obsidian, glowing soul-forged steel, and shadows that seemed to have physical weight. Neon signs in a swirling, demonic script pulsed in hues of violet, crimson, and toxic green, reflecting off the dark, wet streets below. Flying creatures, some bat-winged, others insectoid, flitted between the spires like a swarm of metallic birds. But it was the sound that was most unsettling. A constant, low hum permeated the air, interspersed with a chorus of whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was the sound of a billion secrets being shared, a billion lies being told. Their barge docked at a private pier of polished black marble that extended from the base of a particularly monstrous tower that seemed to pierce the very roof of the underworld. Two figures awaited them. They were both succubi, impossibly beautiful with small, leathery wings folded neatly against their backs and short, pointed horns curling from their temples. They were dressed in elegant, form-fitting silks of midnight blue, and their smiles were perfectly manicured, yet held no warmth. Queen Serafina, the one on the left, said, her voice like honeyed velvet as she performed a flawless curtsy. Her Majesty, Queen Lilith, welcomes you to Dis. And your companion. Her eyes flickered over to Izuku, a brief, dismissive glance that took in his torn clothes and exhausted posture. The judgment was instantaneous and absolute. Insignificant. This is Izuku Midoriya, Serafina announced, her tone leaving no room for argument. The anointed heir to the Crimson Throne. You will address him as King Izuku. The succubi's smiles didn't waver, but a flicker of something, amusement, disbelief, danced in their eyes. Of course, my apologies, Your Majesty, the second one purred, bowing deeply. We were not expecting. Please, follow us. Queen Lilith is holding court and is eager to make your acquaintance. They led them through opulent, shadow-draped corridors. The walls were inlaid with silver and moonglow stones, and the air was thick with the scent of exotic incense and something else, something cloying and sweet that reminded Izuku of wilted flowers. Everywhere, demons of all shapes and sizes moved with a silent, predatory grace. They paused to bow as Serafina passed, their eyes lingering on Izuku with open curiosity. He felt like an exhibit in a zoo, the strange new creature on display. He kept his head held high, remembering Serafina's instruction to at least look imposing, but he was sure he just looked like a lost child playing dress-up in his father's clothes. The throne room of Lilith was a stark contrast to the crumbling, brutalist hull of Asmodeus. This was a place of refined, decadent power. A vast, circular chamber with a domed ceiling of what looked like captured starlight, constellations of trapped souls swirling in a slow, silent dance. The floor was a mosaic of polished obsidian depicting intricate scenes of political triumphs and whispered betrayals. And at the far end, upon a throne not of stone or metal, but of woven, solidified shadows, sat Lilith, the Whisper Queen. She was the living embodiment of temptation and intellect. Her form was one of predatory perfection, clad in a gown that seemed spun from the night sky itself. Long, silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a face of agonizing beauty. Our horns were longer and more ornate than her handmaidens, like a crown of polished jet. But it was her eyes that held all the power. They were the color of amethysts, and they swirled with an ancient, knowing intelligence that saw everything, understood everything, and judged everything. When those eyes landed on Izuku, he felt stripped bare, his every fear and insecurity laid out for her inspection. Serafina, my dearest queen of cinder and rage, Lilith's voice was a melodic whisper that carried across the vast chamber, caressing the ear while simultaneously chilling the soul. You grace my court with your fiery presence. And you have brought the little human spark that has set the realms to gossiping. Serafina coiled slightly, her own form of a bow. Lilith, I have brought King Izuku, as decreed by Asmodeus. He has come to claim your fealty and secure an alliance. Her tone was clipped, professional. The two queens were like fire and shadow, opposing forces bound by a shared history. Lilith's gaze remained fixed on Izuku. She beckoned him forward with a single, elegant finger. Come closer, child king. Let me look upon the soul pure enough to command the crimson throne. Izuku's legs felt like lead. He could feel Serafina's glare burning into his back, silently screaming at him not to screw this up. He walked forward, his footsteps echoing in the unnerving silence, stopping a respectful distance from the throne of shadows. They say you defeated Moloch's champion, Lilith mused, her head tilting. A feat of raw, untamed power. Impressive, for a fledgling. But power is a crude instrument here in Dis. A bludgeon in a room full of stilettos. Tell me, King Izuku, what do you know of ruling? Izuku's mind went blank. What could he say? I know how to analyze hero fights. I'm good at math. He was a 16-year-old boy who had been a powerless outcast his entire life. He started, his voice cracking. I am still learning. A collective, barely their age. ISS of amusement rippled through the assembled courtiers. Lilith's lips curved into a smile that was both beautiful and terrifying. Honest, a rare and often fatal quality in a king. I have a small situation. A squabble between my merchant guilds. They bicker and posture, threatening a trade war that would disrupt the flow of souls and luxuries into my city. My advisors suggest I make an example of the most vocal guild master. A public execution to remind them of their place. Her amethyst eyes bored into him. As a king who solves his problems with brute force, I'm sure you would approve of such a decisive course of action. What would be your command? This was it, the test. Serafina had warned him. She was painting him as a one-dimensional brute, expecting him to agree with the most violent solution. He could feel the weight of every gaze in the room. Serafina's was full of grim expectation, Lilith's of predatory curiosity. He took a deep breath, pushing down the panic. He thought of his notebooks. Analyze the situation. Don't accept the premise. Ask for more data. With respect, Queen Lilith, he said, his voice clearer now, more steady. A commander who gives orders without knowing the battlefield is a fool. I couldn't possibly give a command without understanding the situation. Lilith's perfectly sculpted eyebrow rose a fraction of an inch. Oh. Who are the guilds? Izuku pressed on, a sliver of his analytical self taking over. What do they trade? What are their specific grievances? Who are the leaders? What are their motivations? An execution might silence one voice. But it won't solve the underlying problem. It would be like treating a disease by cutting off a limb. It might stop the immediate spread, but the sickness remains in the body, and you're left weaker for the loss. The silence in the hall was different now. The amusement was gone, replaced by a tense, focused attention. Serafina's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. Lilith's smile lost some of its mocking edge, replaced by a flicker of genuine interest. A fascinating metaphor. You speak of this sickness. What if the sickness is simple greed? Greed is rarely simple, Izuku countered, gaining confidence. It's a symptom of something else. Fear of scarcity, a desire for power or respect. A response to a perceived injustice. If you don't know the cause, you can't offer the right cure. Executing a man for being greedy might create a martyr and inspire 10 more to take his place, more carefully this time. But if you address the reason for his greed, you might solve the problem for good. For a long moment, Lilith just studied him, her amethyst eyes swirling. Finally, she gave a slow, deliberate clap. The sound was sharp and final in the quiet hall. How very unexpected, she purred. Very well, King Izuku. You wish to understand the battlefield. Then you shall have it. Tomorrow, you will mediate the dispute. I will provide you with all the relevant ledgers, reports, and histories. You will meet with the guild masters in the Obsidian Forum. And you will solve my problem for me. Her smile returned, sharper than before. Succeed, and you will have my interest. Fail, and the guilds will not be the only ones to face the consequences. A king who cannot handle a simple trade dispute is no king at all. The chamber she assigned to him was a cage of decadent luxury. Silken sheets on a bed large enough for 10, a balcony overlooking the dizzying drop of the city, and a series of ante-rooms filled with artifacts he couldn't begin to understand. As soon as the succubus attendants had left, Serafina rounded on him, her tail lashing back and forth with agitation. What in the nine hells was that? She demanded, her voice a low growl. I told you to keep your mouth shut. I had a strategy. You were supposed to be the silent, intimidating weapon at my side while I negotiated. Your strategy was to let her think I was an idiot, Izuku shot back, surprising himself with the force of his own voice. He was tired of being treated like a child. She was going to walk all over you, using me as an excuse. She was testing me, and if I had just stood there like a mindless golem, I would have failed. I would have proven I was exactly what she thought I was. Just a vessel for the throne's power, with no mind of my own. Serafina stared at him, her jaw tight. You have a dangerous amount of self-awareness for a human. You also have an even more dangerous amount of arrogance. You've talked yourself into a public trial, and Lilith has arranged it so that your failure will be absolute and humiliating. You have no idea what you've just gotten into. Then help me, Izuku said, his gaze firm. You know this world. You know the players. She's giving me the reports and ledgers. Let's go through them together. The look on her face was a complex mixture of fury, frustration, and a grudging, almost invisible, spark of respect. For a long, tense moment, she said nothing. Finally, with a heavy sigh that ruffled the papers on a nearby desk, she uncoiled onto a divan. Fine, she conceded, her voice still laced with irritation. Let's see the mess you've made, boy king. Show me what this analytical mind of yours can do. For the next several hours, they pored over the data Lilith provided. It arrived on enchanted scrolls that unrolled to display shimmering, shifting text and figures. There were 3 main guilds involved. The Silk Weavers, led by an ancient Arachne matriarch named Elida. The Soul Gem Miners, a guild of gargoyles and saint-born demons led by a stern foreman called Korth. And the Spice and Toxin Merchants, a chaotic consortium of imps and lesser demons represented by a fast-talking, notoriously slippery creature named Zix. The dispute, on the surface, was simple. Zix's guild was accused of raiding a caravan of Korth's soul gems and, in a separate incident, of sabotaging one of Elida's priceless silk shipments with corrosive toxins. Zix vehemently denied both, claiming his caravans were also being targeted and that Korth and Elida were trying to muscle him out of the market. Tensions had escalated to the point where guild enforcers were brawling openly in the streets. It seems straightforward, Serafina said, tracing a trade route on a spectral map with a clawed finger. Zix is a known opportunist. He overstepped. Korth is honor-bound and proud. He would see this as a direct insult to his entire clan. Elida is ancient and patient, but her patience has limits. Zix likely thought he could get away with it, and he miscalculated. Izuku wasn't so sure. He was deep into the ledgers, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was mumbling, a habit he'd never been able to break, tracing lines of profit and loss with his finger. No, that doesn't make sense. Look here. He pointed to a section of Zix's shipping manifests. These are his reported losses from the retaliatory raids. The value of the goods he claims were stolen is almost 3 times the value of the soul gems and silks that were initially lost. But his pleas to Lilith for intervention only mention vague disruptions. He's not acting like a victim who's losing money. He's acting like someone creating a narrative. He pulled up another scroll, one detailing the reports from Dis's city guard, the Silent Watch. And here, the report on the Soul Gem caravan raid. It says the attackers were small, swift, and used alchemical bombs. That's Zix's guild's signature method. But the silk shipment, it was sabotaged with AT. Oxen that disintegrates organic matter on contact. The report notes it's a highly specialized alchemical agent, one that requires rare celestial reagents to synthesize. Very expensive. Very difficult to acquire. Not the sort of thing a common smuggler would use to make a point. Celestial reagents. Serafina's head snapped up, her golden eyes sharp. Where would a gutter crawler like Zix get his hands on holy material? He wouldn't, Izuku said, the pieces clicking into place in his mind. But someone else might. Someone who wanted to sow chaos. Someone who wanted the guilds at each other's throats. Zix is being manipulated. He's the perfect scapegoat. His reputation for being greedy and untrustworthy means everyone is willing to believe he's the villain. The real culprit gave him a push by hitting the first caravan, making it look like his work. Zix, being Zix, probably decided to take advantage of the chaos and did hit a few of the others to cover his losses and maintain his fierce reputation. But he didn't start it. And he certainly wasn't responsible for the silk shipment. That was a message, designed to infuriate the oldest and most respected guild master and push the situation past the point of no return. Serafina stared at the scrolls, then back at Izuku. The open contempt in her eyes had been replaced by a focused, calculating intensity. An outside agitator. So, me one trying to destabilize Dis from within. Exactly, Izuku said, feeling a surge of adrenaline. This was it. This was what he was good at. Finding the pattern, seeing the truth hidden beneath the surface. Our job tomorrow isn't to punish a guild master. It's to expose a conspiracy. The Obsidian Forum was an amphitheater carved from a single, massive geode. The walls glittered with purple and black crystals, absorbing and amplifying sound. Izuku and Serafina stood on the central floor, with Lilith observing from a private, shadowed balcony above. The three guild masters sat on raised platforms opposite them, flanked by their most intimidating lieutenants. Korth the Gargoyle was a mountain of living stone, his arms crossed over his massive chest, his expression one of immovable obstinacy. Elida the Arachne was a chilling sight, her upper torso that of an elegant drow-like woman, her lower body a massive, armored spider. She sat motionless at the center of a web of shimmering silver silk, her multiple red eyes blinking slowly. Zix the Imp was a bundle of nervous energy, his large ears twitching as his eyes darted around the room. The Whisper Queen has granted this human the authority to mediate. Korth's voice was a low rumble, like rocks grinding together. This is an insult to our traditions. Patience, Master Korth. Elida's voice was ancient and raspy, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. Let the child speak his piece. It may prove amusing. Izuku ignored the barbs. He had a plan. He began not with accusations, but with questions. He walked them through the events, step by step, using the official reports from the Silent Watch. He addressed Korth first, acknowledging his loss and the insult to his guild's honor. He spoke to Elida, Expres, sing his sympathy for the destruction of her masterfully crafted silks. He treated them with a respect that seemed to surprise them. Then he turned to Zix. Master Zix, Izuku said, his voice calm and clear. The attack on the Soul Gem caravan used tactics identical to those employed by your enforcers. Can you explain this? A frame-up. A complete and total frame-up. Zix shrieked, gesticulating wildly. My boys are professionals. They wouldn't be so sloppy. Sloppy. Izuku pressed. The report says it was a highly effective ambush. But it also mentions one other detail. The alchemical bombs used left behind a specific energy signature, one laced with trace amounts of holy water. A shocked silence fell over the forum. Even Lilith leaned forward in her balcony, her shadowy form suddenly distinct. Izuku turned his gaze to the entire assembly. A celestial agent, someone from the heavenly host. They are trying to turn us against each other. They attacked Korth's caravan and framed Zix. Then, to ensure the conflict was irreparable, they used a celestial-based toxin to destroy Elida's silks, a crime so heinous and foreign that it would incite maximum rage. Lies. A new voice shouted. It came from one of Elida's own lieutenants, a slender, dark-skinned demon with markings Izuku didn't recognize. The human seeks to protect the guilty. He is weak. Zix must pay. And why are you so eager for war? Counselor Vale, Izuku asked, his eyes locking onto the demon. He had spent the morning memorizing the names and faces of every key figure. I find it interesting. You're House has been buying up debt from Zix's guild for the past cycle, all through third-party shell companies. If a trade war broke out and Zix's guild was dissolved, their assets, their warehouses, their shipping routes, would default to their primary creditor. Vale's face went pale. Elitha's many eyes swiveled to stare at her lieutenant, a low, dangerous chittering sound emanating from her. Furthermore, Izuku continued, his voice ringing with authority, the green energy of the throne beginning to hum around him, a visible aura of command. The Silk Weaver's internal ledgers showed a massive, unaccounted for expenditure 3 days before the sabotage. Alchemical reagents. I believe if the Silent Watch were to search your personal laboratories, Counselor Vale, they would find traces of the same celestial toxin used on your own guild's shipment. You didn't just collaborate with the enemy. You sacrificed your own people to start a war for profit. Vale shrieked, a wordless cry of rage and panic, and lunged. Not at Izuku, but at Elitha, a poisoned dagger appearing in his hand. But he never reached her. Serafina moved in a blur of black scales and flashing claws. There was a sickening crunch. And Vale crumpled to the floor, his neck broken. The forum was in an uproar. Korth and Elitha were staring, utterly stunned. Zix looked as if he was about to faint from relief. Above them all, Lilith began to laugh. It was not a sound of mirth, but of profound, delighted surprise. Brilliant, she whispered, her voice carrying through the now silent chamber. Absolutely brilliant. She rose from her throne of shadows. The traitor is dead. The conspiracy is revealed. The guilds of Dis are in your debt, King Izuku. Her eyes gleamed. You have my interest. You have my attention. And you have my allegiance. Quote. Later that evening, the promised banquet was held. It was not the simple celebration Izuku had expected, but yet another, more complex test. The Grand Hall was filled with the most powerful and dangerous figures in Dis, a sea of smiling faces with daggers hidden in their sleeves. Lilith had seated him at the head table, between herself and Serafina, and watched him like a hawk. Serafina, for the first time, offered him quiet, practical advice. That one is Duke Paimon, she murmured, nodding towards a peacock-like demon preening in a corner. Vain and easily flattered, but his legions are numerous. That woman is the Baroness of the Soul Trade, Glacia. Do not eat or drink anything she offers you. Ever. Izuku navigated the evening with a caution that bordered on paranoia. He remembered every lesson from the guild negotiation. He listened more than he spoke. He deflected probing questions with polite non-answers. He analyzed the subtle power dynamics, the exchanged glances, the whispers behind fans. It was exhausting, a mental marathon that left his head pounding. A beautiful succubus with eyes like molten gold approached him, her sway hypnotic. She offered him a goblet of iridescent wine, her voice a promise of untold pleasures. A drink, to celebrate our new king. Izuku's heart hammered in his chest, but his mind was clear. He remembered his purpose. He was not here for pleasure. He was here to unite a kingdom and save its people. That unwavering, heroic core, the part of him that All Might had dismissed, was an anchor in this sea of temptation. Thank you, but I am afraid I must decline, he said, his voice polite but firm. A clear head is a king's greatest asset. The succubus's smile faltered for a fraction of a second before she recovered. Retreating with a graceful bow. From her seat, Lilith watched the exchange, a genuinely intrigued expression on her face. He had not resisted through brute will, but through a purity of purpose that her kind had no defense against. It was naive. It was foolish. And, she was beginning to realize, it was a source of incredible power. The true climax of the evening came near the end. Lilith's spymaster, a creature made of living shadow with no discernible features save for a pair of glowing silver eyes, materialized at her side and whispered in her ear. Lilith's expression, for the first time, turned grim. After the guests had departed, she led Izuku and Serafina to a private observatory at the very peak of her spire. A massive lens of polished crystal showed them not the cavern roof, but a scried image of the Underworld's northern border. The image was chilling. Small groups of angelic soldiers, their armor glowing with soft, white light, moved with discipline. Precision through the blasted landscapes. They weren't raiding. They were planting something, strange crystalline pylons that hummed with holy energy. They moved with the efficiency of a surveyor's team, mapping terrain. Testing defenses, establishing beachheads. Your analysis in the forum was more correct than you knew, King Izuku, Lilith said, her voice devoid of its usual melodic charm. It was cold, hard, and sharp. The celestial agent you exposed was not an isolated operative. He was part of a network. My spies have been tracking these incursions for weeks, but we believed them to be simple border skirmishes. Acts of aggression from an overzealous commander. She gestured to the scrying lens, where another team of angels was incinerating a demonic patrol with focused beams of light before continuing their work. We were wrong. This is not a series of raids. This is a coordinated, systematic preparation for a full-scale invasion. They are not just testing our defenses, they are creating a network to weaken them. To create dead zones where our magic will fail and theirs will be amplified. Someone is planning a war on a scale we have not seen since the Elder Days. Serafina moved to stand beside Izuku, her usual hostility replaced by a grim solidarity. She stared at the image, her hands clenched into fists. A holy crusade. Precisely, Lilith affirmed. She turned her amethyst eyes, now dark with concern, to Izuku. You came here for my allegiance, for my spies and my assassins. You have them, but you have also inherited a war that is already on your doorstep. Your next move, King Izuku, will determine whether your reign lasts for 1,000 years, or is snuffed out before it has truly begun. Izuku stared at the image of the angels, their righteous light a terrifying promise of annihilation. He had survived the trial in the arena. He had won the game of knives in dis. But this was something else entirely. This was not a test of strength or wit. This was a coming storm that threatened to scour his new home from existence. He was a king now, in truth as well as in name. And his people were in danger. The fear was a cold knot in his stomach, but beneath it, that stubborn, heroic spark burned brighter than ever. He would protect them. He had to. Chapter 3. The Library of Souls and a Crimson Bargain. The transition from the neon-slicked shadows O.F.dis to the passage leading to Hecate's domain was not a physical journey, but a tearing of reality. One moment, they stood in the antechamber of Lilith's spire, the air thick with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and spilled secrets. The next, Lilith gestured to a featureless wall of polished obsidian, her long, elegant fingers tracing a complex sigil that flared with violet light. The silent road is not for the faint of heart. My king, she purred, her voice a low thrum of amusement. It does not tolerate noise, physical or spiritual. Try to keep your anxieties to a minimum. It finds them distasteful. Serafina snorted, crossing her powerful arms over her chest. Her obsidian scales shimmered, catching the sigil's glow. More sentimental nonsense. It's a passage. We walk through it. What is there to be anxious about? Izuku, however, felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. The raw, verdant energy that now coiled in his core, a constant companion since the arena, felt agitated. Like an animal sensing an unseen predator. He had spent the past days in navigating a labyrinth of whispers, veiled threats, and poisoned wine, a trial that had tested his mind to its absolute limit. He had succeeded, exposing a celestial-backed plot and earning Lilith's cautious allegiance, but it had left him mentally exhausted. Now, he faced a new queen, one who ruled not through strength like Serafina or cunning like Lilith, but through something far older and more esoteric. Lilith's smile widened as she saw his expression. Hecate is the oldest of us. She was ancient when the first stones of Dis were laid. She does not care for politics, nor is she impressed by shows of force. She deals in truths, in absolutes. To her, we are all just fleeting stories, waiting to be added to her collection. She pushed gently on the glowing sigil, and the obsidian wall dissolved not into a doorway, but into a silent, devouring blackness. After you, my king. Steeling himself, Izuku stepped through. The sensation was one of complete sensory deprivation. There was no sound, no light, no smell, no feeling of ground beneath his feet. He was adrift in a perfect, silent void. For a terrifying moment, he felt his own existence begin to fray at the edges, the very concept of Izuku Midoriya, threatening to unravel into the nothingness. His demonic power flared instinctively, a green corona that pushed back the void, anchoring him to himself. He could feel Serafina's solid, fiery presence a few feet away, a beacon of defiant heat, and Lilith's cool, intricate consciousness beside him. navigating the non-space with effortless grace. The journey lasted an eternity and an instant. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, reality reasserted itself. They stood on a narrow precipice of black, crystalline rock. The air was cold, still, and carried the scent of ancient dust and ozone. There was no sky above them, only an infinite, starless black. And below was the sea of forgotten souls. It was not water. It was a vast, shoreless ocean of roiling, silent, gray mist. It churned and eddied in slow, ponderous currents, and from its depths, phantom shapes would occasionally surface, a twisted, screaming face. A grasping hand, a glimpse of a forgotten battle, before dissolving back into the miasma. The only sound was a psychic whisper, a constant, subliminal chorus of a billion voices murmuring of loss, regret, and despair. It was the background radiation of hell itself, a sound that threatened to drive one mad if listened to for too long. Rising from this spectral CW, air towering spires of the same black rock, impossibly thin and ancient. Perched atop them, connected by elegant, web-like bridges, was a kingdom of Gothic architecture. Spires and buttresses clawed at the starless void, their windows dark and hollow like the eye sockets of a skull. It was a city built from silence and sorrow, a monument to the end of all things. This was the domain of Hecate, the Abyssal Queen. Impressive, isn't it? Lilith's voice was a soft intrusion into the profound quiet. Each stone of her kingdom is carved from petrified grief. Her libraries are said to hold the thoughts of every soul that has ever passed into the underworld. Serafina grunted, her gaze sweeping across the desolate landscape. Her fiery nature seemed muted here, her usual boisterous energy dampened by the oppressive stillness. It's a tomb, a city of ghosts. Let's get this over with. They proceeded across one of the bridges, their footsteps making no sound on the polished black stone. Izuku felt 1,000 invisible eyes upon him, the collective gaze of the forgotten souls below. He could feel their sorrow pressing in, a weight on his shoulders far heavier than any physical burden. It was a constant, draining empathy he hadn't asked for, a side effect of the heroic soul Asmodeus had so coveted. It made him want to reach down, to offer some comfort, but the sheer scale of the suffering was paralyzing. He was a single drop of water trying to quench a burning ocean. They arrived at the central spire, a colossal structure that seemed to be a cathedral, library, and fortress all in one. The great doors, fashioned from a material that looked like solidified shadow, swung open of their own accord, revealing a hall of breathtaking and terrifying scale. The interior was all labyrinth of towering shelves that stretched up into the darkness, far beyond the reach of the dim, sourceless light that illuminated the space. The shelves were not made of wood, but of polished bone, and they were not filled with books. They were lined with millions upon millions of crystalline shards, each one glowing with a faint, internal light, pulsing like a dying heart. This was the Library of Souls. At the far end of the hall, seated on a simple throne of unadorned obsidian, was Hecate. She was both beautiful and terrifying, a paradox of age and stillness. She looked like a woman carved from pale marble, with long hair the color of midnight and eyes that were pure, liquid silver, holding no pupil. She wore a simple, flowing black gown that seemed to bleed into the shadows around her. She did not move a muscle as they approached, not even to blink. Her presence was one of absolute, unshakable gravity. She was not a queen on a throne. She was a mountain, a fundamental feature of the landscape. Serafina of Muspelheim, Hecate's voice was not loud, but it filled the vast hall, echoing not in the ears but directly in the mind. It was a voice of crumbling parchment and dust settling in ancient crypts. You bring the fire of your ambition into my quiet halls. It is loud. Serafina bristled but held her tongue, a rare show of restraint. Abyssal Queen, we come on a matter of grave importance to the underworld. Quote, Hecate's silver eyes drifted to Lilith. Lilith of Dis, you weave your webs of intrigue even here, at the end of all things. I can feel the shape of your schemes in the air. They are clever, but fragile. Lilith gave a slight, respectful bow, her usual smirk absent. Ancient One, my schemes are merely a response to the changing tides. Tides that threaten to overwhelm us all if we do not build a dam. Finally, Hecate's unnerving gaze fell upon Izuku. It was not a look of judgment or curiosity. It was a look of profound, soul-deep examination, as if He were reading the very code of his existence. He felt stripped bare, his past, his present, his deepest fears and most fervent hopes all laid open before her. The green demonic aura within him churned, not in aggression, but in a strange resonance, as if recognizing a power of a similar, fundamental nature. "And the boy," she said, her telepathic voice softening infinitesimally. "The anomaly. The vessel of the green sun. Asmodeus's final, desperate gamble." She tilted her head, a motion so slow and deliberate it seemed to take a century. "You wear the title of Satan, but you are not one of us. There is an echo in your soul, a brightness. It rings like a discordant bell in this place of shadows. Why have you brought him here? He is the rightful heir to the Crimson Throne," Serafina stated, her voice sharp. "Decreed by Asmodeus himself. We seek your allegiance to unite the underworld against the coming celestial storm." Allegiance. Hecate's voice was laced with an ancient, weary amusement. "Titles are dust. Decrees are wind. The underworld has torn itself apart under 100 different kings. Why should this one be any different? He is a human child, a creature of fleeting passions and fragile bones." Izuku found his voice, surprised it didn't shake. "I don't want a crown. I didn't ask for any of this. But people are in danger. Your people, all of you, an archangel, named Uriel is gathering an army to destroy this world. I was brought here to protect it, and I will. But I can't do it alone." His words, simple and earnest, hung in the silent air. For the first time, a flicker of something new appeared in Hecate's silver eyes. It wasn't interest, it was recognition. "Protection," she murmured. "The song of the shepherd, sung by a wolf. Your power is that of the throne, destruction, command, entropy. Yet your soul yearns to build, to shield, to save. A walking contradiction. This contradiction could forge a new age, or it could shatter you into pieces so small not even my library could find them." Quote. She rose from her throne, her movement as silent and fluid as flowing ink. She was taller than he'd realized, her presence growing with every step she took toward them. "I am not impressed by titles, boy king. I am not swayed by political necessity. And your strength, though potent, is a newborn kitten's roar in the face of the cosmos. If you wish for my counsel, my knowledge, and the loyalty of my silent kingdom, you must prove your nature. Not your power, your nature." She gestured toward a dark archway behind her throne, an entrance that seemed to drink the very light around it. "Beyond this lies the echo chamber. It is the heart of my library, the nexus where the most tormented, violent, and potent souls are stored before they can be distilled into memory crystals. It is a storm of pure, undiluted agony, of rage, terror, and unending despair." Lilith took a sharp, involuntary step forward. "Hecate, that is not a test. It is a death sentence. No mind can withstand the raw chaos of the chamber." "A demon's mind cannot," Hecate corrected, her silver eyes fixed on Izuku. "A demon's mind would try to dominate it, to fight it, and be torn apart by the sheer volume of pain. Or it would be consumed, joining the chorus of the damned." She stopped directly in front of Izuku, close enough that he could feel a palpable cold radiating from her. "Your trial is this. Enter the echo chamber. Find its chaotic core, and bring it peace. Do not destroy it, for that would be a waste of knowledge. Do not fight it, for you will lose. Calm it. Show me that the shepherd in you is stronger than the wolf. Succeed, and you will have my allegiance. Fail, and your soul will become another screaming whisper in my collection." Serafina grabbed Izuku's arm, her grip like steel. "This is madness. There are other ways to prove your worth. Let me fight her champion. Let us show our combined strength." Izuku looked from Serafina's fierce, protective glare to Lilith's deep, calculating concern, and then to the dark archway. He felt the fear, cold and sharp, but something else, too. A sense of rightness. This wasn't about politics or combat. This was about who he was. All his life, he'd been told he was worthless because he had no power. Now, he had unimaginable power, but this ancient being was telling him it was his powerlessness, his human part, his soul, that truly mattered. He gently removed Serafina's hand from his arm. "I have to do this," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "She's right. If I'm going to lead this world, I need to understand it. Not just its armies and its cities, but its heart. And its heart is hurting." He looked at Hecate, a new resolve hardening his emerald eyes. I accept your trial. A slow, almost imperceptible smile touched Hecate's lips. It was a chilling, beautiful sight. Brave, or foolish. The distinction is often only visible in retrospect. The chamber awaits. Izuku took a deep breath and walked toward the archway, leaving the two most powerful queens in the underworld to watch, helpless, as he strode into a storm of suffering that had broken gods and monsters alike. The moment he crossed the threshold, the oppressive silence of the library was shattered. He was hit by a tidal wave of pure, undiluted sound and emotion. A million voices screamed at once, a cacophony of agony that was a physical force, slamming into him and threatening to pulverize his mind. He staggered, clutching his head as the sheer psychic pressure brought him to his knees. He found himself in a vast, spherical chamber. There were no visible walls, floor, or ceiling, only an endless, churning vortex of ghostly, screaming faces, their features twisted in eternal torment. This was the raw material of Hecate's library, the unprocessed anguish of eons. In the center of the vast sphere hung a roiling, unstable ball of black and red energy, the chaotic core Hecate had spoken of. It pulsed violently, sending out waves of despair that washed over Izuku, each one a new and exquisite torture. The first wave was pure fear. It wasn't his own fear, it was the distilled terror of every soul in the chamber. He felt the panic of a soldier facing an unstoppable charge, the dread of a mother watching her child fall ill, the cold certainty of a heretic being led to the pyre. His heart hammered against his ribs, his breath catching in his throat. His instincts screamed at him to flee, to escape this place of absolute horror. He fought it down, gritting his teeth, his own demonic power rising to form a thin, trembling green shield around his consciousness. The second wave hit. Rage. A volcanic, incandescent fury born of betrayal, injustice, and helplessness. He felt the hatred of a murdered man for his killer. The wrath of a king whose city was sacked, the bitter resentment of a genius whose work was stolen and scorned. The rage was seductive. It offered a target for his fear. It whispered to him, fight back. Unleash your power. Scour this place clean. End their suffering with oblivion. End your own. His hands clenched into fists, the green energy around them crackling, solidifying into claws of emerald light. He could feel the throne's power welling up inside him, a destructive tide eager to be unleashed. It would be so easy to simply let go, to become the monster they expected him to be, and erase this unbearable symphony of pain. He saw the core, the heart of the storm, and aimed. But then, a third wave struck, and it was not fear or rage. It was grief, a soul-crushing, bottomless ocean of sorrow. He felt the ache of a love lost to time, the hollow emptiness of a parent burying their child, the quiet despair of an artist realizing their masterpiece would never be completed. T.'s grief was colder and heavier than the other emotions. It didn't burn, it extinguished. It suffocated the rage, leaving behind only a profound, heartbreaking emptiness. And in that emptiness, Izuku saw himself. The memories weren't his, but the feelings were intimately familiar. He saw a flash of a young demon, ostracized for having weak fire. He saw a soul weaver, mocked for their gentle craft. In a world that valued only martial might, he saw countless lives lived in the shadow of being told they were not enough. He saw himself, a small, quirkless boy, standing in the rain, his dreams crumbling to dust around him. He saw Bakugo's sneering face, the explosions in his hands a constant reminder of the power Izuku lacked. He saw his mother's tears, her apology cutting deeper than any physical wound. And he saw the skeletal, sunken form of All Might, his hero, the symbol of peace, telling him his dream was impossible. You can't be a hero. The voice echoed in the chamber, blending with the million other screams of despair. The souls were using his own pain against him, trying to break him, to make him one of them. They showed him the futility of his struggle, the core of his own suffering. You are no different from us, they whispered. You are broken. You are worthless. Give in. The temptation to surrender was immense. To let the grief wash over him, to dissolve into the sea of forgotten souls and finally be at peace. His power flickered, the green light dimming. But then, something else rose within him. A stubborn, indomitable spark he thought had been extinguished on that rooftop. It was the memory of why he had endured the beatings, the scorn, the pity. Why he had filled notebook after notebook with analysis. Why he had rushed blindly, foolishly, to ward the sludge villain to save the very boy who tormented him. It was not for fame. It was not for power. It was because when he saw someone in trouble, someone hurting, his body moved on its own. He looked at the chaotic core, at the maelstrom of screaming faces, and for the first time, he didn't see a monster to be fought or a horror to be fled. He saw people who were hurting. He saw a billion souls trapped in their worst moments, forced to relive their pain for eternity. They weren't attacking him. They were crying for help. And a hero saves people. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow, clearing his mind. Hecate's words echoed. Do not fight it, calm it. He dropped his fighting stance. He let his claws of energy dissipate. He lowered the green shield around his mind and opened himself up to the storm. The pain was unimaginable. A billion lifetimes of suffering flooded his senses. It threatened to tear him apart, to obliterate his sanity. But this time, he didn't try to block it. He accepted it. He let it flow through him, and as it did, he reached out not with power, but with his soul. He focused on a single point of light in the maelstrom, the EC. Ho of a warrior betrayed by his commander, dying alone on a forgotten battlefield. Izuku felt the warrior's rage, his sense of injustice. Instead of pushing it away, Izuku projected a single, powerful thought. A feeling more than a word. Your courage was not in vain. Your sacrifice is remembered. He found another soul, a mother weeping for a child lost to plague. He felt her bottomless grief. He reached out to her. His own memories of his mother's love fueling his empathy. He is not forgotten. Your love was a light in his life. Rest now. He moved through the storm, not as a conqueror, but as a confessor, a comforter. He couldn't erase their pain, but he could acknowledge it. He could listen. He used his own unwavering, almost pathologically heroic spirit, the very thing Asmodeus had seen in him, as a beacon. He drew their pain into himself, not to be destroyed by it, but to share its burden. His own green aura began to change. The destructive, crackling energy softened, transforming into a gentle, warm, therapeutic light. It spread from him in slow, calming waves, a verdant sun rising in a hell of torment. He sent out a single, universal message, born from the core of his being, He answered to the question that had defined his entire life. What does it mean to be a hero? You are not alone. You are heard. Your pain matters. You can rest now. He wasn't destroying the core. He wasn't dominating it. He was healing it. The screaming began to subside. The violent, agonized thrashing of the souls slowed. The chaotic vortex of faces turned toward him, their expressions of torn and softening into something like weary peace. The black and red core at the center of the chamber stopped pulsing erratically. Its violent, destructive energy was being soothed, the storm calming into a gentle sea. A profound, sacred silence began to fall, not the empty silence of the void, but the peaceful silence of a cemetery at dawn. Izuku stood at the heart of it all, his arms outstretched. A conduit for a billion souls finding their first moment of peace in millennia. The effort was colossal. He felt his own mind, his own soul, cracking under the strain. It was the ultimate act of heroic empathy. And it was costing him everything. But he didn't stop. He couldn't. This was who he was. Finally, the last whisper of pain faded. The echo chamber was still. The souls floated gently in the space around him. Their faces no longer twisted in agony, but serene. The core was now a stable, gently glowing sphere of deep purple light. Izuku had passed the trial. As the last of his strength gave out, he collapsed. His consciousness fading into a welcome darkness. Outside the chamber, Serafina paced like a caged tiger, her footsteps a series of sharp, aggressive clicks on the bone-white floor. How long has it been? He should have been torn apart in seconds. What is she doing to him? Lilith stood perfectly still, her eyes closed, her brow furrowed in concentration. The psychic torrent from the chamber, it is changing. The rage is lessening. Hecate remained by her throne, her silver eyes fixed on the dark archway. She had not moved since Izuku had entered. An observer might have thought her bored, but Lilith, a master of reading the subtlest cues, could see the microscopic tension in her posture. Hecate was not merely observing, she was bearing witness. Suddenly, the Overwhelming psychic pressure that leaked from the chamber vanished completely. The silence that followed was so abrupt, so absolute, that it was more shocking than the noise had been. Serafina stopped pacing, her head snapping toward the archway. What was that? What happened? Lilith's eyes flew open, wide with disbelief. It's quiet. The storm, it's gone. Slowly, reverently, Hecate walked toward the archway. She paused at the threshold, and for the first time, the other queens saw a genuine, undisguised emotion on her ancient face. Awe. She turned back to them. He did not break. He did not fight. He listened. She gestured for them to follow. Hesitantly, they stepped into the echo chamber. The sight that greeted them was impossible. The space was serene. The souls drifted like placid stars in a silent nebula. At the center, the core glowed with a soft, stable light. And floating unconscious before it was Izuku, his body wreathed in a gentle, pulsing emerald aura. Serafina rushed to his side, catching him before he could drift away. She checked him over, her warrior's instincts taking over. He was physically unharmed, but she could sense the profound spiritual exhaustion radiating from him. The deep weariness of a soul that had shouldered the weight of a world's pain. He is the one. Hecate's voice was a soft, wondering whisper. All these millennia, my library has been a collection of endings. Of pain preserved, he has shown me that it can be a place of healing. A place of peace. Her silver eyes met theirs, and the ancient aloofness was gone, replaced by a new, startling clarity. The boy king has passed my trial. My knowledge, my kingdom, and my life are his to command. When Izuku awoke, he was lying on a soft, velvety divan in a chamber that felt both ancient and comfortable. The light was dim, cast by floating crystals similar to the ones in the library, but their glow was soothing. Hecate was seated in a simple chair nearby, watching him. Serafina and Lilith stood by a large, ornate window overlooking the silent sea of souls. You're awake, Serafina said, her voice rough with a relief she was trying to hide. You were out for a full cycle. Hecate said your spirit needed to mend. Izuku sat up slowly. His head ached, and a bone-deep weariness clung to him, but the frantic, chaotic energy that had been thrumming under his skin since his summoning felt calmer. More centered. The trial had nearly broken him, but it had also forged him into something new. He understood his power now, not just as a weapon, but as an extension of his will. And his will was to protect. I passed, then, he asked, his voice hoarse. You did more than pass, Hecate said, rising and approaching him. Her presence no longer felt as cold and intimidating. There was a warmth to it now, a deep and ancient respect. You have remade the very heart of my domain. For that, you have my gratitude, and my loyalty. As I promised, my knowledge is yours. She led them back into the main library. This time, however, she didn't stop at the main hall. She guided them to a secluded alcove where a single, large, uncut crystal floated in midair. It shone with a pure white light, containing a depth that seemed to go on forever. Most of my library contains the memories of individuals, she explained. This one is different. This is a conceptual memory, a record of an idea. It holds the origin and purpose of the one you call Satan. She gestured for Izuku to place his hand on the crystal. He hesitated for a moment, then did as she instructed. The moment his fingers touched the surface, his mind was flooded with knowledge, not as words, but as pure experience. He saw the dawn of creation, a roiling chaos of possibility. He saw the first celestials, beings of pure order, trying to forge reality from the chaos. But their very nature, their purity and order, created an imbalance. For every act of creation, an equal and opposite potential for destruction was generated. This destructive energy, this entropy, began to coalesce, threatening to unmake reality. A being was needed to act as a container, a nexus point to absorb, balance, and control this chaotic energy. Not a king of evil, but a cosmic regulator. A living dam holding back the tide of non-existence. This being was the first, Satan, a title meaning, the adversary, or, the balancer. The underworld was not a place of punishment, but a massive engine designed to help its ruler process and contain this energy. The demons were not inherently evil, they were beings born of this raw, chaotic, creative destructive force. He saw Asmodeus, the last in a long line, his soul slowly eroding under the strain of containing millennia of entropy. He saw Asmodeus realize that no demon, born of that same chaos, could ever truly stabilize the throne. They could only hold it for a time before being consumed. He needed an anchor, something pure, orderly, and unshakable. A soul whose fundamental nature was not to conquer or destroy, but to preserve and protect. A heroic soul. It all clicked into place. Why him? Why his quirkless, useless self had been chosen? His unwavering desire to be a hero wasn't just a personality trait, it was a cosmic constant, the perfect anchor to stabilize the chaotic power of the Crimson Throne. He was not meant to be a king of evil. He was meant to be the ultimate protector, the guardian of reality's most dangerous, necessary function. He pulled his hand back, gasping, the sheer scale of the revelation staggering him. So, the Satan isn't a person, it's a job. A responsibility. The ultimate responsibility, Hecate confirmed. And one that requires a power most rulers of this realm are too proud or too foolish to seek. She led him to another, darker corner of the library, where a single, blood-red crystal pulsed with a dangerous light. There is a ritual, a desperate measure, for a desperate time. It allows the ruler to bypass our own physical and spiritual limits and channel the raw soul energy of the underworld itself. The power it grants is absolute, enough to challenge a celestial host, enough to shatter a god. Serafina stared at the crystal, her eyes wide. A power like that, why has no one used it? Because the cost is equally absolute. Hecate's voice was grim. To channel that much raw grief and rage, it would scour a normal soul to ash. Even for you, boy king, with your unique anchor, the danger is immense. It would scar your spirit permanently. It could burn away the very humanity that makes you stable, leaving only the monster. It is a weapon that may destroy the wielder long before it strikes the enemy. Remember it, but do not seek it unless all other hope is lost. The weight of it all settled on Izuku's shoulders. The responsibility of the throne, the nature of his power, the existence of a self-destructive final gambit. It was almost too much. Hecate, Lilith's voice cut through his thoughts, sharp and urgent. My agents on the northern border have gone silent. The last report spoke of a light that burns the shadows. I fear Uriel is making his move. Hecate nodded grimly. She led them to the center of the library, where a round, black basin sat, filled to the brim with a liquid that looked like captive night. My scrying pool sees farther than your spies, Lilith. Let us look upon our enemy. Let us know the face of our doom. She gestured, and the surface of the pool rippled. An image formed, blurry at first, then sharpening with terrifying clarity. It showed a realm of impossible architecture, of floating golden continents and rivers of light, all beneath a sky of perpetual, radiant dawn. The celestial realm. And there, standing on a balcony of pure light, was Archangel Uriel. He was not the horned monster Izuku might have imagined. He was terrifyingly beautiful, clad in ornate golden armor that seemed to be forged from sunlight itself. Great wings of white fire plumed from his back, and in his hand he held a spear that burned with the heat of a star. His face was stern, handsome, and filled with a divine, unshakable conviction. He was addressing a legion of angels that stretched as far as the eye could see, their own armor gleaming, their wings creating a forest of white feathers. Uriel's voice boomed across the vision, filled with a righteousness that was more terrifying than any malice. Soldiers of the Empyrean, for eons, we have tolerated the stain that festers at the root of creation. The festering realm of shadow and chaos they call the Underworld. We have turned our eyes away, believing it a necessary evil, a cage for the cosmos' refuse. We were wrong. His voice rose, filled with divine fire. Their king is dead. Their realm is fractured, ruled by squabbling beasts and a pathetic human usurper. The cage is broken, and its filth now threatens to spill forth. The divine will is clear. The time for tolerance is over. The time for quarantine is past. Now is the time for a final, glorious purification. He raised his spear, and it blazed with holy fire, eliciting a deafening roar from the countless soldiers before him. We are the flame of judgment. We are the surgeon's sacred knife. Our cause is just. Our victory is preordained. We march to the adamant gate, and we will cast down their walls, and we will scour their realm with holy light until not even dust and memory remain. For the glory of the eternal light, the Hellfire Crusade begins now. The vision shattered as the collective cry of the celestial host shook the very fabric of the scrying pool. Silence descended upon the four figures in the library. The truth was laid bare before them. This was not a border skirmish. This was not a political power play. This was a war of annihilation. Uriel was not coming to conquer, he was coming to erase them from existence. Serafina's hand rested on the hilt of her blade, her knuckles white. Lilith's face was a mask of cold, calculating fury. Hecate's ancient eyes held a grim, sorrowful light. They all looked at Izuku. The boy who had been broken on a rooftop. The boy who had faced down assassins in a city of lies. The boy who had pacified a storm of 1 billion tormented souls. He was no longer just an anomaly or an heir. He was their only hope. Izuku looked at their faces, at the dawning horror and grim determination reflected there. He felt the weight of the coming war, the lives of every soul in this strange, broken, beautiful world settling squarely on his shoulders. The fear was there, a cold knot in his gut. But beneath it, the heroic spark that had defined his life ignited into a steady, unwavering flame. He had found his purpose. He had a people to protect. Hecate, Izuku said, his voice ringing with a newfound authority that made all three queens stand a little straighter. Tell me about the Underworld's armies. Lilith, I need to know every weakness in the celestial supply lines. Serafina, prepare your soldiers for war. He had finally become a hero. And his first act would be to defend hell itself from the wrath of heaven. Chapter 4. The Baptism of Fire. The air in the Underworld's capital, Pandemonium, was always thick with a symphony of contradictions. It smelled of ancient stone, a million souls, the sweet decay of forgotten magic, and the ever-present, metallic tang of ambition. Yet, on this day, a new scent was carried on the unnatural winds that swirled around the central citadel, the crisp, clean, and utterly alien odor of ozone. It was the smell of celestial power, a scent that promised purification through annihilation. The first sign was not a sound, nor a tremor, but a light. A column of pure, blinding gold erupted from the horizon, piercing the perpetually twilight sky of the central realm. It was visible from the highest spire of Izuku's throne room, a beacon of divine wrath aimed squarely at the distant, fiery glow that marked the ashen plains of Muspelheim. Serafina's domain. Izuku was in the midst of a strategy session with Lilith, poring over maps of the underworld that shimmered like captive starlight on a black marble table. Hecate stood a little ways off, a silent pillar of shadow observing them, her presence a weight that seemed to bend the very air around her. They were discussing the logistics of reinforcing the border forts. Lilith's spies had marked as potential celestial targets when the golden light flared into existence. Every head in the room snapped towards the window. No. Lilith's voice was a silken whisper, for the first time since Izuku had met her, it was stripped of its usual layers of irony and amusement. It was nakedly sharp, like a shard of ice. Hecate's eyes, ancient pools of silver, narrowed. It is not a probe. It is a sigil, a declaration. But it was Serafina who reacted with the violence of her nature. She had been standing guard by the throne, a coiled serpent of obsidian scales and simmering magma. The instant the light appeared, a low growl tore from her throat, a sound like grinding tectonic plates. Her lamia tail, a massive python-like appendage of polished black rock, met against the floor with enough force to send spiderweb cracks racing across the flagstones. Her eyes, usually molten gold, burned with the white-hot intensity of a star about to go supernova. Uriel, she hissed. The name a curse spat from her forked tongue. He dares brand my lands with his filth. Izuku felt a cold dread wash over him, a primal fear that was quickly consumed by a surge of the throne's searing green energy. He strode to the massive, arched window, his gaze fixed on the celestial pillar. It wasn't just light, it was a symbol being burned into the very fabric of reality, a stylized sun with a sword piercing its center. The mark of the Archangel Uriel, the divine flame of judgment. A challenge. They're not attacking the border forts, Izuku said, his mind racing. Connecting the dots from Lilith's reports and Hecate's lore. They're bypassing the outer defenses. This is a direct strike, aimed at the heart of one of the three great queendoms. He seeks to decapitate us, Hecate intoned. her voice a dry rustle of ancient parchment. To break one of the pillars of the throne before the new king can steady his foundation. The Ashen Plains are the shield of the Underworld, its first line of true defense. If Muspelheim falls, it will not fall, Serafina snarled. She turned, her form radiating so much heat that the air around her shimmered. Her gaze fell upon Izuku, and it was a physical blow. There was fury in it, yes, but also a challenge, a demand. This is your first test, King. Your predecessor would have already been mustering the legions. My people are burning. What are you going to do? The weight of her words, of her entire kingdom, settled on Izuku's shoulders. This wasn't a trial in an arena or a game of political chess. This was war, real, bloody, and immediate. His heart hammered against his ribs, the familiar panic of his powerless past trying to claw its way up his throat. But then he felt the thrum of the throne's power, a deep, resonant hum that was becoming a part of him. It wasn't just power, it was responsibility. It was the echo of a promise he had unknowingly made when he accepted this fate. A promise to protect. He met Serafina's blazing gaze. And for the first time, he didn't flinch or look away. His own eyes began to glow with a soft, emerald light. I'm going to war, he said, his voice quiet but carrying the unshakable weight of command. Lilith, summon every lord, duke, and baron with a legion sworn to the throne. I want them in the war council chamber in 1 hour. Hecate, I need you to prepare your covens. We're going to need every ounce of soul magic you can muster to counter their holy rites. And Serafina. He paused, his eyes locking with hers. Ready your personal guard. We're going to lead the charge ourselves. For a fleeting moment, the inferno in Serafina's eyes flickered with surprise. She had expected hesitation, perhaps a lengthy debate. She had not expected this immediate, decisive command. A flicker of something akin to respect, so faint it was almost imperceptible, passed through her expression before being consumed by her warrior's fury once more. She gave a sharp, definitive nod. They will be ready. Quote, as the queen swept out of the room to carry out his orders, leaving him alone in the vast chamber, Izuku stared out at the distant, hateful light. The boy W.H.O. had cried on a rooftop because he couldn't be a hero, felt like a ghost from another lifetime. That boy had wanted to save people. The king standing here now had to do the same, but the currency of salvation in this realm was not smiles and selfless acts. It was blood, strategy, and the brutal arithmetic of war. He had been given a kingdom on the brink. Now, he would have to hold it. The Black Oculus, the War Council Chamber of Pandemonium, was a vast, circular room designed for intimidation. The walls were carved from a single, continuous piece of basalt, polished to a mirror-like shinda. She reflected the grim faces of those assembled. In the center of the room, a pit of roiling, chartreuse flames cast long, dancing shadows. Above it hung a floating map of the underworld, a topographica. L projection woven from captured light and shadow stuff. The golden sigil of Uriel pulsed over the section representing Muspelheim like a festering wound. Around a massive, circular stone table sat the lords of the underworld. They were a terrifying menagerie of power and pride. Lord Malphas, a being of living shadow with a dozen shifting, raven-like heads, chittered and squawked impatiently. Duchess Vapula, a leonine demoness with a mane of blue fire, sharpened her claws on the stone table, creating a grating sound that set Izuku's teeth on edge. The most prominent among them was Duke Agaras, an old, crocodile-headed demon who rode a massive, lumbering beast even within the confines of the chamber, a blatant display of his ancient lineage and power. There were dozens more, each a warlord in their own right. Each radiating an aura of barely contained violence and arrogance. Izuku entered, flanked by his 3 queens. A hush fell over the room, but it was not one of respect. It was one of skeptical, predatory assessment. They saw a human boy playing at being king, surrounded by women who, in their eyes, should have been vying for the throne themselves. The celestial host has made a declaration of war, Izuku began. His voice amplified by the chamber's acoustics. He gestured to the map, where Lilith's spies had already begun populating the Ashen Plains with enemy sigils. A significant force, led by one of Uriel's lieutenants, is making a direct assault on the obsidian gates of Muspelheim. Their intent is clear: to shatter Serafina's legions and create a permanent beachhead in our realm. A brutish, Pig-faced demon lord named Bifron slammed a mailed fist on the table. Then let us meet them head-on. My gore-tusk legion will feast on angel wings. We will charge them, and grind them to dust under our iron hooves. A foolish charge will only get your legion immolated, Bifrons, Vapula sneered, not even looking up from her claws. Angelic phalanxes are designed to break brute force. Their holy fire will turn your iron hooves to slag before you get within 100 paces. Are you calling my legion weak, Duchess? Bifrons roared, rising from his seat, his tusks dripping with acidic saliva. I am calling your strategy idiotic, she retorted coolly. This was the problem. The demonic host wasn't an army, it was a collection of individual warbands, each Ord concerned only with their own glory and spoils. They were powerful, yes, but they were a fractured, disorganized mob. My legions are positioned on the western border, Duke Agaras rumbled, his voice a low, gravelly vibration. This is an attack on the Ashen Plains. A matter for the Ashen Queen. My forces will defend my own territory, as is tradition. A chorus of agreements echoed around the table. They were content to let Serafina's kingdom burn, seeing it as a rival's problem, not a threat to the entire underworld. Serafina's knuckles were white where she gripped the back of her chair, her tail lashing back and forth with suppressed rage. She was about to erupt, but Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder, a small, calming gesture. He had anticipated this. He stepped forward, his emerald eyes sweeping across the council. The ambient green aura around him intensified, a pressure that silenced the murmuring. Tradition? He asked, his voice deceptively soft. Tradition is what has kept the underworld stagnant. Tradition is what has allowed our rivalries to fester while the host of heaven plans our extinction. Tradition is a luxury we can no longer afford. He walked to the map, his fingers tracing the path of the celestial invasion force. You see an attack on Muspelheim. I see the first step in a total war of eradication. Do you truly believe Uriel will stop once he has a foothold? He will build his angelic citadels on the bones of Serafina's people. He will use Muspelheim's geothermal forges to create new, holy weapons. From there, he will strike at Dis. From Dis, he will march on the Stygian shores of Hecate's realm. And one by one, he will scour your duchies, your baronies, and your pitiful little fiefdoms from existence until nothing is left but a sanitized, sterile, silent hell. His voice rose with each word, no longer soft but ringing with the absolute authority of the throne. The green light emanating from him was no longer a gentle glow but a roaring fire. And you will all die, hiding behind your traditions, while the realm burns around you. I am not asking for your aid as a favor to the Ashen Queen. I am commanding it, as your king. You will commit your legions to this fight, or you will be branded traitors to the throne. And I will deal with the celestial host first, and then I will come for you. A stunned silence filled the room. No one had spoken to the collective demon nobility with such raw, undisguised threat in centuries. Asmodeus, in his later years, had ruled through careful alliances and political maneuvering. This boy, this human, was ruling through sheer, unadulterated will. Duke Agaras shifted on his mount, his ancient reptilian eyes blinking slowly. Bold words, little king. But even with our legions combined, we are a disorganized rabble. The host is a unified, disciplined army. They fight as one. We fight for glory. We will break against their shields. Only if we fight their way, Izuku countered, turning back to the map. This was his moment. The culmination of sleepless nights spent studying demonic military history from Hecate's library, of endless tactical discussions with Lilith, and of analyzing the few reports they had on angelic warfare. We will not meet them in a traditional pitched battle. We are going to use our disunity as a weapon. We will give them the chaos they expect, but it will be a chaos of our own design. He swept his hand across the map, and new sigils of light flared to life, representing their own forces. Lord Bifrons, your lust for a charge is not a weakness, it is a tool. You will lead the initial assault, but not to break them. You will be the hammer. He pointed to a narrow, treacherous canyon of volcanic glass. You will feign a full-scale, disorganized charge right at the center of their line. You will sell it. Be the arrogant, brutish demon lord they expect you to be. They will brace for impact. Their shield wall will solidify. Their archons will prepare their holy fire. They will see you as the main threat. Bifrons grunted, intrigued despite himself. While they are focused on the center, Izuku continued, his finger moving to the jagged mountain ranges flanking the canyon. Duchess Vapula, your swift, lion-like shock troops, and Lord Malphas, your shadow flyers, will take the high ground. You will not engage directly. You will create rockslides, block their retreat, and harry their command units from above. You will be the cage. He then looked to his queens. While the celestial line is pinned and distracted, Lilith's Umbra Syndica. Te assassins will move through the shadows cast by the canyon walls. They are not frontline fighters, they are reapers. They will target the angelic battle mages, the healers, the ones chanting the hymns of protection. Sever their divine support. You are the dagger. His gaze shifted to Hecate. Hecate, your silent siphons will be positioned behind our main lines. They will not cast flashy spells. They will weave a grand hex. A wide area curse of soul lethargy. It will not kill the angels, but it will dull their light. It will make them feel the weight of mortality, sow doubt in their divine purpose. It will make them tired. You are the poison. Finally, he looked to Seraphina, whose eyes were wide with a fierce, dawning understanding. And Seraphina, you and I, with your Ignimaloch royal guard, will be the anvil. We will wait. We will hold the rear in absolute silence. And when their line is compressed, their support is cut, their spirits are dampened, and their focus is entirely on the foolish charge of Lord Bifrons. We will erupt from the earth itself through the magma tunnels that only you know. We will strike their rear, shatter their command, and break their spirit. Bifrons is the hammer, but we are the killing blow. The chamber was utterly silent. The plan was audacious, complex, and relied on a level of interfactional cooperation that was completely unprecedented. It was, to the demon lords, certifiably insane. It used their greatest flaws, pride, arrogance, lust for glory, as integral parts of the strategy itself. It didn't ask them to change who they were, it asked them to weaponize it. Lilith was the first to speak, a slow, dangerous smile spreading across her lips. A symphony of slaughter conducted by a maestro of chaos. I find the composition exquisite. Hecate gave a single, slow nod. The logic is sound. The celestial host's greatest strength is their unity. By creating multiple, disparate threats that each require a different response, we can shatter that unity. It was Seraphina who sealed it. She stepped forward, her obsidian spear materializing in her hand, its tip glowing like a captive ember. She slammed its butt onto the stone floor, the sound echoing like a death knell. The king has given his command, she boomed, her voice leaving no room for argument. My Ignimaloch will be his anvil. Those who wish to live to see Anyo, their cycle will find their place in his strategy. Those who do not, can remain here and explain their cowardice to Ural's executioners when pandemonium falls. One by one, the demon lords rose, our initial skepticism replaced by a grudging, fiery respect. They were beings of battle. They could recognize a brilliant strategy when they heard one, even if it came from the most unlikely of sources. For the first time, the demonic legions of the underworld would march to war not as a horde, but as an army. And they would be led by a quirkless human boy from another world. The march to the Ash End Plains was a vision of hell made manifest. Tens of thousands of demonic soldiers moved across the cracked, obsidian landscape of Muspelheim. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur and brimstone, and the sky was a bruised purple, illuminated by rivers of flowing lava that crisscrossed the plains like fiery veins. Izuku rode near the front, not on some monstrous steed, but on foot, alongside Seraphina and her Ignimaloch guard. They were massive warriors, their skin the color of cooling magma, cracked with glowing red fissures. They carried tower shields of volcanic rock and axes that smoldered with internal heat. He wanted the soldiers to see him, to know their king was not hiding in the rear. The army was a testament to the underworld's chaotic diversity. Bifron's Gore-Tusk Legion were hulking, boar-like demons. Their armor-crude iron plates bolted directly to their thick hides. Vapula's troops moved with a predatory grace, their leonine forms almost silent despite their size. Alphaz's shadow flyers blotted out the sky in swarms, their chittering cries a constant, unnerving chorus. Most unsettling were Hecate's silent siphons. They were wraith-like figures in dark, tattered robes, their faces obscured by shadows. They moved without a sound, and their very presence seemed to drain the heat and color from the world around them. The forced cooperation was fragile. Izuku spent the entire march moving between the legions, settling disputes and reinforcing his orders. He found a gore-tusked captain about to disembowel one of Lilith's assassins for a perceived slight. Izuku intervened, not with a threat, but with logic. "He is not your enemy," Izuku stated, placing himself between the two demons. The green aura of the throne pulsed around him, a silent command for attention. "Your enemy is clad in white and gold. Every drop of blood you spill here is a victory for them. That assassin you want to kill, he is the one who will silence the angelic archon that would have incinerated your squad from a mile away. You need him, just as he needs your charge to create the distraction he requires to do his job. We are not friends. We are not allies. Today, we are a single weapon. And a weapon does not turn on itself." The hulking captain stared at Izuku, his piggish eyes struggling to process the thought. He then looked at the lithe, cloaked assassin, who gave a slight, mocking bow. The captain grunted, lowered his weapon, and shoved past, muttering curses. It wasn't friendship, but it was compliance. That was enough. As they neared the rendezvous point, Serafina fell into step beside him. She had been watching him, her golden eyes analytical. "You handle them better than I would have," she admitted, her voice a low rumble. "I would have simply broken his spine for insubordination. That would have earned you fear," Izuku replied, not looking at her, his eyes scanning the terrain ahead. "I need their loyalty. Fear breaks. Loyalty holds." A human teaching a demon queen about ruling. She mused, a hint of something that wasn't quite mockery in her tone. "The ancestors must be turning in their ashes. Let them turn," Izuku said. "We're fighting for the living." They reached the designated staging area, a vast, shadowed basin surrounded by jagged peaks of volcanic glass. In the distance, through the mouth of the canyon, they could see it, the celestial army. It was a sight of terrible, breathtaking beauty. Thousands upon thousands of angelic warriors stood in perfect, gleaming formations. Their armor was polished silver and gold, catching the hellish light of the lava flows and reflecting it as pure, white brilliance. Their wings, ranging from pristine white to the fiery orange of a dawn sky, were folded neatly behind them. They radiated an aura of absolute certainty, of divine righteousness. It was the implacable order of heaven arrayed against the seething chaos of hell. At their center, floating just above the ground, was their commander. He was taller than the others, his armor intricately filigreed, and in his hand, he held a spear that shone with the light of a captured star. This was not Uriel, but he was clearly a being of immense power. "Barachiel," Hecate's voice whispered, seeming to come from the air itself. She had joined them on the command ridge. "The Blade of Dawn, Uriel's most zealous lieutenant. He looks perfect," Izuku murmured, his analytical mind cataloging everything. The tight formations, the disciplined posture, the overwhelming sense of unity. They were everything the demonic host was not. "Perfection is brittle," Lilith said, materializing from a shadow beside him, her smile sharp as a razor. "Let's see how well it holds up when we start making cracks." Izuku took a deep breath, the sulfurous air filling his lungs. He felt the fear, the familiar tremor of inadequacy. But beneath it, the power of the throne churned, a verdant ocean of strength. He was their king. This was his plan. It was time. He gave the signal. A single, guttural horn blast echoed through the basin. It was Bifron's signal. From the demon lines, the Gore-Tusk Legion erupted with a deafening roar. They charged headlong into the canyon. A wave of fur, iron, and mindless fury. It was exactly the kind of stupid, brutish assault the angels would expect. The celestial line held, unmoving. A wave of light washed over their front ranks as their shields locked together, forming a glittering, impenetrable wall. Their archons began their holy chants, the air growing thick with divine power. The first phase of the baptism of fire had begun. The clash was apocalyptic. Bifron's legion slammed into the angelic shield wall with the force of an earthquake. The sound was not of metal on metal, but of raw chaos crashing against absolute order. Iron axes, powered by demonic rage, shattered against shields blessed by celestial grace. Holy fire erupted from the angelic ranks, turning the front line of the Gore-Tusk Legion into screaming torches. It was a slaughter, just as Vapula had predicted. Just as Izuku had planned. From his vantage point on the ridge, Izuku watched with a cold, detached focus. Every scream, every burst of fire, was a data point. His mind, once used to analyzing hero fights, was now a battlefield computer, processing trajectories, formations, and power expenditures. "They're taking the bait," Lilith murmured, her eyes gleaming with predatory delight. "Their entire focus is on the center. Their flank guards are thinning, moving to reinforce the shield wall." "Now," Izuku commanded. High above, on the canyon's jagged cliffs, Duchess Vapula gave a roar. Her leonine warriors, using their immense strength, sent tons of volcanic rock and sharpened obsidian shards cascading down onto the angelic army. At the same time, Malphas's shadow flyers descended, not to fight, but to harass. They swooped down, their shadowy forms difficult to track, picking off isolated commanders and messengers. Sowing confusion in the rigid celestial hierarchy. The angelic formation, for the first time, showed a flicker of disruption. The cage was being built around them. "Hecate," Izuku said, his voice calm. Beneath them, the 100 silent siphons began their work. They didn't chant or gesture wildly. They simply stood, heads bowed, and from them flowed an invisible, insidious tide of psychic despair. It was the collected misery of the underworld, a miasma of hopelessness that was antithetical to the angel's divine nature. On the battlefield, the effect was subtle but devastating. The golden glow around the angels dimmed slightly. Their hymns became a fraction slower, their movements a touch less certain. For the first time, they felt the grinding weight of a battle without the absolute assurance of their divine mandate. They felt a weariness that had nothing to do with physical exertion. The poison was seeping in. "Lilith, your turn." The Whisper Queen smiled and vanished into shadow. In the canyon below, where the fighting was thickest, new shadows detached themselves from the walls. The Umbra Syndicate moved like ghosts. They ignored the shield bearers and the frontline soldiers, slipping through the gaps in the now disrupted formation. A silver-armored battle mage would be in the middle of a powerful prayer, only for a black-bladed knife to slide between the plates of his gorget. A celestial healer, channeling divine energy to mend a wound, would suddenly collapse, a needle-thin dart of frozen shadow protruding from their neck. The flow of divine upward to the front line began to sputter and die. The dagger was twisting in their guts. The angelic commander, Barachiel, finally realized the trap. He roared an order, his voice like the pealing of 1,000 bells. He tried to pull his forces back, to consolidate and repel the threats from the flanks and rear. But it was too late. They were pinned by Bifron's relentless and now suicidal charge, boxed in by Vapula's rockfalls. And their spiritual strength was being sapped by Hecate's curse. Izuku watched the chaos unfold. His plan was working, but plans were abstract. The reality was a horrifying tapestry of death and pain. He could see individual demons being cut down, angels being torn apart. His stomach churned. The analytical part of his mind screamed that this was necessary, that this was war. The hero within him wept. "It is time, King," Seraphina's voice rumbled beside him. Her form was practically thrumming with contained energy, magma flowing freely from the cracks in her obsidian scales. Her Ignimaloch guard stood ready, their eyes burning embers in the gloom. Izuku looked at her, then at the maelstrom in the canyon. This was the final piece. The part where he stopped being a commander on a hill and became a king on the battlefield. He drew a deep breath and let the throne's power surge through him. His body erupted in a column of brilliant, emerald green energy. It was not the soft glow of before, but a raging, untamed inferno of verdant power. The energy solidified around him, forming plates of shimmering, jade-colored armor over his body and a wicked-looking greatsword in his hand that seemed forged from solidified command. His eyes were blazing emerald suns. He was no longer Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless boy. He was the Emerald King, a living banner of the Underworld's will to survive. "For the throne," he roared, his voice imbued with demonic power that boomed across the basin. "For the Underworld, for the Ashen Queen," Seraphina bellowed in response. She turned to the entrance of a massive lava tube, one hidden by an illusion that now faded away. "With me, we are the fire and the fury. Death to the invaders." With a final, Terrifying war cry, she plunged into the tunnel. Her elite guard following without hesitation. Izuku was right behind her, the green fire of his aura a stark, living contrast to the red-orange glow of the magma. They were the anvil, and it was time for the killing blow. They erupted from the ground directly behind the angelic command structure like a volcanic eruption. The earth split open, and a tide of obsidian-scaled warriors and molten fury poured out, led by a serpent queen of living magma and a king wreathed in emerald destruction. The angel's rear guard, composed mostly of strategists and support staff, was caught completely by surprise. They had no time to form a shield wall, no time to begin their hymns. The Ignimaloch fell upon them like a judgment, their superheated axes cleaving through silver armor as if it were paper. Seraphina was a whirlwind of death, her spear a blur, her massive tail crushing entire squads at once. Izuku fought with a terrifying clarity he'd never known. His analytical mind and the throne's raw power had fused. He wasn't just swinging his sword, he was exploiting every opening, every weakness. His movements were a dance of death. He saw an angelic captain rallying his troops, and with a surge of power, Izuku launched a wave of green energy that shattered their formation. He parried a strike from a winged warrior and, in the same motion, used his opponent's momentum to throw him into two others. He was a beacon, a rallying point for the demons and a figure of pure terror for the angels. His green aura flared with every enemy he cut down, a veritable banner of defiance in the heart of the enemy's command. The celestial army, assaulted from every conceivable direction, finally broke. Their unity, their greatest strength, shattered into 1,000 pieces of individual panic. They were no longer a holy host, they were a terrified mob, trapped and being systematically annihilated. It was then that Barachiel, the Blade of Dawn, saw him. The angel's eyes, filled with divine light, narrowed on the green burning figure at the center of the chaos. This was the source of their defeat. This human abomination, this usurper on a demonic throne. Demon King. Barachiel's voice boomed, cutting through the din of battle. With a powerful beat of his fiery wings, he launched himself into the air, his light spear aimed directly at Izuku. You are an affront to creation. I shall unmake you. Izuku looked up, his emerald eyes meeting the angel's blazing gaze. He braced himself. Seraphina started to move towards him, to intercept, but Izuku gave a sharp shake of his head. This was his fight. He had to prove not just that he could lead, but that he could fight. That he was worthy of the power he wielded. Barachiel descended like a meteor. Izuku met his charge. The clash of Izuku's emerald greatsword and Barachiel's spear of light created an explosion that sent shockwaves across the battlefield, forcing both demons and angels back. Green and gold energy warred, tearing at the very air around them. You reek of humanity, Barachiel snarled, his face contorted in righteous disgust as they were locked in a stalemate of strength. Yet you wield the power of the pit. You are a cancer, a perversion that must be cleansed. I'm protecting my people, Izuku grunted, pushing back with all his might. The throne's energy roared in his veins, feeding on his desperate will to survive, to win. These are not your people. They are filth, mistakes to be erased so that the grand plan may be perfected. Barachiel disengaged, his wings beating to give him aerial superiority. He unleashed a volley of light javelins, each one screaming through the air. Izuku moved, his analytical mind tracking every projectile. He didn't just dodge, he moved with purpose, allowing some to pass by him and strike other angels, using their own attacks to further the chaos. He channeled his own power, not into a brute force blast, but into a shimmering green shield that caught the final javelin. The fight was a cataclysmic clash of ideologies. Barachiel fought with absolute precision and grace, every move a testament to millennia of training. Izuku fought with desperate ingenuity and raw, untamed power. He was clumsy compared to the Archangel, but his unpredictability and his sheer, stubborn refusal to fall were their own weapons. He used the environment, kicking up clouds of volcanic ash to obscure his movements, channeling the geothermal heat of the ground into his blade to superheat it. He took hits. A slash of light opened a deep gash on his arm. A glancing blow from the spear's butt cracked a few of his ribs. Pain, sharp and real, cut through the haze of power. But with the pain came clarity. He wasn't a god. He was a boy fighting a god, and he was losing. He couldn't win with power. He had to win with his mind. As Barachiel prepared for another devastating attack, a powerful diving strike meant to impale him, Izuku saw it. An opening, not in the angel's defense, but in his psychology, his arrogance, his absolute belief in his own righteousness. Instead of preparing to block the attack, Izuku let his own guard down, stumbling back as if his energy was failing. He let the green aura around him flicker and dim, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He looked, for all the world, like a defeated foe. Barachiel saw it and his eyes lit up with zealous triumph. This was the moment of purification. He put all his power, all his speed, into the final strike, his spear glowing like a miniature sun. At the last possible second, as the spear point was mere inches from his chest, Izuku moved. He didn't dodge. He dropped his sword and lunged forward, inside the angel's reach. He slammed the palms of his hands against the haft of the spear, not to stop it, but to redirect it. At the same time, a savage, concentrated burst of green energy erupted from his hands. It wasn't an attack on the angel. It was an attack on the weapon. The divine weapon, a relic forged in the heart of a star, was not designed to have raw, chaotic demonic energy channeled directly into its matrix. It screamed, a high-pitched, harmonic wail. Crack. KS of emerald light raced up the spear shaft. Barachiel's eyes widened in horror. The spear exploded. The resulting blast of holy and unholy energy threw both of them backward. Izuku was slammed into the rocky ground. The wind knocked out of him, his body screaming in protest. Barachiel was thrown even further, his armor cracked and smoking, his wings tattered. He had lost his weapon, and the backlash had wounded him grievously. The entire battlefield fell silent. The fighting just stopped. Everyone, demon and angel alike, stared at the scene. The human king, battered and bleeding, was getting to his feet. The mighty blade of dawn, Ural's chosen lieutenant, was disarmed and kneeling, clutching his chest. The spell was broken. The celestial host, their commander defeated, their morale shattered, their formation annihilated, finally broke into a full, panicked retreat. They flew, they ran, they scrambled over their own fallen to escape the hellish canyon of their defeat. The demons did not cheer. They were too stunned. They simply stood and watched as the last of the celestial invaders vanished over the horizon, leaving behind a field of smoking craters, shattered rock, and the bodies of the fallen. Both demon and angel, the underworld had won. In the aftermath, the silence was heavier than any war cry. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, blood, and cooling magma. Izuku stood in the center of the carnage, his emerald armor fading back into energy, leaving him in his torn and bloodied clothes. The power receded, and the bone-deep exhaustion slammed into him. His legs trembled, and he nearly collapsed, but a strong, obsidian-scaled arm wrapped around his waist, holding him up. He looked up into the molten gold eyes of Serafina. The fury was gone. The challenge was gone. In its place was something he had never seen there before. Pure, ungrudging respect. "You fought," she said, her voice a low, gravelly rumble. "You bled. You led." He could only nod, too tired to speak. The demon lords began to approach. Bifrons, his legion halved but his own pride soaring, slammed a fist to his chest in a salute. Vapula inclined her regal head. Even Duke Agaras, from atop his beast, gave a slow, deliberate nod of acknowledgement. They had followed his insane plan, and it had given them a victory none of them had thought possible. Lilith and Hecate materialized beside him. Lilith's usual smirk was gone, replaced by a look of genuine fascination. "You weaponized their faith against them," she said. "Clever. Very, very clever." Hecate simply looked at him, her ancient eyes seeming to pierce right through to the scar the fight had left on his soul. "The throne has chosen well," she stated, a proclamation that was worth more than 1,000 cheering legions. Izuku looked out over the battlefield, at the faces of the demonic soldiers. Lamia, imps, brutes, shades, all of them were staring at him. Their gazes were no longer filled with skepticism or contempt. They were filled with awe. He had not just commanded them. He had led them from the front. He had faced an archangel and won. He had bled with them. He was not a human boy playing king. He was their king. Serafina helped him to a nearby rock, letting him sit. The three queens stood before him, a tableau of the underworld's power. The warrior, the schemer, and the sage. Asmodeus decreed that we serve you, Serafina began, her voice ringing with formal authority in the sudden quiet. We were bound by his final law. She knelt, a shocking gesture from the proud queen, placing her obsidian spear on the ground before him. Today, that changes. I no longer serve because I must. I follow the king who bled for my people on the fields of Muspelheim. My life, my legion, and my kingdom are yours, Izuku Midoriya. Not by decree, but by choice. Lilith stepped forward, a single, elegant black dagger appearing in her hand. She laid it next to the spear. Politics and power are a game of knives. I have never seen it played so brutally, or so effectively. My network and my assassins are yours to command. I follow the mind that can turn chaos into a ladder. Finally, Hecate offered a small, crystalline vial filled with swirling, captured souls. She placed it with the other offerings. The balance of creation and destruction resides in you. You have the heart of a creator and the fists of a destroyer. The prophecies of the Abyssal Library have a new chapter. I follow the nexus that will forge our future. Izuku stared at the three offerings, a spear, a dagger, a vial of souls. War, intrigue, and magic. The three pillars of the underworld, freely given. He looked up at the three most powerful beings in the realm, who now looked to him not as a figurehead, but as their leader. In the fiery, bloody crucible of the Ashen Plains, he had been baptized in celestial fire and demonic blood. His innocence had been burned away, leaving behind the hardened steel of a king. He had earned their fear, their loyalty, and their respect. He was the Emerald King of a Crimson Throne, and his reign had truly, finally begun. Chapter 5. A crown of bone, a dagger in the back. Victory was a poor poultice for a wounded soul. The fires in the Ashen Plains had been quenched, the angelic lieutenant's celestial light extinguished by a tidal wave of demonic fury led by a boy who was only Zhu. Beginning to understand the terrifying depths of his new power. The underworld had won the battle, a statement of defiance carved in holy ichor and shattered halos upon the volcanic glass of Serafina's homeland. But as the armies marched back to the eternal twilight of Pandemonium, the capital city, Izuku Midoriya felt the victory not as a triumph, but as a weight. Each cheer from the leathery winged legions, each respectful nod from a hulking, battle-scarred demon lord, added another stone to the crushing monument of responsibility being built upon his shoulders. He stood on a balcony of obsidian overlooking the capital, a sprawling, Gothic cityscape of impossible spires and glowing magma veins that pulsed like a slumbering beast's circulatory system. The air, thick with the scent of sulfur, ozone, and a million competing ambitions, was a constant reminder that this was not his world. And yet, it was his. The throne, the power, the people, their survival now rested squarely on him. The Battle of the Ashen Plains had been a baptism of fire, one he had survived through a frantic combination of battlefield analysis honed by years of hero worship and the raw, untamed power that now thrummed in his veins like a second heartbeat. He had earned respect, yes. But respect in the underworld was a currency as volatile as ignited phlogiston. It could be spent, stolen, or devalued in an instant. You brood like a gargoyle that's misplaced its favorite sinner, a voice, smooth as silk and sharp as shrapnel, commented from the doorway. Izuku turned. Lilith stood there, leaning against the massive stone frame. She was a vision of sculpted shadow and dangerous grace, her succubus nature cloaked in a gown of shimmering nightshade that did little to hide the predatory power coiled within her. Her crimson eyes, which always seemed to be dissecting the world into secrets and levers of power, were fixed on him. Just thinking, Izuku replied, his voice a low murmur. He ran a hand through his perpetually messy green hair. The tips were now faintly tinged with a darker, almost black shade, a subtle corruption from the demonic energy he had wielded. We won. We pushed them back, but it cost us. I saw the casualty reports, Lilith. Thousands dead, tens of thousands wounded. A pittance, another voice, this one rough and resonant like grinding stones, cut in. Serafina entered the room, her lamia tail making a soft, slithering sound on the polished floor. Her obsidian scales shimmered, and the magma that flowed in the patterns on her skin glowed with a dull, restless heat. She was still clad in her blackened war plate, refusing to remove it until, in her words, the scent of angelic weakness has been scoured from every inch. She crossed her powerful arms. War demands a blood price. We paid it and took theirs in kind. They tested our borders and found them made of steel and teeth. This is cause for celebration, not melancholy. Izuku shook his head. I can't celebrate their deaths, Serafina. Not ours, not theirs. I had to order a flank into a ravine where I knew they'd be taking concentrated archangelic fire. It was the only way to break their line. But I sent hundreds of your warriors to their deaths. I can still see their faces. Serafina's expression, usually a mask of haughty disdain or fiery anger, softened by a fraction of a degree. They were soldiers of Muspelheim. They died in glorious combat, serving their queen and their king. There is no better end. Your sentimentality is a human weakness, Izuku. But your strategy was sound. You mourn them, but you did not waste their lives. That is the only thing a soldier can ask of their commander. Before Izuku could respond, a third presence filled the room, silent and profound as the grave. Hecate materialized from a pool of shadow in the corner, her form ancient and ethereal. Her silver eyes, which held the wisdom of forgotten epics, regarded him with an unnerving placidity. The victory has created a vacuum, she stated, her voice a dry rustle of parchment. Power abhors it. The great houses who held their banners back, who offered only token support, now see a human whelp commanding the loyalty of Muspelheim's legions and Dis's shadows. They see a shift in the balance. They are afraid, and fear, in this realm, curdles into treachery. Lilith pushed off the doorframe, her movements fluid. Hecate is right. Your victory was too decisive. You didn't just win a battle, you proved you could unite disparate factions into a singular weapon. To the old guard, the traditionalists who have squabbled over the scraps of power for centuries, you are not a savior. You are an extinction-level event. Who? Izuku asked, his analytical mind kicking into gear, pushing past the grief. Who are we talking about? Duke Bale of the House of the Firstborn, Lilith answered immediately, her spy network an extension of her own consciousness. Lord Person of the Gilded Cages. Marquis Andrus of the Shrieking Peaks. They command immense wealth, ancient lineages, and the loyalty of demons who believe the throne should be occupied by a pureblood, not an anomaly. Then we break them, Serafina snarled, her fist tightening. Issue a challenge. I will crush their champions and mount their heads on the palace gates. And start the very civil war we are trying to prevent. Lilith countered, an eyebrow arched. Subtlety, my dear Ashen Queen, is a weapon you have yet to master. We cannot afford to appear as tyrants, consolidating power through brute force. Not yet. So what do we do? Izuku asked, looking between the three powerful beings who were, against all odds, his council and his consorts. It was Hecate who provided the answer, her gaze distant as if reading from the tapestry of fate itself. You legitimize the power you have seized. You perform the rite. You take the crown not as a gift from a dying king, but as a right earned in the eyes of all the underworld. You must have your coronation. The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. A coronation. A formal ceremony to declare him king. It was a political necessity. Izuku understood that. It was a challenge to his detractors. Stand with me or stand against me, but there will be no more neutrality. It will draw them out, Lilith mused, a slow, dangerous smile spreading across her lips. They will not be able to abide such a public declaration of your sovereignty. They will see it as their last chance to act. A coronation is a ceremony of unity, but it is also the perfect stage for an assassination. Or a coup. Let them try, Serafina hissed, her magma veins glowing brighter. We will turn the throne room into their tomb. Izuku looked out at the sprawling, alien city again. Pandemonium. His capital. His kingdom. He felt the cold dread of what was being asked of him, but also a flicker of the same fire that had burned in him on that rooftop, so long ago. The desire to protect. The need to be a hero. Here, being a hero meant being a king. And being a king, he was beginning to learn, required a different kind of strength. All right, he said, his voice steady, devoid of the tremor he felt in his soul. We'll have the coronation. Send the summons to every house, major and minor. Let them all come and bear witness. He turned to face them, the verdant, chaotic energy of his new nature swirling in his eyes. And be ready for a war. The grand throne room of Pandemonium was a monument to brutalist ambition and terrifying majesty. The ceiling soared hundreds of feet into the air, a vaulted expanse of polished basalt that seemed to swallow the light from the massive chandeliers, which were crafted from the crystallized souls of forgotten gods and burned with a cold, ethereal blue flame. Pillars thick as ancient redwoods, carved with the writhing histories of demonic conquests and celestial defeats, held the impossible structure aloft. At the far end of the hall, raised on a dais of tiered obsidian, sat the Crimson Throne itself. It was not merely a chair, but a living artifact, carved from a single, solidified heart of a fallen star, its surface veined with lines of what looked like solidified blood that pulsed with a faint, malevolent light. It was a seat of unimaginable power, and today, it would have a new master. The hall was filled to capacity with the aristocracy of the underworld. It was a terrifying menagerie of power and form. There were the hulking, bull-headed dukes of the Minotaur clans, their armor plated with infernal iron. The elegant, wraith-like emissaries from the Shadow Realms, their forms indistinct and their whispers like the rustling of dry leaves. There were spider-limbed viziers, serpentine sorcerers, and winged warlords whose very presence seemed to crackle with contained violence. Each house, each faction, each domain was represented, their vibrant, sigil-adorned banners hanging from the walls. A silent testament to the fractured nature of the realm Izuku was attempting to rule. Izuku stood before the dais, flanked by his 3 queens. He was dressed not in the rags of his summoning, but in formal regalia befitting a king. A tunic of deepest black, woven from the silk of nightmare spinners, was overlaid with a cuirass of emerald green steel, forged in the heart of Muspelheim and quenched in the river Styx. It was heavy, both in weight and in symbolism. On his left, Seraphina was a warrior goddess in ceremonial armor of volcanic rock and gold, her massive glaive strapped to her back. On his right, Lilith wore a cascading gown of deep violet that seemed woven from twilight itself, a single, soul-steel dagger strapped to her thigh as the only hint of the viper she was. Behind them, Hecate stood as the master of ceremonies, her presence a void of ancient power, clad in simple, flowing robes of gray that made her seem all the more timeless. Izuku's eyes scanned the crowd. He saw respect in some faces, the hardened gazes of the soldiers who had fought with him. He saw curiosity in others, those eager to see what this human anomaly would do. And he saw contempt, thinly veiled and cold as a tombstone. It radiated most strongly from a cluster of nobles near the front. At their center was a demon of imposing stature and immense age. He had the regal bearing of a lion, with a mane of silver hair, sharp, aristocratic features, and eyes that burned with the cold fire of ancient pride. He wore armor of burnished bronze, etched with the lineage of 1,000 generations. This was Duke Baal, of the House of the Firstborn, who traced his ancestry back to the first sparks of defiance that birthed the underworld. His expression was one of absolute, unyielding disdain. The ceremony began. The cacophony of the assembled nobles died down to a tense silence as Hecate stepped forward. Her voice, though not loud, filled the vast hall, each word resonating in the very bones of those present. "We are gathered by the will of the Nexus," she began, her silver eyes sweeping across the crowd, seeming to pierce every soul. "The old king has crumbled. The cycle turns. A vessel was chosen, not by a bloodline of dust, but by the raw, untamed heart of the throne itself. A soul of unbreakable will, a spirit of pure, unyielding protection. Forged in a crucible of another world, he has been tested in our fires." She gestured to the smoking censer beside her. "He has faced the trial of might and bled for his claim." A nod towards Seraphina, who stood impassive, the very image of martial strength. "He has walked the webs of deceit and proven his mind." A glance at Lilith, who offered a small, knowing smile. "He has plumbed the depths of our shared history and soothed the tormented chorus of our foundation." Her own role was acknowledged with a slight dip of her head. "And he has faced the holy host and cast them back, baptized in the fire of our enemies." A murmur went through the crowd. She was systematically dismantling every possible objection, laying the foundation of his legitimacy not on birthright, but on merit and deed. Izuku felt his heart pounding. Every one of her statements was true. Yet it felt like a story about someone else. Could he truly be what she claimed? "He has earned the right." Hecate's voice rose, gaining a chilling resonance. Let any who dispute this claim speak now, or forever hold their tongue and bend the knee. The silence that followed was absolute, a crushing weight of anticipation. Izuku held his breath. For a moment, he thought, he hoped, that they would accept it, that the victory at the Ashen Plains had been enough. Then, Duke Bale took a single, deliberate step forward. I dispute this claim, his voice boomed, rich and powerful, laced with the arrogance of millennia. It was the sound of tradition, of the old ways, of a system that saw Izuku as nothing but a festering wound. Every eye in the hall swiveled to him. Serafina's hand went to the hilt of her glaive. Lilith's posture didn't change, but her eyes narrowed, becoming deadly slits. Bale's gaze was fixed on Izuku, dripping with condescension. The throne of Satan is the heart of our world, the birthright of the demon kind. It is a legacy of strength, of pride, of purity. It is not a trinket to be handed to a mortal stray, a fragile, ephemeral creature of flesh and sentimentality. Summoned in a fit of a dying king's dementia, he gestured around the hall. Look at him. He stands there, a boy playing at being a king, his soul reeking of the pathetic compassion that is the hallmark of his wretched race. How can a being who feels pity rule a realm built on conquest? How can a creature with a mayfly's lifespan command the immortal legions of hell? His voice rose to a fanatical roar. The celestial host is gathering at our borders, hungry for our extinction. This is a time for a true demonic king to lead us. A king of pure blood and iron will. Not this mistake. I, Bale of the House of the Firstborn, whose blood helped forge the very foundations of this hall, say he is unworthy. I say he is an illegitimate usurper. Izuku met his fiery gaze, his own power beginning to churn within him, a sea of green energy rising to meet the Duke's challenge. He opened his mouth to speak, to defend his right, but he never got the chance. As Bale roared his final word, usurper, he slammed the butt of his ceremonial spear against the floor. It was a signal. In an instant, the grand throne room erupted into hellish pandemonium. All around the vast chamber, ancient, dormant runes carved into the pillars and floor flared to life with a blinding crimson light. A shimmering barrier of force magic snapped into existence, sealing the massive doors, trapping everyone inside. Simultaneously, dozens of the assembled nobles, Bale's allies, threw back their cloaks, revealing not ceremonial attire, but full battle armor. From hidden alcoves and behind great tapestries, hundreds of Bale's elite soldiers materialized, their weapons already drawn. The trap had been sprung. The loyalist lords, caught completely by surprise, were a chaotic mess. The initial moments were a slaughter. Bale's forces, disciplined and prepared, cut through the unprepared nobles with ruthless efficiency. The air filled with the shriek of dying demons, the clash of steel on steel, and the percussive blasts of destructive spells. To the king, Serafina's roar cut through the din like a thunderclap. She didn't wait for orders. Her glaive was in her hands, and she became a whirlwind of death. A vortex of obsidian scales and flashing steel. She cleaved through 3 of Bale's armored soldiers in a single swing, their bodies exploding in showers of gore and ichor. Lilith moved like a phantom. One moment she was beside Izuku, the next she was a blur of motion in the thick of the fighting, her soul steel dagger weaving a complex tapestry of death. She didn't fight with Serafina's overwhelming force. She fought with precision, each strike aimed at a throat, an eye, a joint in the armor. Assassins loyal to her appeared from the shadows, their blades coated in potent toxins. Evening the odds with silent, deadly work. Hecate raised her hands, and the very shadows in the room writhed and grew, coalescing into spectral tendrils that lashed out, draining the life force from any traitor they touched, leaving behind withered, screaming husks. Izuku was momentarily frozen, not by fear, but by the sheer, overwhelming sensory input. His mind, the analytical engine that had saved him in the Ashen Plains, was screaming. Trap, coordinated, multi-pronged. His eyes darted everywhere. He saw the barrier on the doors, the placement of enemy archers on the balconies, the disciplined formations of Bale's troops carving a path directly towards the dais. This wasn't just a rebellion. It was a military coup. A panicked squeal came from Lilith's side. A small, winged imp, one of her couriers, materialized in a puff of smoke, its body riddled with celestial forged arrowheads. It gasped out a single message before dissolving into ash. The city, the garrison, betrayed, a second army at the gates. Izuku's blood ran cold. Celestial forged arrowheads. The angels. They weren't just taking advantage of the chaos, they had instigated it. They had armed Baal. This was Ural's hand at work, turning the underworld against itself before his main invasion even began. Baal's strategy was brilliant and brutal. Isolate and assassinate the leadership in the throne room while his secondary force, armed by the angels, took the capital. By the time the barrier fell, he would be sitting on the Crimson Throne, and any lords who had remained loyal to Izuku would be branded as traitors themselves. Izuku. Serafina's voice was a strained roar as she parried a blow from a hulking demon captain. Your orders. Her words snapped him out of his analysis. Orders. He was the king. He was the commander. This chaos was his to control. The green energy of his demonic heritage flared to life, not as a wild surge, but as a controlled, focused wave of power. His eyes glowed with an emerald light that cut through the gloom. Lilith. He yelled, his voice amplified by the power, ringing with an authority that surprised even himself. Your agents outside the barrier. I need a real-time assessment of the city. Where is the enemy concentrated? What are their objectives? Serafina. Forget the small fry. Form a defensive perimeter around the dais. Baal's target is the throne. But his real objective is me. Protect the loyalist spellcasters. Hecate, we need that barrier down, but not yet. Retask half your shadows to reinforce Serafina's line. The orders were clear, concise, and strategically sound. The queens, in the midst of the swirling melee, acted without hesitation. They had seen his command in the field, now they were seeing it in the heart of their own palace. Lilith's network of imps and spies began blinking in and out of existence, feeding her information that she relayed to Izuku in clipped, efficient reports. Serafina, roaring in approval at the clear directive, began smashing her way back to the dais, her personal guard forming a shield wall of muscle and steel around the heart of the loyalist defense. Izuku stood on the dais, the crimson throne at his back. And for the first time, he felt like he truly belonged there. He wasn't just a boy in a costume anymore. He was the eye of the storm, the central point of command around which the battle now revolved. He drew the ceremonial blade from his hip, a beautifully crafted but untested sword. It felt like an extension of his arm. Duke Baal, seeing the tide of chaos being stemmed by Izuku's command, laughed. You can organize the cattle for slaughter, boy, but you cannot stop the abattoir. The city is already falling. This room is your tomb. He pointed his spear at Izuku. Kill the human. The throne is mine. His elite guard, a unit of 10 demons clad in nigh impenetrable bronze armor, surged forward, their eyes glowing with zealous fury. They were a battery. Ram aimed at the heart of the new king. The throne room was a maelstrom of violence, a microcosm of the civil war that had just been ignited. Izuku, from his vantage point on the dais, saw it all not as a chaotic brawl, but as a series of tactical problems to be solved. Lilith's intelligence flowed into his mind, painting a grim picture. The main city garrison had been betrayed from within. Ba's second army was storming the citadel, the central command of Pandemonium's defenses. The palace itself was a war zone, but the heaviest concentration of rebel forces was right here, in the grand vestibule. The massive antechamber just outside the sealed throne room. They had fortified it, turning it into a kill box, and worse, they were using the palace's civilian staff, servants, scribes, nobles who had not been in the throne room, as living shields. They've blocked our path to the citadel, Lilith reported, her voice low and tense as she slit the throat of an enemy assassin who had tried to slip past her guard. Even if we break this barrier, we'll be pinned down, slaughtered as we try to breach their position. Serafina, her armor dented and splattered with ichor, snarled in frustration. Then we smash through. We are not cowards to be deterred by such tactics. A few non-combatants are a worthy sacrifice to crush these traitors. We'd lose too many of our own, Izuku countered instantly, his mind racing. He visualized a three-dimensional map of the palace, one he had studied obsessively in the days leading up to the coronation. The grand vestibule was a choke point. A direct assault was suicide. A surgical strike, as Lilith might suggest, was too slow. They were losing the city with every passing minute. He needed a solution that was fast, brutal, and decisive. He needed to create a new path. His eyes found Hecate, who was holding back a score of Baal's mages, her soul-draining spells creating a dead zone around her. Hecate, he called out. The palace architecture. The western wing. The one that houses the old archives and the portrait gallery. It shares a load-bearing wall with the grand vestibule, doesn't it? Hecate's ancient eyes flickered towards him. A flicker of surprise in their depths. It does. It is a point of immense structural stress. An architectural flaw from the Second Age. It's not a flaw, Izuku said, his voice dropping, becoming cold with a terrifying certainty. It's a weapon. The queens all looked at him. The implication of his words began to dawn on them, a slow, horrifying realization. The western wing was still filled with people. The families of the courtiers, ancient archivists, a whole section of the palace's civilian population was sheltered there, away from the fighting. What are you proposing? Lilith asked, her voice dangerously quiet. Izuku looked at the tactical map in his mind, at the red icons of the enemy, the blue of his trapped loyalists, and the white of the civilians. To save the blue, to win the war, he had to sacrifice the white. It was a cold, brutal equation. It was the kind of choice a hero from his world would never make. But a king of this world had to. His heart felt like it was being squeezed in a vise of ice. But his voice did not waver. Hecate, you and your coven will focus your power not on the barrier, but on that load-bearing wall. You will shatter it. You will ing the entire western wing down on top of the grand vestibule. The silence that followed was broken only by the distant sounds of battle. Serafina stared at him, her usual bloodlust tempered by a flicker of shock. This wasn't the heat of battle. This was cold, calculated slaughter of the defenseless to achieve a strategic objective. Lilith's expression was unreadable, but her eyes were fixed on him. Seeing something new and terrible and fascinating being born in him. There are thousands of non-combatants in that wing, she stated, testing him. Your own people, and there are tens of thousands of Baal's soldiers fortifying the vestibule, using them as shields, Izuku shot back, his voice raw. If we try to fight our way through, we will all die, and the entire underworld will fall. To a traitor who is in league with the angels, their deaths will be a tragedy. The fall of this realm would be an apocalypse. I will not sacrifice our future to save my own conscience. He turned to Hecate, his emerald eyes burning with a king's grim resolve. Do it. That is an order. Hecate, the ancient matron of secrets and death, looked at the human boy before her. She saw the agony in his soul, the self-loathing warring with the absolute certainty of his decision. He was not a monster. He was a king, making a king's choice. She saw the final piece of the prophecy slotting into place. Satan was a nexus of creation and destruction. To save his people, he had to be willing to destroy a part of them. She inclined her head. As you command, my king. She and her battle mages turned their attention away from the melee. They began a low, guttural chant, and the very foundations of the palace began to groan. Outside the sealed throne room, a new sound began to build, the shriek of tortured stone and the terrified screams of thousands of souls who were about to be sacrificed on the altar of tactical necessity. The ground shuddered violently. A deep, grinding roar echoed through the palace. A sound so profound it drowned out the clamor of battle. A massive section of the ceiling in the throne room cracked, and dust rained down. Through the shimmering barrier, they could see the air outside distorting as the western wing, a structure that had stood for 10,000 years, imploded. It collapsed in on itself, a monstrous avalanche of stone and timber that fell directly onto the grand vestibule. The screams were cut off instantly, replaced by the deafening crash of a mountain falling. The palace shook as if struck by a titan's hammer. Then, silence. A cloud of thick, choking dust billowed against the barrier. Izuku stood unflinching, his face a mask of stone, but inside, a part of his soul, the bright, innocent part that had dreamed of being a hero like All Might, had just been crushed along with that wing of the palace. He had become a killer of the innocent. A savior who used slaughter as his tool. The way is clear, Hecate said, her voice impassive. The bulk of their forces in the palace are buried. She made a gesture, and the crimson barrier sealing the throne room dissolved into motes of red light. The air that rushed in was thick with the dust of destruction and the smell of blood. The path forward was a ruin, a newly made cavern of shattered marble and broken bodies. Serafina. Izuku's voice was a whip crack. Take your guard. Secure the citadel. Lilith. Your assassins have the run of the chaos. Find the head of this serpent. Find Baal. He didn't wait for their acknowledgement. He leapt from the dais, his sword in hand, and charged into the dust-choked ruin he had created. He led the charge himself, his green energy flaring around him like a shroud. He was no longer just defending. He was attacking. He was hunting. He found Duke Baal in the ruins of the main hall, rallying the last of his personal guard. The ancient demon's face was a mask of disbelief and pure fury. He had not conceived that his enemy would be capable of such a monstrous act of self-mutilation. You destroyed your own palace. Baal bellowed, pointing a trembling, accusatory finger. You murdered your own people. What kind of king are you? The kind that wins, Izuku said, his voice deathly calm. He stalked forward, his blade held low. The remaining loyalist soldiers formed a circle around them, giving them space. This was the final confrontation. Their duel was a clash of ideals. Baal was raw power and millennia of experience, his bronze spear a blur of deadly strikes. He fought with the righteous fury of a traditionalist whose world had been upended. Izuku, by contrast, was a storm of controlled chaos. He didn't have Baal's experience, but he had his analytical mind. He saw every feint, every parry, every opening. He fought not with anger, but with a cold, clear purpose. He used his smaller size to his advantage, ducking under wide swings, his movements economical and precise. His green demonic energy flared, not in explosive bursts, but as a reinforcing sheath around his body and blade, turning aside blows that should have shattered him. Baal was stronger, but Izuku was faster, smarter, and more driven. He wore the old Duke down, forcing him to expend his energy in furious, fruitless attacks. Finally, with a lightning-fast maneuver that involved using Baal's own momentum against him, Izuku disarmed him, sending Bron's spear clattering across the broken floor. He kicked the back of Baal's knee, forcing the proud Duke to the ground. Izuku's sword was at his throat. Victory. Baal, on his knees, panting, looked up at Izuku with eyes full of sneering contempt. Go on then, boy. Do it, or will your human sentimentality get in the way? You'll preach about justice, lock me in a dungeon. You don't have the stomach to finish this. A human doesn't have the will to do what must be done. Izuku looked down at the demon who had forced him to sacrifice a piece of his soul. He saw the faces of the people in the western wing. He felt the rumble of the collapsing stone, he tasted the dust of their graves. Baal was right about one thing. The boy he had been wouldn't have had the stomach for it. But that boy was buried under the rubble of the western wing. He didn't say a word. There were no speeches about justice. No declarations of victory. He simply channeled the raw, verdant energy of the throne into his free hand. The power coalesced, humming with a terrifying vibrancy. He placed his hand on top of Duke Baal's head. Baal's eyes widened in a moment of final, horrified understanding. Izuku clenched his fist. There was no explosion, no grand display. There was simply a sickening crunch and a flash of green light. Duke Baal's head disintegrated into a cloud of emerald dust and black ash. His armored body slumped to the floor, lifeless. An absolute, profound silence fell over the ruined hall. The remaining rebels stared, utterly broken, at the display of final, merciless power. Izuku stood over the body, his hand still smoking with green energy. He turned his gaze, cold and hard as diamond, upon them. The age of division is over, he declared, his voice echoing in the stillness. The underworld has one king. Swear fealty now, or join your duke in oblivion. One by one, the traitors dropped their weapons and fell to their knees. The coup was over. Later, as the dust began to settle, Izuku stood alone in the wrecked and blood-splattered throne room. The bodies were being cleared away, the wounded tended to. The crown, a simple circlet of blackened bone and solidified demonic energy, lay on the floor near the steps of the dais, forgotten in the chaos. He walked over and picked it up. It felt impossibly heavy in his hand. The queens approached, their own battles won. Serafina, covered in gore, looked at him not with the grudging acceptance of an ally, but with the pure, unadulterated respect a warrior gives their chieftain. He had not flinched. He had been ruthless. He had been a king. Lilith's crimson eyes were alight with a new kind of fascination, tinged with a healthy dose of caution. The naive boy was gone, replaced by a calculating monarch who had just proven he would pay any price for victory. She had underestimated him, a mistake she would not make again. And Hecate looked serene, pleased, as if witnessing the final, bloody brushstroke on a masterpiece of destiny. The vessel had been tempered, the weakness burned away. Izuku looked at the crown in his hand, then at his reflection in a shard of polished obsidian. The boy who had cried on a rooftop was gone. In his place was a king, his eyes holding the ghosts of those he had sacrificed. He had won his throne. He had saved his kingdom. He had shattered his own innocence to do it. With a steady hand, he raised the crown of bone and placed it upon his own head. It settled into place, cold and solid. A surge of power, ancient and vast, flowed from the crimson throne behind him, through the floor, and into him. Acknowledging its master, he was no longer Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless wannabe. He was the Emerald King of a crimson throne. And his reign had begun in blood and sacrifice. Chapter 6. The King's Law and the Rival's Claim. The silence that followed the failed coup was a different kind from the one that had followed Asmodeus's death. That had been a silence of shock and uncertainty. This was the quiet of a wound being packed, a grim, purposeful stillness heavy with the scent of ozone, spilled ichor, and the cold finality of shattered stone. Duke Bale's execution had been a necessary amputation, and the entire underworld felt the phantom limb. In the grand throne room of Pandemonium, now scarred by celestial laced steel and rogue demonic spells, Izuku Midoriya felt it most of all. The memory of Bale's life extinguishing under his command was a cold stone in his gut, a permanent weight he now understood was part of the crown. It was the price of survival, not for himself, but for the millions of souls now under his protection. He sat not on the crimson throne itself, but at the head of a massive obsidian slab that now served as the provisional council table. Across from him, the three queens of his nascent kingdom were a study in contrasting power. Seraphina, the Ashen Queen, was coiled with a restless energy, her obsidian scales catching the dim, ambient light. The recent battles had honed her to a razor's edge, and her crimson eyes were constantly scanning the chamber's shadowed corners, as if expecting another traitor to lunge from them. Lilith, the Whisper Queen, was the picture of serene control, her fingers steepled before her, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips. She had thrived in the chaos, her network of spies and informants proving more valuable than a dozen legions. And beside her, Hecate, the Abyssal Queen, was an island of ancient calm. Her silver eyes held the depth of a starless night sky, seeing not just the room, but the echoes of what had transpired and the possibilities of what was yet to come. The amnesty is a mistake, Seraphina stated, her voice a low growl that rumbled through the stone. It was the third time she had said it in the last hour. Bale's followers are vipers. You don't offer a viper amnesty, you grind its head into the dust. We have ground the head, Izuku countered, his voice steady despite the weariness that clung to his bones. He gestured to a stack of scrolls held together by a simple leather cord. These are the new edicts. Bale's lieutenants, his captains, the inner circle WHO knew of the Celestial Pact. They have all been purged. Their keeps are being garrisoned by our loyalists as we speak. I am talking about the levies. The foot soldiers. The conscripts who followed orders because their duke commanded it. They are not the problem. They are a resource we are squandering. Lilith leaned forward, her movements fluid as smoke. A resource, my king, that could just as easily be turned against you again. Mercy is a human concept. To a demon, it is often indistinguishable from weakness. You offer a hand to a lesser lord, and he will see it not as a chance for redemption, but as an opportunity to bite. Then we will ensure he has no teeth, Izuku said, unrolling the first scroll. His demonic energy, a soft, emerald luminescence, coiled around his hands, a subconscious display of the authority he was still growing into. The Amnesty Proclamation. Any soldier of the rebellious houses below the rank of captain who swears a new oath of fealty to the throne, to me, will be spared. Their families will be untouched. Their lands will not be salted. They will be integrated into the new unified army. Unified army. Seraphina's head snapped up, her interest piqued. The word, army, was music to her ears. Yes, Izuku met her gaze. The old way is finished. No more private armies sworn to individual dukes. No more territorial legions with conflicting loyalties. From this day forward, there is only one military force in the Underworld, the Legions of the Crimson Throne. Your forces from Muspelheim, Lilith's Shadow Regiments from Dis, Hecate's Coven Guard, they will retain their identities and specialized skills, but they will operate under a single command structure. Yours, and yours, he said, nodding to each queen, as my generals. And all of you, under me, as Supreme Commander. A slow, dangerous smile spread across Serafina's face. The idea appealed to her warrior's soul. Centralized command meant efficiency, strength, a single, devastating hammer to bring down upon their enemies. I will be your warmaster. I will forge this new army in the fires of my realm. My network will require a certain autonomy, Lilith added smoothly, her eyes gleaming with calculation. Information is a delicate web. The hand of a soldier is too crude to play its strings. I will be your spymaster, but my agents will answer only to me, and I only to you. The Abyssal Guard are keepers of rituals, not soldiers for a battle line, Hecate said, her voice like the sigh of wind through a crypt. They will serve to protect the sources of our power and provide arcane support. They will be your royal sages, your battle mages. But they will not be commanded by Lamia, whose only solution is to charge. My solutions work, Serafina hissed. Enough. Izuku's voice cut through the tension. Sharper than they were used to. The emerald aura around him flared for a moment, a silent assertion of his position. The bickering stopped. Serafina is warmaster. Lilith is spymaster. Hecate is archon of the arcane. You are my counsel. You will work together. The angels will not wait for us to settle our differences. He took a breath, the cold stone in his gut shifting. This was the part he hated, the part that felt like a betrayal of the hero he once wanted to be. But Baal had taught him a lesson in blood. To ensure loyalty, he continued, his voice hardening. The firstborn of every noble house, including those granted amnesty, will be sent to the capital. They will serve as wards of the court. They will be educated, trained, and treated with honor. But they will also be hostages. A guarantee of their parents' good behavior. Lilith's eyebrows rose in genuine appreciation. Clever. A gilded cage. It is both a promise and a threat. You are learning, little king. Izuku ignored the faint praise, his mind already moving to the next point. Finally, the trade laws. The ducal houses grew powerful by controlling the flow of resources. Soul forges, ore mines, quintessence wells. They taxed and tariffed each other into endless feuds. No more. All major resource routes are now under the direct protection and regulation of the throne. A single, fair tax will be levied. The guilds in Dis will have open access to the mineral wealth of the Ashen Plains. Muspelheim will receive a steady supply of soul essence from Hecate's collectors. We will strengthen the whole, not just the parts. This was his most radical reform, a fundamental restructuring of the Underworld's economy. It was an attack on the very foundation of the old nobility's power. It would earn him the loyalty of the merchant classes and the common demon, but it would also breed a deep, simmering resentment among the ancient and powerful families who were not yet broken. You are not just winning a war. Izuku Midoriya, Hecate observed, her ancient eyes seeing the grand tapestry he was weaving. You are unmaking a world and building a new one from its bones. It is a dangerous, perilous thing. The old world was dying, Izuku replied, rolling the scrolls back up. It was tearing itself apart. We are giving it a future. One that can stand against the holy fire that is coming for us. He stood, his gaze sweeping over the three most powerful beings in the realm, now bound to his will. Implement these decrees. Send the riders. Let the entire underworld know that there is a new law. The king's law. Quote, for a week, the underworld churned. Riders carrying the king's proclamation spread to the farthest corners of the realm. There was resistance, of course. A minor lord in the sulphurous wastes refused the amnesty and was summarily crushed by a detachment of Serafina's berserkers. 2 merchant guilds in Dis attempted to exploit the new laws and found their assets frozen and their leaders hanging from the city's highest spire, courtesy of Lilith's assassins. But largely, there was a grudging acceptance. The common demon, the lesser soldier, the aspiring merchant, they saw opportunity. A chance for justice. The old guard saw a terrifying consolidation of power in the hands of the human usurper, and they seethed in their crumbling keeps, too afraid to act after Baal's fate. The new order was being forged, not in the fires of conquest, but in the cold, deliberate machinery of law and statecraft. Izuku spent his days in endless meetings, his analytical mind a whirlwind of logistics, politics, and military strategy. He pored over maps with Serafina, planned intelligence operations with Lilith, and delved into ancient histories with Hecate to understand the weaknesses of their celestial foes. He was becoming a king in truth, not just in title. And in the quiet hours of the underworld's perpetual twilight, he would train. The power of the Satan line was a living thing inside him. A verdant inferno that responded to his will. But it was still raw, untamed. It was Serafina who took it upon herself to be his tutor, his sparring partner, his crucible. Their training sessions were brutal. They took place in a vast, obsidian-floored arena deep within the citadel, a place where generations of demonic royalty had bled. Serafina did not hold back. She came at him with the full fury of a warrior queen, her spear a blur of motion, her serpentine tail a battering ram. She forced him to move beyond the clumsy brawling he'd used to survive. And to truly feel the power in his veins. "You think like a human," she would snarl, parrying a wild swing of green energy and sweeping his legs out from under him with her tail. "You see it as a tool, something to be aimed and fired. It is not a tool. It is you. It is the blood in your veins, the fire in your soul. Let it flow," he learned. Under her relentless tutelage, he began to shape the raw power. He learned to form shields of solid emerald energy, to forge blades of searing green light, to move with a speed and grace that was no longer human. He learned to read the subtle shifts in her muscles. The faint scent of ozone before she struck with lightning speed, the tremor in the stone that preceded a blow from her tail. And something else was growing between them in the heat and violence of the arena. A respect forged in shared combat and mutual understanding. He saw past her rage to the fierce, unyielding honor that drove her. She saw past his human frailty to the unbreakable will of a protector. A king who fought not for glory, but for his people. One evening, after a particularly grueling session that had left Izuku bruised, bleeding, and utterly exhausted, they sat on the edge of the arena. Catching their breath, the air was thick with the smell of their mingled energies, his like fresh ozone and growing things, hers like sulfur and hot stone. "You are a fast learner," Serafina admitted. The words seemingly costing her a great deal of effort. She was tending to a cut on his arm, her surprisingly gentle touch sending a strange warmth through him that had nothing to do with demonic power. "I have a good teacher," he replied, his voice raspy. "One who doesn't believe in positive reinforcement." A low chuckle, like rocks grinding together, escaped her. "Positive reinforcement is for whelps. You are a king. Your only reinforcement should be survival." She finished tying a strip of cloth around his arm and leaned back, her crimson eyes studying him in the gloom. "These laws you have passed, they are not the way of demons. But they are not weak. There is a strength in them I did not anticipate." "Unity is strength," Izuku said, reciting a phrase he had heard 100 times in his old life. "If we fight each other, Uriel has already won." "Perhaps," she conceded. She was closer than usual, the heat radiating from her obsidian scales a palpable presence. "When you fought Baal's champion, I thought you were a fluke. A vessel for a power you couldn't comprehend. When you led the battle in the Ashen Plains, I thought you were a clever strategist. When you executed Baal, I saw a king. But now," she paused, her gaze intense. "Now, I am not sure what I see." Before he could ask what she meant, the very air in the citadel shifted. A deep, resonant tremor ran through the stone. Not a quake, but a vibration of immense, raw power. It was ancient, arrogant, and utterly contemptuous. The great bronze doors of the arena boomed open, not pushed, blasted inward by a wave of pure force. Standing silhouetted against the light of the main hall was a figure of terrifying scale. He was a demon of the old blood, easily 10 feet tall, with a IQ that made Serafina's berserkers look like children. His skin was the color of cooled lava, cracked with veins of what looked like solid obsidian. Two massive, curling horns swept back from his brow. and his eyes burned with the inner fire of a volcano. He was clad in armor of black iron and dragon scale, and in one massive hand, he carried a war axe that looked like it had been carved from a mountain's heart. The guards in the hall were scattered, unconscious or worse. The demon took a step into the arena, his heavy tread echoing like a death knell. His gaze swept over Izuku, dismissing him with a sneer, and settled on Serafina. Serafina. His voice was a deep, grating sound, like an avalanche. There was a possessive familiarity in it that made Izuku's blood run cold. I heard a human whelp was keeping my betrothed as a pet. I see the rumors did not do the absurdity of it justice. Izuku felt Serafina stiffen beside him, her entire body going rigid. A low, venomous hiss escaped her lips. Kalen. She spat the name like a curse. You are not welcome here. Your claim to me died centuries ago when you chose exile over honor. The demon, Kalen, laughed, a horrible sound of grinding rock. Honor. I chose strength. While you played at being a queen in your dusty plains, I was conquering the splinter realms beyond the void. I have crushed armies that would make your legions tremble. I have returned to find my future throne, occupied by an infant. His burning eyes fixed on Izuku again, dripping with scorn. And my queen consorting with him. You have sullied our line, Serafina. Izuku rose to his feet. His exhaustion forgotten, replaced by a cold, protective fury. His green energy began to swirl around him. She is consort to no one, he said, his voice ringing with the authority of the throne. She is a queen of the underworld and my warmaster. And you are trespassing in my citadel. Name yourself and your purpose, or be destroyed. Kalen's laughter boomed. It speaks. Such fire from such a tiny thing. I am Lord Kalen, the Obsidian Hand, conqueror of the Shattered Veil, and the rightful claimant to the throne of Muspelheim. And by the old law, rightful claimant to its queen. He slammed the butt of his massive axe into the obsidian floor, and cracks spider webbed out from the impact. A circle of glowing red runes flared to life around them. I have come to take what is mine. I challenge you, human, for the hand of Serafina and the dominion of her kingdom. I invoke the right of marrow and claim. The air grew heavy, charged with an ancient, binding magic. Izuku felt it press in on him, a palpable weight of tradition and blood. He looked at Serafina. Her face was a mask of cold fury, but he could see a flicker of something else in her eye. The helplessness of being caught in a trap she could not escape. The right is ancient and binding, Hecate's voice echoed in his mind, a calm, cool whisper sent from afar. She was observing through her scrying pools. It predates the satanic line. It cannot be refused without both you and Queen Serafina losing all honor and authority. He has chosen his moment perfectly. He uses our own tradity. Ons against us to fracture your new kingdom before it is even whole. Kalen grinned, a fearsome sight of jagged, onyx teeth. What's the matter, little king? Are you afraid, or is your claim to her so weak you dare not defend it? Izuku's mind raced. This wasn't just a challenge, it was a political attack. Kalen was a symbol of the old ways, the brute force and dominance that Izuku was trying to reform. The resentful old houses would flock to his banner if he showed a hint of weakness. Defeating him wasn't just about survival. It was about proving his new way was stronger than their old one. But Kalen was a monster of pure power, a primordial force of demonic might. To fight him head-on would be suicide. But he looked at Serafina's face, at the fury warring with the humiliation of being treated like a prize. A spoil of war, and the hero in his soul, the boy who had rushed to save Bakugo from the sludge villain, made the decision. He was a king now. And a king protects his own. He stepped forward, the verdant energy around him solidifying from a swirling mist into a crackling aura. He met Kalen's burning gaze without flinching. I am Izuku Midoriya, the Emerald King of the Crimson Throne, he declared. His voice echoing with the power that now answered his call. I accept your challenge. The news of the challenge spread through pandemonium like wildfire. By the time the next twilight cycle began, the grand arena of judgment was packed with every demon of note. Dukes who had grudgingly sworn fealty, merchants grown bold under the new laws, ancient crones who had seen 100 kings rise and fall, they were all there. The air was thick with tension and the scent of bloodlust. This was more than a duel, it was a referendum on their new king. In the readying chamber, Izuku stood as Lilith and Hecate briefed him. Serafina was not present. Tradition dictated that the subject of the rite could not aid or interact with either champion before the duel. Kalen is a relic, but a powerful one, Lilith said, pacing like a caged panther. His fighting style is all aggression. He uses overwhelming force to shatter his opponent's guard and then their bodies. He has no subtlety, no finesse. He is a sledgehammer in a world you are trying to build with scalpels. She handed Izuku a small, crystalline vial. This is a distillation of a ghost lotus. It will not give you strength, but it will sharpen your senses to a razor's edge for a short time. Use it when his assault is at its peak. Hecate stood still as a statue, her silver eyes fixed on Izuku. The rite is not merely a physical contest. This arena is a nexus of judgment. It will taste your will, your intent. Kalen fights for possession, for greed, for the restoration of a brutal past. This is a powerful, but hollow, intent. You must be clear in your own purpose. Why do you fight, Izuku Midoriya? Izuku looked down at his hands. They were trembling slightly. He thought of his conversation with Serafina the night before. After Kalen's challenge, she had found him in the royal library, poring over ancient texts about the rite. You do not have to do this, she had said, her voice strained. She stood in the doorway, refusing to come closer. This is my burden. A foolish betrothal my father made to appease the old bloodlines when I was young. Kalen is a monster from a past I thought I had buried. He wants to own you. Izuku had replied, not looking up from the scroll. He sees you as a thing to be claimed. A key to a kingdom. He doesn't see you, and you do. The question was soft, dangerous. He had finally looked up, meeting her intense gaze. I see a queen who built a kingdom from fire and will. I see a warrior who stood with me against the celestial host. I see my warmaster, my ally. He paused, the next words feeling more true than anything he had ever said. I will not let him put a leash on you and call it a crown. A flicker of something raw and vulnerable crossed her face before she masked it with her usual stoicism. Do not die, Izuku. To lose my king to that fossil would be infuriating. Now, facing Hecate, he knew his answer. I don't fight for her hand, he said, his voice firm. I don't fight to own her or her kingdom. I fight for her freedom. I fight to defend my queen from being treated like property. I fight for the future we are trying to build. A future where strength is more than just raw power. Hecate nodded slowly, a rare, faint smile touching her lips. A pure intent. The arena will find that interesting. Be warned. His power is that of the earth itself. It is rage and magma given form. You cannot break it. You must flow around it. Be the river, not the stone. When he stepped out into the arena, the roar from the crowd was a physical force. The floor was a perfect circle of polished black obsidian, crisscrossed with the faint red runes that had flared to life when Kalen issued the challenge. Kalen stood waiting at the far side, axe resting on his shoulder, a look of supreme confidence on his face. He looked like a mountain that had been given arms and legs and a burning hatred for all living things. Izuku walked to the center of the circle. He wore not heavy armor, but the light, flexible mail Lilith had procured for him. He needed speed and agility, not a shell to be cracked. He drew no physical weapon. His weapons were his mind and the verdant inferno within him. A wizened old demon, the keeper of rites, chanted the ancient rules. Combat would continue until one champion yielded, was incapacitated, or was slain. No outside interference was permitted. The prize was absolute. Serafina's hand in binding union and lordship over the realm of Muspelheim, second only to the Crimson Throne itself. The moment the keeper struck a deep, resonant gong, Kalen moved. He didn't charge, he erupted. He crossed the 50-foot distance in 2 earth-shattering strides, his axe raised high. The air screamed as it descended, aimed not at Izuku, but at the spot where Izuku had been a microsecond before. Boom! The axe struck the obsidian floor, and the entire arena shook. A shockwave of force and shattered rock erupted outwards. Izuku, having already dashed to the side, was still thrown off balance, skidding across the slick surface. Kalen didn't pause. He spun, the massive axe scything through the air horizontally. Izuku dropped, the wind from the passing weapon tearing at his hair, and kicked out, his foot connecting with Kalen's knee. It was like kicking a granite statue. The impact jarred his entire leg, and Kalen didn't even flinch. The larger demon grunted in annoyance and brought his free fist down in a hammer blow. Izuku rolled away, the fist pulverizing the ground where his head had been. This was the pattern for the first several minutes. Kalen was a relentless storm of overwhelming attacks. Each swing of his axe carried the force of a landslide. Each punch could shatter bedrock. Izuku was purely on the defensive, a green blur dancing on the edge of annihilation. He used his power in short, controlled bursts, a ramp of energy to slide up, a small shield to deflect shrapnel. A blast of force against the ground to propel him sideways. He was analyzing, learning, just as he had done against Kachan so many times. He telegraphs his axe swings with a slight dip of his left shoulder. His punches are faster but have less range. He doesn't protect his legs, because he doesn't believe I can hurt them. Stand and fight, little insect. Kalen roared, growing frustrated with Izuku's evasiveness. Are you a king or a coward? He stomped his foot, and the runes on the floor glowed brighter. A wave of molten earth surged up from the ground, attempting to engulf Izuku. Izuku leapt, pushing off with a burst of green energy, and formed a blade of pure power on his arm. As he flew over the molten wave, he slashed downwards at Kalen's face. The obsidian hand simply raised a forearm to block. The emerald blade shattered against his obsidian-laced skin with a clang of otherworldly metal, doing no damage. While Izuku was still in the air, Kalen's other hand shot out and grabbed him by the ankle. The world turned into a dizzying, painful blur. Kalen slammed him into the floor once, twice, the impacts rattling every bone in his body. The air was driven from his lungs in a pained gasp. Before a third impact, Izuku channeled a massive surge of his power directly into Kalen's hand. The raw, chaotic energy, a mix of demonic fury and heroic will, made the giant roar in pain and surprise. His grip loosening for a fraction of a second. It was enough. Izuku twisted free, landing in a heap 20 feet away, coughing, his vision swimming. You have some spirit, Kalen growled, shaking his hand. I will enjoy extinguishing it. He began to walk forward, a predator closing in for the kill. Izuku pushed himself up, tasting blood. Hecate's words echoed in his mind. You cannot break it. You must flow around it. Lilith's vial was still in his belt. Use it when his assault is at its peak. This was it. Kalen was done toying with him. With a flick of his wrist, he uncorked the vial and swallowed the contents. The world exploded. The cool liquid felt like ice in his veins for a moment, then fire. Every sound became painfully sharp. He could hear the grinding of Kalen's joints. The whisper of air over his scales. He could see the minute stress fractures in the obsidian floor, the individual motes of dust dancing in the air. His perception accelerated until Kalen's deliberate, menacing walk seemed to slow to a crawl. I will take my queen, Kalen bellowed, his voice seeming to stretch out, and I will teach her to forget the scent of a human weakling. She will remember what true demonic strength is. That was the trigger. The insult wasn't to him, but to her. It painted her as a fool, as a creature to be tamed. In that moment, Izuku's pure intent, the one he had declared to Hecate, blazed into a righteous inferno. The verdant energy around him exploded outwards, no longer a simple aura, but a raging vortex of emerald light. The crowd gasped. High in the royal box, Serafina gripped the balustrade, her knuckles white. When Kalen charged this time, Izuku did not retreat. He met him head-on. The axe came down. Izuku, seeing its path with preternatural clarity, didn't dodge. He moved inside the arc of the swing, his body a hair's breadth from the sharpened edge. He slammed his palm, wreathed in green fire, against Kalen's elbow joint. It wasn't a blow of strength, but a precise, disruptive shock of energy. Kalen's arm buckled, the axe swing going wide and burying itself in the floor. Before Kalen could react, Izuku was already moving. He ducked under the giant's clumsy attempt to grab him, weaving like a phantom. He channeled his power not into blades or blasts, but into tendrils of solid light. They were not meant to restrain, they were meant to redirect. A tendril wrapped around Kalen's ankle, pulling it a fraction of an inch to the left. Another pushed against his hip. They were minor, insignificant forces against the demon's immense strength. But they disrupted his balance, his footing, his momentum. Kalen roared in frustration, swinging wildly. He was a mountain trying to swat a fly. He was used to opponents who met his strength with strength, who broke against him like waves on a cliff. He had no answer for this. Izuku was using his own power, his own mass, against him. "Fight me!" Kalen screamed, his rage making him sloppy. He abandoned his axe and lunged, both hands outstretched, intending to grapple Izuku and crush the life out of him. This was the opening Izuku had been waiting for. It was the final, all-or-nothing charge. He didn't run. He stood his ground. At the last possible second, as Kalen's massive shadow fell over him, Izuku dropped to one knee. He placed both hands on the obsidian floor, and poured every ounce of his will, his power, and his righteous intent into the arena itself. "The king's law is not weakness," he grunted, the effort straining every fiber of his being. "Unity is not sentiment, and she is not a prize." The red runes of the arena flared, but this time, they were overwhelmed by a blinding emerald light that erupted from the floor. A cage of solid, green energy shot up from the ground. Not around Kalen, but in his direct path. It wasn't a wall to be broken, it was a perfectly constructed lattice, designed to catch and bind. Kalen, unable to stop his charge, smashed into it full force. The lattice groaned, but it held. The genius of the trap was not its strength, but its design. It caught his arms and legs at awkward angles, forcing his joints in directions they weren't meant to bend. His own momentum became his prison. With a final, agonizing groan of protesting metal and snapping sinew, Kalen was brought to his knees, hopelessly entangled in the emerald cage. His arms wrenched behind his back, his head forced down. He was defeated, not by a mightier blow, but by superior strategy. Incapacitated. Silence. The entire arena was struck dumb. Izuku rose, breathing heavily, the ghost lotus's effects fading, leaving him trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline. He walked over to the trapped, kneeling form of Kalen, the obsidian hand. The giant demon was panting. His pride shattered, his body broken. He could only glare up at Izuku with pure, unadulterated hatred. Izuku did not summon a blade. He did not prepare a killing blow. The crowd waited, expecting the victor to claim his bloody prize as tradition demanded. Instead, Izuku simply looked at Kalen, his green eyes burning with a cold fire. "The rite is fulfilled," he announced, his voice carrying to every corner of the silent arena. He then turned his back on his defeated foe, the ultimate insult, and looked up at the royal box, directly at Serafina. Her honor is defended, her freedom is assured. He had won, not just the fight, but the argument. He had proven that cunning could defeat might, that unity could overcome brute force. And in front of the entire underworld, he had declared their queen was not an object to be won, but a sovereign to be defended. A single demon began to clap. Then another. Then 100. Then the entire arena erupted in a deafening roar. A sound of genuine approval and awe. They had witnessed the birth of a legend. Later, in the quiet of the royal infirmary, Serafina herself tended to his wounds. The demonic healers had already done their work, closing the gashes and setting the bruised bones, but she insisted on changing the bandages herself. The silence between them was not awkward, but filled with a new, profound understanding. He sat on the edge of the cot, wincing as she carefully wrapped a fresh bandage around his ribs. Her touch was firm, yet gentle. "That was an unconventional victory," she said, her voice low. She didn't look at him, focusing on her task. "He was an unconventional opponent," Izuku replied, his voice hoarse. "You made a fool of him. You made a fool of the old ways." She finished her work and finally met his eyes. Her crimson gaze was stripped of its usual fire, replaced by something deeper, softer. "You fought for my honor. No one has ever done that. They fought to possess me, to control my armies, to claim my name. But you fought for me. You were my warmaster," he said, the words feeling inadequate. "My queen. It was my duty." "No," she whispered, reaching out and gently touching a bruise on his cheek. Her scaled fingers were surprisingly warm. "It was not your duty. It was a choice." She leaned in, her serpentine features just inches from his. "And I will not forget it." The moment was charged, heavy with unspoken promises and a bond forged in fire and blood. It felt like the beginning of something new, a true partnership that transcended politics and alliances. It was then that the universe screamed. It was not a sound, but a feeling. A psychic cataclysm that ripped through the fabric of the underworld. A blinding, pure white light flooded Izuku's mind. And a voice like a choir of shattering stars spoke directly into his soul, and into the soul of every living being in the realm. Demon King, usurper of the Crimson Throne. The voice was cold, righteous, and utterly without mercy. It was the voice of Archangel Uriel. Your reign is an abomination. Your people are a blight upon creation. The age of mercy is over. The age of judgment is at hand. I, Uriel, the divine flame, do declare this holy crusade begun. We come for the adamant gate. We come to cleanse this realm with heaven's fire. Look to your skies, and despair. The psychic message vanished, leaving a ringing silence and a profound, chilling terror in its wake. Izuku, still aching from his duel, pushed himself to his feet. Serafina was already standing, her hand on the hilt of a dagger. Her eyes blazing with renewed fire. The door to the infirmary burst open and Lilith and Hecate swept in, their faces grim. The personal battle was over. The political victory was won. But they were just the prelude. Izuku walked to the grand balcony of the infirmary, the queens falling into step beside him. He looked out over the sprawling, chaotic, and beautiful city of Pandemonium, his city. His kingdom, his people. He was scarred. He was changed. He was no longer the boy who had stood on that rooftop in Musudafu. The real war had just begun. And he, the Emerald King, was ready for it. Chapter 7. The Hellfire Crusade at the Adamant Gate. The psychic proclamation from Archangel Uriel had not been a whisper, it was a thunderclap that had shaken the very foundations of the underworld. It was a promise delivered with the cold, unyielding certainty of a celestial body on its decreed trajectory. It did not speak of negotiation or surrender. It spoke only of purification. A scouring flame that would burn away the rot of existence. For days following the message, a palpable tension had settled over the realm, heavier than the soupy atmosphere of the Stygian swamps. Colder than the deepest chambers of Hecate's crypts. It was the silence of a world holding its breath, waiting for the axe to fall. Izuku Midoriya felt it in the marrow of his bones. He stood on the highest observation balcony of the Obsidian Citadel in Pandemonium, the capital city now a bristling fortress. Beside him, his queens stood as pillars of their respective domains, a living triumvirate of the underworld's fractured soul. Serafina, clad in newly forged obsidian armor that seemed to drink the ambient light, her lamia tail coiled restlessly on the cold stone, her gaze fixed on the bruised purple sky. Lilith, a vision in shadow silk and mithril, her expression a mask of serene calculation that betrayed none of the frantic energy coursing through her spy network. And Hecate, timeless and still, a black monolith whose silence was more profound than any spoken word, her ancient eyes seeing not the sky, but the currents of fate that flowed beneath it. Any word? Izuku asked, High's voice low but carrying clearly in the tense air. He had learned to command his voice, to strip it of the old tremors of uncertainty. He was a king now, and his words were instruments of state. Lilith was the one to answer. Her tone smooth as polished glass. My whispers on the ethereal winds grow faint. The celestial host moves under a shroud of divine power that blinds my agents. They are not merely advancing. They are erasing the path behind them. The border realms, they have gone silent. No screams, no reports, no fleeing souls. Just nothing. An absence of a magnitude I have never before encountered. They are not conquering. They are unmaking, Hecate murmured, her voice like the grating of a tombstone. Uriel does not seek to rule. He seeks to return this realm to the void from which it was first spawned. Serafina slammed a gauntleted fist against the parapet, the impact sending a jarring shock through the stone. Then let them come. Let them break themselves against our walls. My legions are hungry. The forges of Muspelheim have not slept. We will give them a welcome of fire and death. Her confidence was a furnace, but even Izuku could see the flicker of unease in her serpentine eyes. This was not a border skirmish. This was an ending. Izuku's own demonic power, the verdant aura of the satanic line, churned within him. It was a tempest bound in flesh, a constant hum of immense energy that had become as natural to him as breathing. He had grown into it, shaped it, and been shaped by it. It no longer felt alien, but it was a constant reminder of what he had become. He looked down at his hands. They were no longer the scarred, calloused hands of a quirkless boy who wrote in notebooks. They were the hands of a king, capable of signing decrees and crushing the throats of his enemies. "He won't engage us on the borders," Izuku stated, his analytical mind piecing together the terrifying logic. He turned from the sky to face them, his green eyes intense. Quote, Ural's message was a declaration for the entire realm. A direct challenge. He won't bleed his forces in a war of attrition across our territories. That would give us time to rally, to fortify, to let our disparate natures work against each other. He knows our history. He knows our weakness is our pride. He will strike at the heart, Lilith finished, her eyes narrowing in understanding. Or the throat. As if summoned by their words, a tremor ran through the very fabric of reality. It was not a physical shaking, but a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in their souls. High above, the perpetual twilight of the underworld sky began to tear. It did not rip open like fabric, it fractured like glass, a single point of impossibly brilliant white light expanding, sending crystalline fissures across the heavens. The sound that followed was not a sound at all, but the pure, conceptual weight of an invading reality pressing down upon their own. It was the sound of a holy choir singing a note that was anathema to demonic existence. From the radiant tear, the celestial fleet emerged. It was a sight of such terrible, ordered beauty that it stole the breath. They were not ships of metal and wood, but vessels woven from solidified light and divine will. Great, multi-winged cruisers that resembled celestial seraphim, their hulls gleaming with gold and silver filigree, pulsed with an internal luminescence. Swarms of smaller, dagger-like attack craft, each one glowing with the intensity of a captive star, moved in perfect, synchronized formations. And at the head of the armada, a vessel that dwarfed all others. A veritable cathedral of war named the Spear of Judgment. It was from this flagship that Archangel Uriel would command his holy crusade. The fleet did not spread out. It did not maneuver. It moved with singular, undeniable purpose, a spear of divine light aimed directly at the one location that mattered. The adamant gate, Izuku breathed, a cold dread coiling in his stomach. The adamant gate was not merely a door. It was the primary metaphysical anchor point of the underworld, the great seal that separated their chaotic reality from the ordered planes of the cosmos, including the celestial realm. Forged by the first Satan from the conceptual idea of impenetrability, it was a sheer wall of polished, starless black that stretched for miles, so vast that it seemed to be a part of the landscape itself. It was the bulwark against which all invasions had broken. And Uriel intended to shatter it. He means to flood the realm, Hecate stated, her voice devoid of all emotion. If the gate falls, a tidal wave of pure, unrefined holy energy will pour through. It will not just kill us. It will unwrite us. Every soul, every stone, every memory of this place will be scoured clean. The war had begun. The horn of pandemonium sounded, a deep, guttural cry that echoed from the highest spire of the citadel to the deepest pit. It was a call to arms that had not been heard in millennia. And the underworld answered. The plains before the adamant gate became a sea of demonic legions. It was a tableau of glorious, terrifying chaos. Seraphina's ashen guard formed the vanguard. A bulwark of obsidian-scaled lamia and brutish, magma-hearted behemoths. Their roars were challenges of primal fury, their weapons crude, heavy implements of vulcanite designed to smash and shatter. Behind them, arrayed in disciplined phalanxes, were the legions of the other loyal dukes, hell knights on nightmarish steeds, garrisons of horned devils with tower shields, and ring swarms of lesser demons that moved like a tide of claws and teeth. On the flanks, Lilith's agents moved like ghosts. Her succubi and incubi were not on the front lines, they were weaving through the allied ranks. Their whispers bolstering courage and planting seeds of tactical suggestion. Her elite assassins, the veiled hand, melted into the long shadows cast by the gate, ready to strike at high-value celestial targets that broke through the lines. High on the battlements of the gate itself, Hecate's coven of battle mages stood ready. Vampiric lords and ancient liches, their eyes glowing with cold power. Prepared to unleash devastating spells that drew upon the very essence of the underworld. Their role was not to meet force with force, but to counter the divine magic of the angels, to bleed their holy power. And to turn their own purity against them. Izuku stood at the heart of it all, on a command platform magically projected from the citadel wall, giving him a panoramic view of the battlefield. The queens were with him, their personal guards forming a stoic perimeter. This was his command center, the nerve center of the entire defense. His analytical mind, once used to deconstruct hero quirks, was now processing troop movements, arcane energy signatures, and the horrifying geometry of celestial attack patterns. They are not bombarding the gate, he observed, his voice amplified by a subtle spell. Reaching his commanders on the field. They're targeting the defenders. They mean to wipe us out first, then take their time with the gate itself. As he spoke, the first wave of angels descended. They were the dominions, warriors of light encased in armor that shone like the midday sun. They came not with a battle cry, but with a harmonious, wrathful hymn that grated on the demonic ear. Their weapons were lances of pure light and swords that burned with holy fire. Seraphina, now, Izuku commanded. The Ashen Queen let out a piercing shriek of pure battlelust. On the field below, her legions answered. They surged forward, a tide of black and red crashing against a wave of white and gold. The impact was apocalyptic. The sound was a deafening cacophony of shattering armor, sizzling flesh, and the screams of two opposing realities tearing each other apart. The demons fought with a fury born of desperation. The angels fought with the cold, absolute conviction of zealots. For every angel that was torn apart by a behemoth, a dozen demons were incinerated by a burst of holy energy. Seraphina's forces were brutal and incredibly durable, but they were taking horrendous casualties. Hecate, they're mages. The ones in the rear formation, they're channeling a purification aura. It's weakening our front line. Izuku pointed, his mind racing. He could see faint golden shimmer around the celestial vanguard. Hecate nodded once. She raised a withered hand, and on the battlements, her coven began to chant. The air grew thick and cold. From the ground, tendrils of pure shadow, woven from the despair of forgotten souls, rose like grasping claws. They surged past the front lines, ignoring the warriors, and slammed into the celestial choir of battle priests. The holy hymn faltered, replaced by shrieks as the shadows latched on, siphoning not life, but faith, turning their divine power into a corrosive poison. The golden aura flickered and died. Immediately, the tide of the battle shifted slightly. The Ashen Guard roared, their strength returning, and they pushed the angelic line back, if only for a moment. Lilith, see that gap on the right flank. Izuku's finger traced a line in the air. Uriel is trying to encircle the Ashen Guard. He's using a pincer movement with his faster cherubim cavalry. I need your assassins to sever their command structure. Take out the lead cherub. The one with the banner of the 6 wings. Lilith smiled, a flash of predatory grace. Consider it done, my king. She vanished from the platform in a swirl of shadows. Moments later, chaos erupted on the celestial right flank. A figure of impossible speed and grace, wreathed in darkness, appeared in the heart of the cherubim formation. The great banner of the 6 wings, a symbol of divine authority, suddenly tumbled from the sky. The cherubim's charge faltered, their perfect coordination shattered as they fell into disarray. Izuku watched it all, his mind a whirlwind of calculations. He was moving pieces on a board the size of a kingdom, with the souls of his people as the stakes. He directed Hecate's mages to counter celestial bombardments, order D reserve legions to plug gaps in the line, and coordinated with Seraphina to time her shock troops' brutal charges. For hours, they held. The plains before the adamant gate became a charnel house, Ttered with the broken bodies of demons and the fading light of slain angels. The air was thick with the stench of ozone, brimstone, and vaporized blood. But the celestial host was relentless. They were an ocean, and for every wave that broke against the demonic shield wall, another, larger wave was right behind it. They did not tire. They did not rout. Their morale was absolute, fueled by a conviction that their cause was the only one that mattered. Then, from the flagship spear of judgment, a beam of pure, concentrated energy lanced out. It was not aimed at the army. It was aimed at the gate. The beam was thicker than the citadel's highest tower, a column of incandescent white light that moved with impossible speed. Hecate's mages threw up a wall of entropic energy, a shield woven from the concept of decay itself. The beam hit it, and for a heart-stopping second, the shield held. But it was like trying to stop a flood with a pane of glass. The shield shattered, and the beam struck the adamant gate. The universe went silent. Then came the sound. A high-pitched scream of tormented adamant that echoed across the battlefield, a sound of something eternal being violated. A spiderweb of pure, holy light fissured across the obsidian surface of the gate. From the cracks, celestial energy, raw and untamed, began to leak through, sizzling as it touched the underworld's atmosphere. The demonic legions faltered. A gasp of collective horror rippled through the ranks. Their unbreachable wall, the symbol of their realm's permanence, was cracking. Uriel had only needed one clean shot. On the command platform, Serafina stared, her expression of fierce pride replaced by one of dawning horror. It cannot break. It can, Hecate stated, her voice grim. It is a thing of creation. And all things that are created can be unmade. Izuku felt a cold knot tighten in his gut. He had been so focused on the battle for the ground, he had treated the gate as an indestructible piece of the terrain. A fatal miscalculation. Uriel had used the main army as a feint, forcing Izuku to commit all of his tactical and magical resources to the immediate defense, leaving the gate vulnerable to a single overwhelming strike from his capital ship. All forces, Izuku's voice boomed, laced with a new, desperate urgency. Fall back. Form a defensive perimeter directly in front of the gate. Do not let them get another clean shot. But it was too late. The celestial host, sensing victory, redoubled their assault. A second beam lanced from the spear of judgment, wider and more powerful than the first. It struck the gate in the same spot, and the cracks widened, the scream of adamant becoming a death cry. A third beam followed. The adamant gate, the eternal bulwark, began to crumble. Chunks of conceptual reality the size of mountains flaked away, dissolving into motes of light. The hole was still small, but holy energy was now pouring through, a waterfall of searing white that vaporized any demon that came near it. Panic began to set in. The disciplined demonic lines wavered, some legions breaking and fleeing in terror from the encroaching, world-ending light. "We are losing, my king," Lilith said. Reappearing beside him, her silken composure finally cracking, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Their power is too absolute. We fight with fury and magic, but they fig. With the fundamental laws of their own creation. We cannot win a war of physics against its author." Serafina drew her massive basalt sword, her eyes blazing with a suicidal fire. "Then we die. Die taking as many of these feathered bastards with us as we can. We show them how the underworld faces its end." "There is another way," Hecate said, her ancient eyes finally turning to fix on Izuku. Her gaze was heavy with the weight of ages, filled with a terrible, final purpose. "But the cost is immense." Izuku knew instantly what she meant. The ritual, the forbidden knowledge she had shared in her library of souls. A way to amplify his power tenfold, but at a terrible price. He had pushed it to the back of his mind, hoping, praying he would never have to consider it. "The Satan is not a person." Hecate's voice was a low chant, a reminder of the lore he now knew. "It is a nexus, a living conduit for the raw power of this realm. A balance between creation and destruction. You, Izuku Midoriya, were summoned because your heroic soul could act as a stable vessel. But the vessel can be deliberately overflowed. You can become more than a conduit. You can become the storm itself." "What is the cost?" Izuku asked, his voice tight. "Your soul," she answered simply. "The ritual will force the collective essence of the underworld into you. Every memory, every agony, every battle rage from every soul bound to this plane. It will grant you power beyond imagination. Enough to challenge an archangel. But it will scour your humanity from you. It will leave a permanent, gaping wound in your spirit. You may save this world. But the boy you were will die in the process. What is left will be a king, but a king forever scarred, forever touched by the abyss." Izuku looked out at the battlefield. He saw a Lamia warrior shielding a younger demon with her own body, incinerated by holy fire. He saw one of Lilith's assassins dragging a wounded Hell Knight back from the line. He saw terror and desperation on a million faces that had, against all odds, come to see him as their protector. His people, his choice was never in doubt. His entire life, he had been told he couldn't be a hero. He had been denied the power to protect anyone. Now, he had the power, and the price was himself. It was the most heroic, and the most terrifying, bargain he had ever conceived. "Do it," he said, his voice ringing with a finality that silenced all argument. Serafina and Lilith looked at him, their expressions a mixture of horror and awe. Izuku, Lilith began. Protect the citadel, Izuku commanded, turning to them. His eyes were burning with a green fire that seemed to consume him from within. Give me the time I need. That is an order. There was no arguing with the king. Not now. They nodded, their faces grim masks of resolve, and turned to rally the last of their guards for a final, desperate defense. Hecate led Izuku deep into the heart of the obsidian citadel, to a chamber he had never seen before. It was a perfect sphere, carved from a single geode of soul quartz. The walls pulsed with a faint, inner light, and the air hummed with unimaginable power. In the center of the room was a dais of black stone, inscribed with runes that writhed and shifted like living things. This was the Anima Well, the place where the citadel touched the very core of the underworld. Lie on the dais, Hecate instructed, her voice echoing in the resonant chamber. The ritual requires 2 anchors, to prevent your consciousness from being utterly annihilated. They will not be able to stop the pain, but they may be able to preserve a sliver of who you are. As if on cue, Serafina and Lilith entered the chamber, their guards left outside. They had given their orders, their lieutenants would lead the defense. Their place was now with their king. Their expressions were stripped of all regal pride, showing only a raw, desperate concern. We will be your anchors, Serafina said, her voice rough with emotion. We will not leave you to face this alone, Lilith added, her usual cunning replaced by a fierce loyalty that was more potent than any poison. Izuku gave them a small, pained smile. It felt like a farewell. He lay back on the cold stone of the dais. Hecate stood at his head, while Serafina took his right hand and Lilith his left. Their grips were tight, grounding. Brace yourself, Izuku Midoriya, Hecate warned. The history of a world is a heavy burden. She placed her withered hands on his forehead and began to chant in a language that predated words, a tongue of pure concept and raw power. The runes on the dais flared to life, and the very air in the chamber became a roaring, swirling vortex of energy. And then it hit him. It was not pain. Pain was a limited, physical concept. This was an avalanche of existence. A billion souls screaming into his mind at once. He felt the fiery birth of the underworld, the rage of the first demons, the agony of 1,000,000,000,000 lifetimes of suffering and war. He saw through the eyes of every creature that had ever lived and died in this realm. He felt the terror of being hunted in the blood forests, the despair of the souls adrift on the Styx. The burning pride of a warrior dying in battle, the seductive poison of a political betrayal in Dis. Memories that were not his own flooded his mind, the forging of the adamant gate. The coronation of King Asmodeus, a quiet moment between 2 imp lovers in a forgotten slum. It was too much. The sheer volume of information, of emotion, of raw, unfiltered life and death, was tearing his consciousness apart. His own memories, of his mother, of All Might, of a green notebook filled with hero analysis, were a tiny, flickering candle in a hurricane. He screamed, a raw, soundless shriek that echoed in the minds of the 3 queens. His body arched on the dais, his muscles spasming. The green demonic aura around him exploded outwards, no longer controlled, no longer just a mantle of power. It became a raging, uncontrollable nova of verdant and black energy, shot through with the crimson of agony and the silver of 1,000,000 stolen memories. Hold him, Hecate commanded, her own form trembling under the strain. Anchor him to the present. To himself. Serafina gripped his hand, pouring her own fiery will into the touch. Izuku, remember the Ashen Plains. Remember our victory. You are our commander, our king. You are the one who earned my respect. Do not falter. Lilith's grip was just as firm, her own power a cool shadow against the raging inferno. Remember Dis, your cunning, your heart. You saw through my games, you saved my city. That was you, Izuku. Not them, you. Their voices were lifelines in the maelstrom. He clung to them, to the memories they invoked. His victory, his reforms, the duel for Serafina's honor, the quiet conversations on the balcony. He fought to keep the candle of his own identity from being extinguished. The pain was unbearable, a universe of torment being funneled into a single, finite mind. But beneath the pain, he felt it. The power, the raw, untamed, infinite power of the underworld itself, now flowing not through him, but as him. His physical form began to change. His skin took on a deathly pallor, laced with glowing green, runic lines that mirrored those on the dais. His hair, once a familiar dark green, bleached to a stark, bone white. While his eyes became bottomless pools of emerald fire. Two great, jagged horns of black, obsidian-like energy tore themselves from his brow, and his back arched as shadowy, tattered wings. Woven from solidified soul stuff, erupted from his shoulder blades. He was no longer human. He was no longer just a demon king. He had become an avatar, a living embodiment of the realm's rage and sorrow. A god of a fallen world. The screaming stopped. Izuku Midoriya, the boy, was gone. In his place, a being of terrifying power and ancient sorrow sat up on the dais. He, looked at his hands, now tipped with black claws, and then at the queen's. His expression was distant, as if seeing them from across an ocean of time. "It is done," he said, and his voice was a legion. A chorus of a billion souls speaking as one. Without another word, he rose. The very stone of the citadel trembled as he walked. He did not need a door. He simply phased through the wall of the chamber, a ghost of unimaginable power, and ascended through the heart of the fortress. On the battlefield, the defense had crumbled. The queen's royal guards were making a last, heroic stand at the foot of the citadel. But they were being overwhelmed. The adamant gate was a gaping maw of holy light, and Ural's legions were pouring through, their victory all but assured. Then, the citadel itself exploded. Not with fire and stone, but with a shockwave of pure, untamed demonic energy. A pillar of verdant and black power erupted into the sky, so immense it dwarfed the celestial flagship. It pushed back the holy light, silencing the angelic hymns with a deafening roar of pure, consolidated rage. From the pillar of energy, Izuku emerged. He hovered in the sky, a terrifying, beautiful silhouette against the chaos. His white hair flowed around him, his emerald eyes burned with the light of a dying star, and his soul-wrought wings beat against the air, casting shadows that seemed to drink the divine light. The effect was instantaneous. On the ground, the demonic forces, who had been cowering in terror, stopped. They looked up, and a primal, instinctual roar of adoration and renewed fury rose from a million throats. Their king had become their god. The celestial host, for the first time, faltered. Their perfect formations wavered. Their song of victory died in their throats, replaced by whispers of disbelief and fear. What they were seeing was not a demon. It was a primordial force. An abyss given form. High above, on the bridge of the Spear of Judgment, Archangel Uriel watched the being on his view screen. His serene expression finally cracking. "Blasphemy," he whispered, his voice tight with a mixture of disgust and righteous fury. "They have made a monster to defy the divine. They have crowned their own apocalypse." He would meet this abomination himself. Uriel descended from his ship, a meteor of pure, white gold flame. He was the divine flame of judgment, and his very presence radiated an aura of absolute, uncompromising purity. He met Izuku in the sky between the two armies, the world below forgotten. "Demon," Uriel's voice was the sound of suns being born, a power that could unmake mountains. "You have bound yourself to the filth of this realm. You have become the very sin I have come to cleanse. Surrender to oblivion. It is your only salvation." Izuku looked at the archangel, and his legion voice answered, devoid of the boyish tremor it once held. "You speak of cleansing. I see only annihilation. You call my people filth. I call them my own. I did not ask for this crown, this throne, or this power. But I will use it to protect them. I am their shield, Archangel. And you will break upon me." The ideological lines were drawn. Protection versus purification. The desperate, flawed love of a king for his people against the cold, perfect love of a zealot for his ideal. There were no more words. The clash was a cataclysm. Uriel wielded a spear of solidified solar fire. Each thrust a strike of divine judgment. Izuku met him not with a weapon, but with the raw power of the underworld itself. He summoned chains of solidified shadow from the ground, wielded torrents of emerald soulfire, and moved with a speed that tore the air. Their battle painted the sky. Streaks of white gold and emerald black tore across the heavens. Every impact sent shockwaves that leveled parts of the ruined battlefield below. Uriel was a being of perfect form, every movement a flawless arc of martial and divine perfection. Izuku was chaos incarnate, a storm of instinct and overwhelming power. his every move fueled by a billion screaming souls. He fought with the savagery of a cornered beast and the sorrow of a lost god. Uriel was stronger in pure, refined power. But Izuku was more. He was an entire reality's will to survive, focused into a single point. He bled black ichor from a dozen wounds, but he felt no pain, only the burning drive to protect what was behind him. He saw an opening. As Uriel lunged, preparing for a final, purifying strike meant to incinerate Izuku's soul, Izuku did not dodge. He took the spear of solar fire through his shoulder, the holy energy searing him from the inside out. He ignored the agony, the scream of a million souls within him, and grabbed the archangel's arm. His emerald eyes locked with Uriel's brilliant gold. For a moment, the archangel saw not a monster, but a flash of the heroic, tear-streaked boy beneath the abyss. He saw an unbreakable will to protect. The underworld will endure, Izuku's legion voice whispered. He focused all his borrowed, terrible power into a single point. Not a killing blow, a statement. He didn't strike Uriel's body. He struck his weapon, a blast of concentrated, chaotic soul energy. Green and black and screaming, engulfed the spear of solar fire. The divine artifact, a weapon forged in the heart of creation, held for a moment, then shattered into a million motes of fading light. The backlash threw Uriel back, his arm burned and his divine armor cracked. He stared at his empty hand, and then at Izuku, his expression one of utter shock. His symbol of authority, of divine right, was destroyed. Izuku hung in the air, impaled and bleeding, but his eyes burned with victory. He had the chance now. He could end the archangel. He could obliterate him. The ion vengeful souls within him screamed for it. But the small, flickering candle of Izuku Midoriya, the boy who wanted to be a hero, refused to be extinguished. To kill him would be to prove Uriel right. That he was just a monster. Go, Izuku rasped, his voice momentarily losing the Legion chorus, becoming something closer to his own. Tell your host what you found here. Not a realm of sin to be cleansed, but a kingdom that will fight for its right to exist. Tell them we have a king. He ripped the remnant of the spear from his shoulder and let it fall. The act of defiance was more profound than any killing blow. He had not only defeated the archangel in combat, he had defeated his ideology. He had shown mercy, a concept Uriel's righteous crusade could not comprehend. Uriel, grievously wounded in spirit and body, stared at the monstrous, heroic figure before him. He gave a single, curt nod, not of respect, but of acknowledgement. The game had changed. He turned and ascended, a wounded star retreating into the heavens. Below, the celestial host, seeing their commander defeated and his weapon shattered, ceased their attack. Their perfect morale was broken. An orderly, grim retreat began. They flowed back through the fractured gate, the terrible, holy light receding with them. The underworld was saved. In the sky, the immense power holding Izuku together began to wane. The ritual's energy was spent. The avatar form flickered. The horns and wings dissolved into shadow, the glowing runes on his skin faded, and his hair began to darken from the roots, a creeping wave of green reclaiming the stark white. The pain, which had been a distant ocean, came crashing back in a tidal wave. With a final, choked gasp, he fell from the sky. He didn't hit the ground. 3 figures, one of fire, one of shadow, one of ancient night, caught him before he did. Seraphina, Lilith, and Hecate held their broken king, lowering him gently to the ravaged earth. He was conscious, but barely. His body was a wreck. But the deepest wound was not visible. He could feel it inside him. A cold, dark place in his soul. A permanent void where a piece of his humanity had been scooped out, used as fuel for the fire that had saved them all. It was a scar that would never heal, a constant, chilling reminder of the price of his victory. He looked up at his queens, their faces a mixture of relief, sorrow, and profound reverence. He looked past them, at the battered but cheering demonic legions, at the fractured but still standing adamant gate, at his kingdom. His home. He had won. He was the undisputed hero king of a crimson throne. But as he drifted into a deep, wounded darkness, his last thought was of a boy on a rooftop, being told he could never be a hero. He had finally proven that statement wrong, but in doing so, he had lost more of that boy than he ever thought possible. Chapter 8. The Scars of Victory and the Future of the Throne. Silence. That was the first thing Izuku's consciousness registered as it clawed its way back from an abyss of exhaustion. It was a silence unlike any he had known in this realm. Not the oppressive, ancient quiet of Hecate's library, nor the predatory stillness of Dis's shadowed alleys. It was a gentle, healing silence, thick and soft as velvet, broken only by the impossibly slow, rhythmic thud of his own heart and the faint, alchemical scent of cooling philosopher's stone and dried nightshade. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as though they were forged from lead. A profound weakness, a bone-deep weariness, held him captive. It was the exhaustion that comes after every last reserve of strength, will, and spirit has been burned away, leaving only the hollowed-out shell behind. He remembered the pain. Oh, gods, he remembered the pain. The feeling of the underworld's raw soul energy, a trillion voices of agony and rage, flooding his veins, rewriting his very essence. It was like swallowing a star made of broken glass. He remembered the clash, the blinding, righteous fury of Ural's holy light against the verdant, screaming chaos of his own demonic power. The sensation of his own arm, wreathed in emerald and obsidian energy, shattering the archangel's spear of judgment. The desperate, final push that had broken the celestial line and sent the divine flame reeling back through the fractured adamant gate. He remembered winning. And then, nothing. With a monumental effort, he managed to force his eyes open. The world swam into focus slowly, a watercolor painting left out in the rain. He was not in the blasted ruins of the battlefield. He lay in a chamber of polished obsidian, the walls veined with softly glowing crimson lines that pulsed with a slow, steady light, mirroring his heartbeat. Intricate silver instruments, more akin to arcane astrolabes than medical equipment, stood silent vigil around the large, circular bed he occupied. He was in Hecate's sanctum, deep within the heart of her kingdom. "You are awake." The voice was Hecate's, a low, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the very stone of the room. He turned his head, the simple movement an act of supreme will. She sat in a IGH-backed chair carved from what looked like petrified bone, her form draped in her customary robes of shadow and starlight. Her silver eyes, ancient and fathomless, were fixed on him, not with clinical detachment, but with a depth of scrutiny that felt as though she were reading the newly etched script upon his soul. "How long?" Izuku's voice was a dry rasp, a stranger's sound in his own ears. 13 days, she answered, her voice betraying no surprise at his question. "The ritual scoured you to the very brink of dissolution. The power you channeled was not meant for a mortal vessel, even one bonded to the throne. It was the collective anguish of this realm, a weapon of last resort. It has left its mark." Izuku pushed himself up, his arms trembling violently under his own weight. A wave of vertigo washed over him, and the room tilted precariously. As he steadied himself, he caught sight of his own reflection in the polished obsidian floor. The boy who stared back was not him. His hair was still an untamable forest of green, but it seemed darker, shot through with strands of pure black that were not a trick of the light. His eyes, once the color of hope and spring leaves, were now a deeper, more intense emerald, burning with an inner light that flickered at the edges with something far older and more dangerous. And then he saw it, starting from the center of his chest, spreading out over his heart like a spiderweb of shattered night, was a network of faint, black lines. They were not tattoos, they were etched into his very being, visible just beneath the skin. A permanent tracery of the abyss he had embraced. The scar. He touched his chest, half expecting to feel pain, but there was only a strange coldness, a quiet emptiness where the storm had raged. "I can feel it," he whispered. The words meant for himself. The echo. The hunger. Hecate rose and glided to his bedside, her movements unnervingly silent. "You became a conduit for the primal forces of the underworld, my king. You gave its pain a voice and a fist. A part of that pain will now and forever be a part of you. It is a reminder of the price of survival. But it is also a source of strength. You are tied to this realm in a way no Satan has been since the first. The underworld knows you. It answers you." As if to prove her point, Izuku focused, reaching inward. The demonic energy that had once felt like a borrowed, ill-fitting suit of armor was now as natural as breathing. It flowed from the throne's nexus, through the scar on his soul, and into every fiber of his being. It was darker, heavier, more potent than before. He could feel the volcanic heart of Muspelheim, the steaming whispers of Dis, the melancholic weight of Hecate's abyssal sea. He could feel it all. He was the king, and the kingdom was him. A heavy, rhythmic tread announced another's presence. The doors to the sanctum swung open, and Serafina entered. She was clad not in her imposing battle armor, but in simpler black leather trousers and a dark crimson tunic that did little to hide her formidable physique. Her obsidian scales shimmered in the chamber's low light, and her serpentine eyes, the color of molten gold, fixed on him instantly. The relief that flooded them was so potent, so unguarded, that it momentarily stripped away her warrior queen's facade, revealing the raw anxiety she had been concealing for nearly 2 weeks. She stopped a few feet from the bed, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. For a long moment, she said nothing, simply drinking in the sight of him, upright and aware. "You are a reckless fool," she finally said, her voice a low growl that held no heat. It was thick with a complex brew of exasperation and profound relief. "It worked," Izuku replied, a faint, tired smile touching his lips. "You almost died," she countered, taking a step closer. "I watched your life light flicker like a candle in a hurricane for a week. Hecate had to bind your soul to the throne's anchor just to keep it from fraying into nothing. But I didn't die," he said, his gaze meeting hers. "And our people are safe." The conviction in his voice, the simple, unwavering truth of his statement, seemed to break the last of her reserve. She closed the remaining distance in 2 long strides, her movements filled with a coiled tension. He expected a lecture, perhaps even a frustrated punch to the shoulder. Instead, she reached out, her hand, strong and calloused, coming to rest on his arm. Her touch was surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to her fearsome reputation. "No," she said, her voice softer than he had ever heard it. "You did not. Welcome back, my king." The title was not spoken out of duty or decree. It was a declaration of fealty, earned in blood and fire, and sealed in shared sacrifice. It was in that moment, seeing the unvarnished loyalty in the Ashen Queen's eyes and feeling the ancient wisdom flowing from the Abyssal Queen beside him, that Izuku understood the victory at the Adamant Gate was not the end of the war, but the true beginning of his reign. The journey back to the capital city of Pandemonium was a solemn affair. Izuku, thou, recovering at an astonishing rate that Hecate attributed to his new, deeper connection with the realm's lifeblood, still bore the weight of the battle. Lilith met their retinue at the city's edge, her usual mask of amused detachment firmly in place, but her amethyst eyes lingered on the new, dark markings on Izuku's chest, visible at the collar of his tunic, with an unreadable, calculating intensity. "The city celebrates its king," she purred, falling into step beside him as they moved through the grand avenues. "But the cost of that celebration is still being tallied." She was right. Pandemonium was not the grim, defeated city he had left. Banners bearing his sigil, a stylized green flame encircling a broken crown, hung from every spire. The demonic populace, a riotous collection of imps, hellhounds, gargoyles, and 1,000 other species, cheered as he passed. They did not cheer for a human usurper or a prophesied savior, they cheered for their king, the one who had stood before the holy fire and had not flinched. But beneath the celebration was the pervasive scent of loss. Wounded soldiers filled the infirmaries, and memorial pyres burned in the city's lower districts, their smoke a constant, sorrowful reminder of the price of their salvation. Izuku refused to be cloistered in the palace. His first command was not to convene a council or plan a victory feast, but to be taken to the field of antlers. The vast plaza now converted into a triage center for the wounded. The sight that greeted him was a testament to the battle's ferocity. Thousands of demons, from hulking, bull-like behemoths to slender, winged succubi, lay on cots, their bodies rent by celestial steel and holy light. The air was thick with the metallic tang of demonic ichor and the low hum of healing magic. He walked through the rows. Serafina at his right, Lilith at his left, and Hecate a silent shadow behind. He stopped at the bedside of a massive minotaur warrior, his left horn sheared off and his torso wrapped in thick, soul-stitched bandages. The warrior struggled to sit up, his eyes wide with awe. "My king," the minotaur rumbled, his voice hoarse. Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder, gently pushing him back down. "Rest, soldier. You've earned it. What's your name? Korg, the warrior stammered, clearly stunned that the king would address him directly. Korg of the Stonebreaker clan. You fought bravely, Korg, Izuku said, his voice carrying a warmth that cut through the sterile air of the infirmary. He met the warrior's gaze, and for a moment, Korg saw not the terrifying, godlike being who had dueled an archangel, but a young man with eyes that held an impossible depth of empathy. The underworld is in your debt. Heal well. We have a home to rebuild. He moved on, repeating the gesture again and again. He spoke with a sly imp whose leg had been seared off, complimenting him on his bravery. He listened to a female gargoyle mourn the loss of her mate, offering not platitudes but a moment of shared, silent grief. He used a sliver of his own energy to ease the pain of a young hellhound pup, a runner in the Signal Corps, whose lungs had been scorched by angelic fire. With every interaction, a ripple spread through the vast hall. Awe turned to reverence. Fear turned to a fierce, protective loyalty. Lilith watched, her sharp mind dissecting the scene. This was not a calculated political move. It was genuine. The boy, the king, cared. And that, she realized, was a weapon more potent than any army or spy network. It was the foundation of an empire that could not be broken from within. Serafina watched with a warrior's eye. She saw the soldiers' postures straighten, their spirits lift. He was not just their commander, he was their brother in arms. He was validating their sacrifice, honoring their pain. This was how you forged an army into an unbreakable shield wall. By the time they left the infirmary hours later, Izuku was visibly drained, the color leached from his face. But his eyes held a renewed, unwavering resolve. The abstract concept of his people had been given thousands of names, faces, and stories. The weight of his crown felt heavier, but its purpose had never been clearer. That evening, they convened the first session of the new royal council. Izuku had eschewed the grand, crumbling throne room of Asmodeus for a smaller, or practical chamber deep within the palace. A large, circular table of polished basalt dominated the room, designed for discussion among equals, not pronouncements from on high. Maps of the Underworld, LD and the celestial borderlands covered the walls, already updated with Lilith's latest intelligence. Izuku sat at the head of the table, though his posture was that of a chairman, not a monarch. Victory at the Adamant Gate has bought us time, he began, his voice steady and clear. But Uriel is not defeated. He is wounded, his pride is shattered, and his primary weapon is destroyed. He will not see this as a loss, but as a test of his faith. He will return, and he will be more fanatical, more ruthless than before. We need to be ready. Lilith steepled her long, elegant fingers. My Ents within the celestial host are either dead or have gone deep into hiding. Information is scarce, but the whispers I have intercepted suggest a schism. Uriel's crusade was not universally sanctioned. His failure has given his rivals in the Seraphim Council ammunition. He will be occupied with political maneuvering for a time, but it will only deepen his zealotry. He will need to prove his righteousness with a decisive, overwhelming victory. Then we will use that time to fortify our position, Serafina declared, her fist resting on the table. Our legions took heavy losses, but their morale is unbreakable. I have already begun restructuring the command chain. The old, prideful dukes who sent their forces piecemeal into the fray will be stripped of their authority. All troops will answer to a single, unified military command. Your command, Izuku stated, looking at her. I am formally naming you the Warmaster of the Underworld. All armies, all fleets, all defenses are yours to command, answerable only to the crown. Serafina's eyes widened slightly. It was a level of trust and authority no Satan had ever granted a single subordinate. She nodded, a sharp, decisive movement. It will be done. Izuku then turned to Lilith. Your network is our eyes and ears. I want it expanded. I want agents not just in the celestial host, but in every neutral realm, every shadow port between worlds. I want to know what Uriel eats for breakfast before he does. You are hereby named the Spymaster of the throne. A slow, genuine smile spread across Lilith's face, a rare and captivating sight. An interesting challenge, my king. I accept. Finally, he looked to Hecate, who had remained silent, observing. Hecate, you hold the knowledge of this realm. Its history, its magic, its deepest secrets. We are entering a new age, and we cannot afford to be ignorant of the past, nor of the esoteric threats that may lie ahead. You will be my royal sage, the keeper of lore and the primary advisor on all matters of the arcane." Hecate inclined her head, a gesture of profound respect. "The library of souls is at your disposal. Wisdom is a shield, and we shall be well armed. Warmaster, Spymaster, Royal Sage. A triumvirate of power, bound together by their loyalty to him." It was a new structure for a new underworld. They spent the next several hours planning, debating, and forging the future. They discussed rebuilding the adamant gate, not just with stone and steel, but with Hecate's soul-forged wards. They debated new trade agreements between their respective domains, designed by Izuku to foster interdependence and eliminate the old rivalries that had so often festered into civil war. Lilith proposed a new internal security force, loyal only to the Council, to root out any lingering rebellious sentiments or celestial infiltrators. Serafina outlined a brutal but effective new training regimen for the unified army. During a debate on how to handle the few hundred angelic soldiers captured during the battle, the old underworld thinking clashed with Izuku's new way. "They are an affront," Serafina snarled. "Execute them. Use their heads to adorn the new gate, a warning to any who would dare invade our home again. A public execution would be a powerful symbol of our resolve," Lilith added thoughtfully, her mind on the political theater. "It would quell any lingering doubts about your ruthlessness." Quote. Izuku listened, his expression unreadable. He looked at Hecate, who simply watched him, waiting. He steepled his own fingers, mirroring Lilith, a gesture he'd picked up from her. "No," he said quietly, but with an authority that allowed no argument. "We will not execute them. We will disarm them, strip them of their divine connection if Hecate is able, and put them to work rebuilding the gate they helped destroy. We will show them that we are not the mindless monsters of their scripture. We are a civilization. Their zealotry is fueled by the belief that we are an irredeemable evil. We will fight them, we will kill them if we must, but we will not become them. We will answer their righteous fire with our unyielding order." The two queens stared at him. It was a move of such audacious mercy, such baffling confidence, that it left them speechless. It was not weak, it was a power play of a different kind, an ideological assault against the very foundation of Ural's crusade. Hecate finally spoke, a rare hint of approval in her ancient voice. "A king's mercy can be a sharper blade than any executioner's axe." "A wise decision." Serafina and Lilith exchanged a look. He was still the boy who empathized with tormented souls, the hero who sought to protect. But that core of empathy was now shielded by a king's resolve and a pragmatism forged in the crucible of war. He was not becoming less of himself, he was becoming more. The days that followed blurred into a relentless cycle of work. Izuku threw himself into the monumental task of nation building. He was a whirlwind of focused energy, his analytical mind a perfect tool for the labyrinthine logistics of rebuilding a realm. He drafted laws with Lilith, reviewed military strategies with Serafina, and spent long hours with Hecate, studying the esoteric nature of his own power and the history of the throne he now commanded. He was a different kind of king. He ate in the common mise hall with the palace guards as often as he ate in the royal dining chamber. He spent time in the forges, discussing new alloys for armor with the Cyclopean smiths. He learned the names of the servants, the administrators, the captains of the guard. He was building his kingdom not from the top down, but from the foundation up. The three queens found their own roles evolving around him. Their political alliance had been reforged into a true partnership. They were his counsel, his most trusted confidants, and something more that none of them had yet put a name to. The professional respect had bled into a deep, personal affection. They found themselves seeking his company even when no matters of state were at hand, drawn to the quiet strength and unwavering decency that shone from his scarred soul. It was on a quiet night, a month after the battle, that the future came for them. Izuku was in his private study, a spacious room with a large balcony overlooking the glowing expanse of pandemonium. He was poring over a report from Lilith on crop yields in the Ashen Plains. Serafina's volcanic soil, it turned out, was incredibly fertile for certain demonic flora, when the door opened. Hecate entered first, a silent wraith. Lilith followed, her movements a study in fluid grace. Serafina came last, her presence solid and grounding. They did not speak, but their synchronized arrival was clearly orchestrated. An unusual tension filled the air. Izuku looked up from his desk, a question in his eyes. Is something wrong? A new report from the border. The borders are quiet, Lilith said, her voice smooth as silk as she came to stand before his desk. The armies are training, Serafina added, taking a position near the hearth, where a cool, green fire burned. The arcane flows of the realm are stable, Hecate concluded, remaining near the door as if to guard it. Izuku leaned back in his chair, studying them. The formidable war master, the cunning spy master, the ancient sage. The three most powerful women in the underworld, and they looked nervous. Then what is this about? He asked, his curiosity piqued. It was Hecate, as always, who broached the subject that lay beyond politics and war. We have secured the present, my king. We have won the war, and you are building the peace. But a king's duty does not end with his own reign. It extends to the generations that follow. The underworld's greatest weakness has always been the transition of power. The throne is a nexus of immense energy. Without a proper heir, an anchor of the satanic bloodline to inherit it, its power becomes unstable upon the monarch's death. That is what led to the civil war Asmodeus sought to prevent by summoning you. Izuku's brow furrowed. An heir? I haven't even thought about that. Uriel is still a threat. There's so much to do. And we will do it, Lilith interjected, stepping closer. Her amethyst eyes held a serious, hypnotic quality. But Hecate is right. A dynasty is the ultimate defense. It is stability made flesh and blood. An heir, born of your power and anchored to this realm, would solidify your rule and the union of our houses in a way no treaty or decree ever could. It would be the final seal on this new age you are building. The pieces began to click into place in Izuku's mind. The strange tension, their coordinated arrival. His face, which had remained stoic and kingly through council meetings and military briefings, suddenly flushed with a deep, crimson blush that clashed spectacularly with his green hair. The Midoriya from Musudafu, the awkward, flustered boy who could barely speak to a girl, was resurfacing with a vengeance. An heir, he stammered, his voice cracking slightly. You mean, marriage, children, a queen. Serafina shed herself off the mantle of the fireplace, her expression a mixture of impatience and something that might have been affection. Do not be deliberately obtuse, Izuku. We are not talking about some quaint human custom of choosing a single bride. You are the king of the underworld. The Satan. Your bloodline is now the most important resource in this realm. It must be secured. It must be diversified. The word hung in the air, unspoken but perfectly understood by everyone in the room. Harem. Izuku's mind went completely blank. He stared at the three of them. The beautiful, deadly warrior queen, the seductive, brilliant spymaster, the timeless, powerful sorceress. The concept was so far beyond his comprehension that his brain simply refused to process it. But, we, he sputtered, gesturing uselessly between them. Lilith's lips curved into a soft, knowing smile. She reached out and placed a hand on his, her touch sending a jolt through his system. Izuku, look at us. For months, we have been your allies. Your counsel, your partners in all things. We have fought together, bled together, and rebuilt together. This is not some cold, political mandate. Or, at least, it is not only that. The Lamia of the Ashen Plains value strength, Serafina said, her voice a low rumble. She walked over to his other side, her molten gold eyes fixed on his. You have proven your strength not just in battle, but in your character. You are a worthy mate, a king I would be proud to have father my heir. A child of our union would inherit my fire and your unbreakable will. They would be a guardian for this kingdom. Hecate glided forward, her presence calming the frantic energy in the room. The power of the throne you wield is a fusion of your heroic human soul and the demonic energy of this realm. It is a unique and potent combination. A lineage must be established to acclimate to that power over generations. An heir born of a Lamia, a succubus, and an ancient vampire would eat a bloodline with an unprecedented affinity for all facets of the underworld's magic. It is, from an arcane perspective, the most logical and powerful path forward. Logic, politics, legacy. They were presenting it in terms he could understand, wrapping a deeply personal, intimate proposal in the language of statecraft and duty. And he did understand it. He saw the cold, hard logic of their arguments. An heir from each of them would bind their kingdoms together for centuries. It would end the threat of civil war. It would create successors capable of wielding his unique power. It was the smart move. The kingly move. But as he looked at them, he saw more than that. He saw the flicker of vulnerability in Serafina's eyes, the genuine warmth beneath Lilith's cunning, the quiet, steady devotion in Hecate's ancient gaze. This wasn't just about duty for them, either. In the crucible of war and reconstruction, their alliance had been forged into something deeper. A bond of mutual respect, trust, and affection. Izuku took a deep breath, the blush on his face slowly receding as the king reasserted control over the flustered boy. "You're not asking me this as a duty, are you?" he asked, his voice quiet. "This is what you all want." Lilith's smile softened. "We are queens, Izuku. We do not ask for things we do not want. We chose this path," Serafina stated, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "We choose you." He looked down at his hands, at the faint calluses from wielding a sword he'd never imagined holding. He thought of the scar on his chest, the cold echo of the abyss that was now a part of him. His life was no longer his own. It belonged to this realm, to these people. But for the first time, he realized that didn't have to be a lonely burden. He looked up, meeting each of their gazes in turn. "I'm not the boy who was summoned anymore," he said softly. "The ritual, it changed me. There's a darkness in me now. I don't know what that might pass on to a child. Your soul is not broken, my king." Hecate responded instantly, her voice filled with a soothing certainty. "It is tempered. Any child born of it will carry your strength, not your pain. They will carry the core of you, the part that chose to shield tormented souls rather than destroy them. And you will not be alone in raising them," Lilith added, her thumb gently stroking the back of his hand. "They will have a king for a father, and 3 queens for mothers. I cannot imagine a more formidable or well-rounded upbringing. We will face that, as we have faced everything else," Serafina said, her voice a vow. Together, together. The word resonated in the quiet study. He was not just a king with his council. This was a proposal to build a family. A strange, powerful, demonic family, but a family nonetheless. The foundation of a new dynasty. A slow smile, genuine and heartfelt, spread across Izuku's face. It was a smile that reached his eyes, making the emeralds within them burn with a soft, warm light. The weight on his shoulders didn't disappear, but he no longer felt like he was carrying it alone. "Okay," he said. The single word was filled with acceptance, with relief, and with a nascent, unfamiliar flicker of joy. "Okay." Later that night, Izuku stood on the grand balcony of his study, looking out over his kingdom. Pandemonium sprawled below, a breathtaking sea. Tie of impossible architecture and crimson and violet light. It was no longer a foreign, terrifying landscape. It was home. The air, once thick with menace, now carried the sounds of life, the distant clang of a night shift forge. The faint melody of a succubus's song from a downtown cabaret, the low rumble of the city's pulse. The doors to the balcony slid open, and they joined him. They didn't speak, simply finding their places beside him as if they had done so 1,000 times before. Serafina stood to his right, a solid, unwavering presence, her arm brushing against his. Lilith leaned gracefully against the railing on his left, the picture of elegant power. Hecate stood a little behind them, a silent, watchful guardian, her ancient spirit a comforting anchor. He felt the cold scar on his chest, the constant reminder of his sacrifice. He felt the immense, churning power of the throne, a restless sea within him. He thought of a scrawny, quirkless boy on a rooftop, his dreams shattered by the words of his greatest hero. "You can't be a hero." All Might had been wrong. And he had been right. Izuku had not become a hero in the way he had dreamed. There was no bright costume, no smiling rescue. His path had been paved with blood, shadow, and brutal necessity. He had been forced to be ruthless, decisive, a king before he was ever a man. He had executed traitors, commanded armies in a bloody war, and embraced a power born of pain. But as he looked out over the millions of souls now living in peace under his protection, he knew, with a certainty that resonated to the very core of his being, that he had fulfilled his deepest, most desperate wish. He had saved people. He had become a symbol. Not of smiling peace, but of unbreakable, defiant hope against the coming darkness. A protector. A king. He was scarred. He was changed. He was no longer entirely human. But he had found his purpose here, on a crimson throne in a realm of demons. He had found his strength. He had found his family. Lilith's hand found his, her fingers lacing with his own. On his other side, Seraphina's shoulder rested against his, a silent statement of solidarity. He felt Hecate's presence behind them, a shield against the unknown. Uriel would return. The heavens would not forget their defeat. New challenges, new wars, new sorrows would undoubtedly come. But for the first time since he had been ripped from his world, Izuku Midoriya, the Emerald King, felt no fear. Only a calm, steady resolve. He was home. The war for survival was over. The work of building a dynasty, of forging a future, of a long and difficult reign, had just begun.